I wasn't gonna be making baby sandwiches originally.
Alright, first we're making 101.
I mean, we could go to the main stage.
Okay.
Why'd the quality of your camera go down by like 80 frames?
It's gonna do.
Yeah, I need to know where the main.
Might as well go ahead and give out a little tour from here. Welcome to the living room. This is my that's Pride Joy.
I can't see it.
What do you mean you can't see it? You gotta first open your eyes.
It's kind of lagging for me. Your thing's freezing.
Freezing like. You know what? I blame the awesomeness that it smells like bacon in my house, so. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. It's back. Oh, we're still in microphone.
Okay, so you can see now?
I see the guitar. Is that where you play VR?
No.
No, this is my stepdad's room, pretty much.
Hello? Oh.
Since he was 16. This is the living room that he does all of his music and whatever else with the band Stone Magnum. Obviously, the wonderful kitchen. A little messy. Don't give a shit.
I mean,
The attic where they usually live. They don't drink. Wonderful side room. Their room. A wonderful collection of my mother's shot glasses since she was 14. None of them are ever alike. Okay, hold on, hang on. You're never gonna believe me, but I'm gonna have to show you. Have you ever heard of a hot sauce called One Fucking Drop at a Time?
Yes.
no, really.
It's real. And you need a syringe for it. Or a not syringe.
Oh, actually, okay. This much. Alright.
Yep. But, yeah.
Alright, so the dealer's then
Another
main
hot sauce.
stage pencils. Yo, we can mess with pencils. I guess I'm not gonna do that because there's so many people
What
here
else
that
we
just a
got?
little wrong. Like one thing that is gonna go wrong, like gonna make the whole server crash, and I don't want to crash anymore.
Yeah, don't exactly want to crash. Alright, anyways.
It's like the second time that I'm
Where?
trying. It's like literally the second time that I'm trying something. I just ran out something. My streaming
And then-
theme fits with the Furnal Equinox theme.
My wonderful room.
Hmm?
Oh, yeah. For those of you who, you know, yeah, it's a question and I never really showed it.
Hmm?
This is the World War One German rifle.
Ooh. The Car 90,
And
is it Car 98 or the Lean? Lean Field was American.
no, it's the Car 98
Yeah.
Nice. A car. But been used. Tally marks to show how many it's killed.
If it was God, it would help me.
So
Also,
And
look
the-
at my snoot. Look at my snoot. It's out there.
the prints.
Yo, I'm about to miss a panel. Yo, do you know how to get to panels?
Hmm?
Ow.
Do you know how to get to panels?
Panels?
No, I don't.
Good question.
There's a panel I wanted to attend,
Oh, wait.
which seems super interesting.
Wait. Who is Poppy? I thought that was
I want to get there before everything gets filled. And like there's 1 minute left, and I'm gonna miss it. Is it the lounge? That's probably not the launch.
Yeah.
Why would it be the
Oh,
pencil?
I'm squished.
Charity con store? It's not a con store.
Ow! I just want my JoJo blanket.
No, you have a Kinky Lucario on your profile pic.
Shush. I'm streaming right now.
What? The Kinky Lucario that I'm looking at that says hey, and I said hello.
Look at the two dogs
Yeah.
sleeping.
No, when I'm streaming.
Ow.
There we go.
Why are you all happy?
I'm just gonna lock my door because my little brother is here.
Jesse, can you not? What do you want?
I think I'm in the wrong place.
Yeah, that's what.
No.
Greetings everyone,
Over there.
welcome
Go
to
lay down.
First Making 101.
Now I'm cold.
This will be a 1.5 hour panel where we'll be talking about the ins and outs of fursuit making from head to tail. This is a beginner oriented or designed panel, so we will be doing over more basic techniques. For those who already have some fursuit making under their belt, we will be doing a fursuit making 102, which is the second part of this panel. Later today, we will be going over the more advanced techniques.
Alright.
For those who are
You know, I
unfamiliar
didn't
with
wanna
me,
go on.
my
It's
name
also
is
confusing.
Kale, and I am the owner of Twilight Nights Cosplay, a fursuit making
Oh,
company.
okay, the panels are like
and let's drop into things.
online, they're not in VRChat.
So, to get right started, there are what we call the 3 B's of heads. And those are the 3 different ways that one can make a head. Those are the balaclava, the bucket, and the base. Now, each of those have their own pros and cons. For the balaclava method, it is tricky to size for other people because you need to be able to
Hello, I don't know you, but
kinda
hello.
put it on and off constantly while making it to ensure
Oh,
it
Jack!
fit.
Hey, what's up?
Because making it on an head is a little bit more difficult. Simply because it is built on a stretchy elastic. The balaclava heads tend to be the smallest of the 3 different types of head bases. Moving jaws are possible, but they can be a little bit finicky.
My man
to set
didn't
up
turn off
because
the,
you need to use
he didn't turn
elastics,
off the
and you
stream
have to put the
notifications, so
tension
that was
just right.
super loud.
Otherwise, it can be difficult to get them to move, especially if you're trying to size this for other
That
people.
thing was so
However,
loud.
when it's done right, they tend to be the most
Hey,
responsive
welcome on
of
the
the jaw
stream.
types. They're also the lightest of the heads.
solo.
The next type are the buckets. This is probably
Wait,
the
actually, I
most
think it might be
popular
wise
type
if I-
of way to build a fursuit head, especially for newer makers or as well as those who are very confident at carving. Now, the heads tend to be physically larger than a balaclava or a base,
Yeah, I think
but
I
they're
may have,
actually quite snug
There you
on
go.
the inside because it's all
Yeah, cooking with
like,
Mama Iggy is
complete
ended,
foam,
guys. I'm
completely
sorry.
cased in. They're also very light. They're a little bit heavier than a balaclava, but not by much, not by any
I'm thinking about making this a
significant
thing though.
margin.
I'm thinking about making
They can
what
have
do
a
you call it?
moving jaw, but again, they tend to be
So that's the
a
thing.
little bit
That's the
finicky
thing.
to
That's, what do you
do.
call it?
They're
Every
also a
Friday.
little bit more clunky and not as
Little
reactive. You
cooking
can't get
thing.
a large amount of jaw
There
movement
you go, I
from
think
them,
it's
I find.
might be better that way.
The next method for heads are the base. A base is a head that's already been pre-made by another maker, which is why they're most commonly used by professional
Alright, I'm
makers.
just gonna go try it.
Bases are casted out of foam or resin
Alrighty.
and can be done in a wide variety of shapes and can be easily modified.
I'm watching it
modified
on my
a
other
lot
laptop
more,
that it's all
bulky
Windows
foam,
on too.
which gives them a lot more versatility. And because they're a base that's been casted, you kind of already know what they're going to look like versus trying to carve something from scratch. You already have the shape there for you. So, in my first, because then you know exactly what it's going to look like before you even fur it. The physical size difference between a balaclava and a bucket, it's in the medium, so it's a bit bigger than the balaclava method, but smaller than a bucket method. But despite this, despite being on the smaller side for a fursuit head, it's actually very roomy on the inside.
A few moments later.
It's actually probably the roomiest one of the bunch.
And I'm
because
over
it's
here.
all
I tried to
hollow
be
whereas
in the lobby with
bucket
everybody else,
right on
like
your
with a bunch of
face,
other
and the
people
bucket is much the same
watching
way
it,
it's
like who are
right
watching
here.
it on the video player that's
A
in
phone
the
base is actually
Yeah.
specific
hollow,
world
so you
for
have
this.
nice
Wait, where is
it
it?
doesn't
concave
look
Where is it
surface,
though?
on the inside of the mask, which
It's on a
I
hallway. It's on a
personally
hallway
find is a little bit
on
better for breathability. But again, it's a personal
in the
preference because
main
some
lobby.
people like
It's on a hallway. Like you know the
snug to their face. I like them to be a little bit further
staircase
away
that like
to
the
allow
other staircase,
more
not the
airflow.
escalators,
It's
the
also
other
easier
staircase.
to install a fan.
Alright.
Past the elevator, you turn a
Because
corner and
there's
then
room
down
for
that
the
way
air to
there's a hallway
circulate.
that leads to a
You
portal.
can't really install a
Looking to make a
fan
channel
on a
specifically for
balaclava
accounts to
or a
preemptively
bucket built
block.
head because there's no
So you
way
might wanna
for the
pay
air to
attention to that.
circulate.
I'm trying to go around.
Oh,
So, you know,
alright.
each has
Okay,
their
so it
own
does
pros and
not
cons,
lead
but
to the
there's
same
no
place.
right way or wrong
Yes,
way
it does.
doesn't.
Yes, it
to
does.
do it.
Well,
in
yeah,
terms
I guess,
of, like,
but-
picking
Is it in a
balaclava,
launch?
base, or bucket. Each one has
Yeah,
their
it's
own
in the
pros
main
and cons.
world.
There's no
There's a portal
one is
to
the
the
clear-cut winner. They
area
all
that
have
plays the
positives and
live stream.
negatives. My
There's
personal
North
preference
Tower,
is for base.
North
I
Tower
build all
Standard.
my heads on bases.
There's the suit.
Now-
There's the launch.
The one big positive for bases that no other head has is that they can be 3D
in
modeled and
launch?
printed and then molded from there.
It's in the
to
lounge,
be
yes.
Perfectly
I
symmetrical.
think. I don't know.
Which is fantastic because it's very difficult to make a head perfectly symmetrical when you're carving it. Now, professional makers can get very, very, very close, but it will never be as perfect as, say, what a computer can do when it's 3D printed.
Wow, ça veut dire qu'il faut que j'active ma cam.
Now, some bases can be designed specifically to have moving jaws. Like, for example, realistic heads have moving jaws. So, heads that are casted can be specifically modeled or designed to incorporate a moving jaw, which allows for more reliable movement when letting other people, when making heads for other people.
Oh, get it.
They can also be casted out of foam or resin. Now, they are the heaviest of the bunch, especially if you're casting out of resin. They're very heavy. But, again, they all have their pros and cons. Now, regardless of whether you are making a head with the bucket method or a balaclava, the methodology is relatively the same. Now, whenever you're carving a head, you're going to want, whether you have a base, or even if you're using a base, you're going to want to buy something called an Ed head. An Ed head is a anatomical human analog. Now, a lot of people say, well, can't I just go buy a wig head? Yes, you can technically go buy a wig head, but you do not want to build a first aid head on it. A wig head is just that. It's meant for displaying a wig. They're not accurate human analogs. They might look like a human head, but they're not sized correctly. A wig head is typically around 19 to 22, usually 19 to 21 inches around, measuring at the brow, whereas the average human head is around 22 to 24. So unless you're building a first aid head for a child,
I like how their goal was 10,000, they have 114,000.
Beautiful head,
Yo, this
spend all this
smashed it.
effort on, and then when you go to put it on, you're not going to be able to, it's not going to fit. Now, and Ed heads are expensive. So if you're going to be building more than one head, or if you're building a fursuit head for someone else, not for yourself, an Ed head is a must. Otherwise, you have to constantly try the head on and off while making it, which you should always do, but it's going to be a lot more tedious.
I just realized Shade the Bat
Ed
has
heads
a
can be
spot in the
purchased from
dealer's
a couple different
den.
companies depending on where you
No,
live
I
in the
didn't.
world.
It's,
There
it was
are
free. It's just you have
sold
to
by
just, you have
monster
to
makers
register.
in the US, which is actually the company that makes them. But Smooth On and Sculpture Supplies also sell them, and they'll sell you back around $75 US to $100 Canadian. And they come in two different styles: the Alana, and I believe the male is called Steve. I think. The Alana, which is the female one, is slightly smaller. It's about a 21 to 23 inch head, whereas the male is about 22 to 24 inch in terms of like how large of a head it fits. But you know, they all have their pros and cons. I think I'm gonna turn on my light possibly
Alright.
because the sun is starting to set, so it's getting a little dark. Give me 10 seconds.
20 minutes later.
I don't know if that actually made any visible difference, but in my mind it did at least. So, regardless of the methodology, whether you're doing a bucket or base, or a bucket or a balaclava, the methodology for actually carving a head is relatively the same. You'll want to buy
Me
1
trying
inch
to know
foam
where to
for
go
carving
without
the
never.
head. Now you can use thicker foams, but then you'll be shaving off more of it, rather than building up layers. There's, no right or wrong way. You can either, build up or shave down. There's, again, no right or wrong way. But 1 inch foam is cheaper, which is why most people tend to use it for carving a head base. As for where you can buy
this
it,
entire
you
thing's
can
gonna be
actually buy
mostly
a
just
roll
live
of
streams.
upholstery, a 1 inch upholstery foam from Walmart for about 15
So they
to
can
18
do it across multiple
dollars,
instances.
Canadian. So you'll want to cut out all these pieces on 1 inch foam. And now I've drawn up a rough template of roughly what those different pieces look like.
This is not
If we look at
ramming
the muzzle
hour.
piece here, that is...
If only everybody had a
what
PC and
really the
Neos
muzzle.
VR, then they could
But
do
you
it
can't just carve
really
two
well.
of these and slam them together. It needs to have width. So that's why you need a piece that goes down the middle. And that goes essentially at the top here, sandwiching...
Sadly, I don't have enough Bitcoin to buy myself a PC, because I need 0.1
now,
Bitcoin.
depending on what animal you're making, these shapes will change. Like, the ear shape will change.
Not
the cheek
0.08.
shape will change. The muzzle shape will change. Now, the drawing that I have here is roughly for a
Even though I do
canine,
5,000 right now
just
in
because
Bitcoin. I just
it's the quickest...
can't transfer because I don't have
example I can
0.1.
make. Also, canines are the most popular, so, teaching someone how to make a canine fursuit, I'm going to be able to hit a large number of you rather than saying, this is how you make an axolotl. I'm going to hit no one. I'm going to hit, like, maybe one person if I had, like, a large watching or follower count. I can't word right now. Now, for the muzzle, for this is a canine, you'll want to cut 2 pieces out of 1 inch foam.
I was hoping
now,
the panels
with
would
this,
be
you
in,
won't
like,
need to mirror it because
worlds,
you
though.
can just...
Like, that's what I was
So,
hoping,
there's
but
no
I guess
left,
you
there's no
can't
right
hope
or
No,
for
wrong.
that much.
Like if you look at my stream right now, you can see like
You'll need to cut one of the
It's,
muzzle in the middle,
it's on
which is the part
internet.
that basically determines
It's a live
how
stream.
wide the muzzle is. You can play with the shape of these in order to create a wide variety
I
of
mean,
animals and
otherwise,
species.
like, how do you think they would have
Now,
done it?
the muzzle bridge.
I know,
is a
like,
piece
it would've
that
been really
goes- if
hard.
we go back
Like, they would have to have
here.
exact
So,
copies.
this,
Like, you would either have to have
precise.
multiple
So,
instances of VRChat running in all the
can I draw
instances,
on this?
or
I don't know how
do this,
Google Slides works.
or like have
Point.
clones of them
Okay,
playing in
Okay.
every instance.
How can I not
So,
connect?
where is my tablet? Here we go.
Also, yeah, the stream went offline for a second there towards the beginning for me.
The muzzle piece is
Okay.
this piece right here. It's the part
Like-
of the
like this
mouth
live
that
stream
actually,
on the website.
forms the curve around the face.
Yeah.
Now, whenever you're going to be making the all the pattern pieces here, it's all going to be very two-dimensional.
The heck
which
do
is
you
why you're
want?
going to want to either cut multiples of them or cut
Dang, somebody knocked on my door and ran downstairs.
thicker foam and then carve it down so that it becomes round like this when it's done. Because in the beginning, it's all just going to be very flat and two-dimensional. But your muzzle piece are the 2 pieces here. The muzzle bridge is this middle part here. It's the top flat part. And the what did I call it? The muzzle bridge is this little triangle right here. That basically creates this nice sloping effect. If you don't have that, it's gonna be you're gonna have a very straight drop from forehead to muzzle, and it's not going to look natural. So this little triangle piece is exceptionally important for how small it is. Then of course you have your eyebrows, which go at the eyebrows. You'll want to put them on either side of the muzzle bridge right there. Oops, sorry, I went too far.
I'm just gonna hide them.
And you'll glue them essentially above your actual eyebrows. Now,
Where do I put myself though?
so they'll be like, obviously here. And they'll want to
Here seems
go
good.
down quite a
Alright.
bit because they need to connect into the cheek itself.
Myself
So
there.
which
Alright.
brings me to the next point. Oh gosh, I'm flipping all over the place. So your cheek shape is quite a specific shape. And
Yeah,
the
this
reason
one
why it
just-
has this
oh
little
my gosh, my
indentation
voice,
right
man.
here
Sheesh.
is because this is what creates the smile or the expression on the fursuit. So by controlling the angle
Hi, what's
and
up?
depth of this,
It's,
we can make
my gal
a
or-
character look
Why
angry
did
or
it-
sassy
Why
or
did it show that? Why is it showing this?
so
What the
if we
hell?
want a really
I don't know.
big happy character, we obviously
Wait,
make this
what?
much
I'm having technical
bigger
difficulties.
and deeper. If we
I
want
think
a,
I messed
a
up on
more
some parts.
angry character, we
First
bring
I'm
it
making one
down more.
They were
What is happening?
watching.
Look here.
What the
so
heck's going on here? They're trying to fix it, I can tell.
You
They're trying to fix
can
it.
see it's
They're
glitching.
in-depth
You
here.
can see it's
So,
like glitching.
with a foam
Like,
piece,
what do you want to
it's
do?
actually cut out. So this is negative space, which means there's nothing there. But on a casted foam
I don't know.
piece,
I know
an
it's not me.
indentation.
It's
So
literally
this
not
is
me.
actually
It's
It's
like
them,
I don't
it's
know.
them.
It's
They're having
them.
technical
This is one
difficulties.
part of
For real.
cutting of the
No,
pieces
there's
that you
no
want to
3
take extra
dots.
care to, because
There's
this
no
is the
3
one that
dots.
controls
This is
the
because
expression of the
they
character.
glitched out or something.
Then the reason why
Is
it
They're
is
showing
there
the
a
wrong
way?
thing. They're showing the wrong
here
thing. Their
is that
OBS
it
is
can
messing
actually
up. Their OBS has gone rogue.
to,
Oh my
going
gosh,
back
what
here.
is happening?
So
Um,
the cheek part goes to about here on the
Their
Right.
OBS has gone rogue. Oh, it's back.
and it ends here, and then we're
Yes.
going to create two
They
long
fixed it.
thin pieces. They're going to be the sides of the jaw, right here, and then we're going to have a
oh, you're
flat
watching my
centerpiece,
live stream?
which is going to create the actual bottom of the jaw. So
Oops, my bad.
otherwise, it's
For
just
some
going to
reason,
be
I just like.
straight, and you're gonna have no bottom jaw. It's just gonna fall through space,
There
and
you
it's gonna look very silly. You're gonna look like you have mandibles, you know, like an insect. Which, I mean, if you're making an insect, cool. If you're making a dog, not so much. So you'll want to cut two cheeks, you know, one for each side, and then you'll want to cut two of the sides of the jaw, but only one of the actual bottom of the jaw itself, which is indicated here. Then, of course, you want to do your nose, and this is the one piece that you'll definitely want to carve out of a thicker foam, you know, probably like a 2-inch foam or 3-inch foam, and you'll carve it down and round it to the actual shape of the creature that you want it to be, cat, dog, whatever have you. And you'll glue it all on.
There's
Then,
a
of
main
course, you have
stage.
your ears, and if you have a bucket, you'll actually be gluing it. Sorry, if you have a balaclava, you'll be gluing it directly to the balaclava itself.
Oh my gosh!
Whereas
Yo, I
with a
found out.
bucket,
I
you'll
found
be
out
gluing it
something.
to the whole base.
Found what?
All right.
And once you have everything,
Now I
cut
know where to
out,
go. Now I
you're
know
gonna
where to go.
Glue
All
everything,
right.
of course, and then you can carve it. So carving is
There,
very
there.
simple. You're going to take a pair of scissors, and you're going to slowly trim around.
Why did you go to a private world of it?
And then
Yeah,
by
we could go
doing
to a
that,
private
you're going to
world.
slowly round out the shape. Now, with the cheeks and the muzzle, you'll probably want to cut out a second copy of the muzzle, but you'll want to cut it out smaller than the first one, so that you can get that nice curve.
Like, you're just streaming it on
And of course,
Streamlabs
you'll want
OBS.
to try it on as you're creating it to ensure a proper fit. Sorry if I'm rushing through this. I want to try and get everything in the 1 hour that we have. So it's a lot to go over. 1 hour that we have. So it's a lot to go over, but I will take questions at the end. Once you have your head all carved out and you're happy with the shape, the next part is to either create the eyes or go straight to duct taping. There's no right or wrong way to do it. I usually make my eyes and install them before I duct tape, but you can do it afterwards. In this particular example, which is actually a head that I did, I carved the eyes, I made the eyes afterwards.
There you go.
But you'll want to duct tape the entire head. Now, some people are like, well, if I duct tape the head,
Hey.
I'm going to pull the foam off. Yes?
I forgot.
And it doesn't matter.
I forgot about that.
Now, a lot of people panic about that because you're going to be ripping possibly
You're
bits
just like,
of
here,
foam
let's take
whenever
a
you
look here
take
quick.
the duct tape pattern off. So, which is
I
why
was
it's
in a
important
newsie.
to you go slowly, and in my case, use cheap, shitty
now
duct
saying
tape
activate
because they're
Windows,
your
damn
best
it.
friend. Because it
got
doesn't
to
stick very
pirate
well, so it's not
Windows.
going to rip the foam. And even if it does rip a little bit of the foam, you can either re-glue it down, fix the
Like
shape,
they always do.
or if it's really only a small tiny bit, it's not going to affect the furring, so it doesn't matter.
Sit in a chair. Oh.
So once you do so, you're going to duct tape the entire head. If you are doing a bucket, you'll want to
Can you
duct
not
tape,
sit in chairs? What?
obviously,
I was able to
the
sit in a
head,
chair.
The back
can't?
of the skull, the face
Oh, there's
itself,
somebody.
and the neck. So
Oof.
you can either duct tape it all at once
Oh,
or duct
alright.
tape it in sections. There's
Get
no
scared for
way
2
Higher quality.
seconds.
wrong to do it. I tend to tape the back of the head and neck, which is called
Too
the
bad
hood.
the video player doesn't work in
and
Quest. I
then,
mean, they could have at
you know,
least
for
made it
and
so it's
attach
like
it.
like
There's
the
no
fucking
right or wrong way in terms
karaoke
of the
world where
order
it
of
plays
things.
the
As long
video
as
through
you do
it.
it, doesn't matter the order.
integrates it.
So you'll duct tape the entire head, or half of the design is symmetrical. If you're using a casted base, the base itself is likely to be symmetrical, so you only need to duct tape half of the head. or if the design is symmetrical. If you did a carved head base, you'll 100% want to duct tape the entire thing, because even if it looks symmetrical to you, the actual pattern pieces will not be symmetrical, because it's, you know, it's actually going to look symmetrical as you think it does. And the pieces will vary very slightly, you know, between the left and the right side of the face. You'll want to mark the fur direction. Now, fur has a pile, so that means that the fur will lay in one certain way, and if you push it back the other way, it'll eventually fall back to the way it was originally done on the backing. I'm not sure if that makes sense the way I've described it, but you'll have to bear with me.
No, it does look
So
good.
you'll want to mark the fur direction, and the fur will flow on a face in a different way than it will, say, on the paws or the body. So it's very important to, you know, understand how fur looks on animals. If you're ever unsure which direction the fur should be facing on a fursuit, go look up a picture of the animal that you're trying to mimic and take a look at how the flows on their body. In the case of a head, it will flow from the nose heading back towards the back of the skull, and then on the cheeks it will go back, and then it will slowly go down, like so.
Alright, so it goes down.
I'm drawing arrows, not that it makes sense the way I'm doing it with my laser pointer. So it's very important to mark the fur direction. Otherwise, you don't want to start patterning and cutting out your fur and then realize you have it backwards and then be like, oh crud, I've wasted all this time and all this material, because fur is quite expensive. Now, I also highly recommend marking not just the fur direction and the actual markings of the character, but the seams itself. That indicates where you should be cutting things, because if you just put a seam, not pay attention to your seams, you will have a seam
too much effort to me.
in a really bad spot where it'll be super visible on the final product. So controlling where you put your seams can make a very, well, seamless looking head. I personally tend to put my seams right here, where the muzzle meets the cheek, here where the top of the cheek meets the bottom of the jaw, the back of the cheek to indicate the curve, this is called a dart, the top of the eyebrow to indicate a curve, which is a dart, and yeah. So then I have I have 1 piece, 2 piece, 3 piece, 4 piece. I can get my face done in 4 pieces, depending on how you pattern it, and that's 4 seams rather than 40 seams, which makes a big difference, especially when you're working with short-piled furs, or working with, for example, scaly creatures like lizards and dragons, where you want to make it out of, say, minky or fleece, for example, rather than fur. Then, of course, you'll want to draw your markings, and with an asymmetrical character, you'll have to keep close mind that the left is the right and the right is the left. Because when you make your pattern, you need to flip it. So the left piece becomes the right piece, and the right piece becomes the left. Otherwise, you're going to end up with the wrong side. It might be a little tricky, but for those who've done any sort of sewing, it'll make sense. And the best way to find out is trial and error. And looking up tutorials. Speaking of which, there are a plethora of fursuit making tutorials out there, but for those who are just getting into it, there's a really solid tutorial out there called Mattresses, which is done by, well, Mattresses, the fursuit maker.
Dude, your lips smacking.
This tutorial, I haven't looked at it in a long time, so it's probably out of date, as a lot of new techniques and materials have come on the scene in terms of fursuit making. It's still a very solid tutorial, as it gives you a lot of the foundation that you need for building a fursuit. And it covers the entire thing, from head to tail to paws to feet, everything you need to get started. I think they also give you some indications as to where you can buy materials as well, but I can't recall. It's been quite a while. Now, you'll obviously want to label. You can't just draw the markings and be like, hey, cool. You'll want to be like, hey, this marking is brown, this marking is white. Otherwise, when you actually start cutting out all your pieces, you're going to be like, what is this weird squiggly line? I don't understand what the shape is, and I don't understand what part of the face it's for. So, labeling everything is very important. Once you've got everything labeled out, you can cut it all out, and you can begin sewing it. Now, with with pieces like the cheek and the muzzle and the eyebrows, they're curved, so you can't just cut out the duct tape and squish it on the fabric and call it a day.
is attending it.
For any piece of the fabric of the duct tape that doesn't lie flat, you'll want to cut just a straight line into it.
I miss the integration though.
So
I feel
when it
sad.
opens up, it becomes like a
Fuck.
Pac-Man.
How did
So
I
if you draw
miss
a
this?
circle and you cut a line into it,
Because I was
and you push
asleep.
it down on the fabric, it becomes like a Pac-Man shape.
I
So that
didn't really,
whenever
I
you're sewing it
didn't
back,
know where
you
I was supposed to
indicate
be
that those
at
two
to watch
pieces
this.
have
Yeah,
to join,
true.
and that
Ceremony
creates a
invite.
curve, and that's called a dart. So the darts are extremely important.
So I was sitting in the
You want
main
them
room.
obviously on your face, typically around the cheeks, the muzzle, and the eyebrows.
Yeah.
On, for example, tails. If you have like
Yeah,
big
for real.
tails,
Like, it-
you know
there's
that
something going
those
on.
big curves are important unless you're cutting each piece segmented. So on and so forth. But
Things were not like
darts are
100%
extremely
clear
important into,
on how to
doing
get
the
there
curve.
and
So
all.
once you have
I
all of
know.
your pattern pieces cut
It's a
out and
mess.
you've made sure that the
Yeah.
fur direction is correct, you can do something called pre-shaving. So if you're working with a 1.5 inch
It was still
style
doable.
fur,
It's just
you'll
things were not
typically
clear.
want to shave it down just a little bit, just so it's a little bit easier to see where
Plus,
the
they meant for it to be on
markings are, where the
Quest
seams
too, but you
are,
can't
in order to get
see
things
video
to
on
line
Quest
up
unless you
whenever you're
integrate it
sewing.
into the world.
True.
And speaking of
True.
sewing,
Very
They didn't
true.
integrate it, they used a fucking video player.
the wrong way. I typically recommend hand sewing any small markings, just
Next
spots
year they
or
better
small
do
stripes,
So right now,
more.
guys, for the
and then
people
machine
that
turn
are
very large
wondering what is going on, it's basically it's the
What was I
panel
going to
for
say next?
Fruit Making 101.
I've just completely lost my train of thought.
So if you guys are
Derp-a-derp,
curious,
derp-a-derp. So what can I talk about next?
I'll play some
yes.
those soon. I gotta download a
because
skin
as a
onto,
pilot,
onto my other
whenever you
laptop,
are
like an
cutting out
skin
and joining
onto my other laptop.
your
and
pieces, you'll
such,
want to make sure
because
that
I don't
you
like
tuck
the
all of
standard
fur
skin
in.
for O's.
You can't just be like A side plus B side equals shove into machine.
What's funny though is my
because if you
the
do that
Vista
without
laptop I'm
tucking all the
using.
fur in the seams,
Yep.
you'll end up
Works
with
better than the
very
2018
big,
laptop
very
I have.
visible streams that will the seams, they'll be very bumpy and they
Like
won't
there's
go
some games the
flat.
2018 laptop can play
So
that one
tucking all
can't,
the
but it
fur
can, but
into
that
the
one can
seam
play us
itself
better
when
than the
sewing it will help
2018 one
create a
can.
small,
Okay.
thin seam that's not going to be very visible.
yo, what's up, NECA Play?
And of course, you'll want to
How you doing?
trim it down. So if you give yourself a seam allowance and you sew down,
Playing
you may
VRCHAT
want to trim it
today.
down so it'll help it lay it flatter whenever you're
And
gluing down
yeah,
the
there's a
head.
free convention going on apparently on
So extra
VRCHAT.
tip
So
for you.
yeah.
Sorry if my brain isn't
Not really
working well
convention,
today.
more or
This
less
panel
just
was put
watching a
together
live
very
stream
quickly,
with a
and
bunch of
now
other
I'm
people.
pooping it out super fast. So
Yeah,
it's
kind of.
It's not the first time I've done this
They-
panel though,
I mean,
so I'm not
Yeah,
completely at a
they
loss, but it has
found a
been
way
a while.
to make it better.
Since,
Yep.
Yep. And normally I'm talking to an audience,
They
so I
didn't-
have
they
you know
didn't
some
put-
crowd
like,
interaction.
they didn't
and
start
can
working
build off
on
them,
it
and they
soon
can
enough.
remind me of things
Yeah,
that
I
I've
know.
forgotten or ask questions.
They just sort of threw
Doing
everything
live
together
streams
in
is
like
a
the
little bit
last
tricky,
few weeks.
So please bear with me. So pre-shaving, your pattern pieces can help you see where your seams line up and help make sure
There's
the
3
markings
minutes
look the way
left. I'm
you
gonna
want
go
to
and play
before you
us
actually
quick,
glue
and then I'm
it
gonna hop back
onto
on
the head.
VRChat.
Pre-shaving is not required, but it does make your life a little bit easier.
Oh, it is a
when shaving, you definitely
convention.
want to use a
It's like the definition
a
of
good
it is
razor. You
like
definitely use a cut clipper, but I'll get to that in a
a
bit.
gathering of 2 to
Um,
more people.
Once you have all of your stuff sewn down, you can test fit it to the head, see how you're doing.
About
and
what
then if you
subject?
haven't already,
So it
you
is a
can move on to
convention.
making the eyes. Now, a lot of people are familiar with the terminology 2D and 3D eyes or follow me eyes, and
Yep,
those
follow me
basically
eyes,
indicate
boys.
basically whether an eye is static, where it's in a fixed position where it's always looking forward, or a follow me eye where it has the optical illusion where it looks like it's looking at every single person in the room. Those are done simply by an optical illusion. Miles of
You got
Fox
it,
and
guys?
Secure
Yeah.
Bag ×1. I don't know what that is, but thank you, I think. I don't know what that is, I'm afraid. I don't know. This is my first time streaming on TikTok. I know nothing.
Wait, he's streaming on TikTok? What?
So vision is through the eye, so it's very important to have a very good quality mesh. Now, a
People
lot of
stream on
people, when you
TikTok?
go look up tutorials online or start asking people how to
Bro.
make fursuits or whatever have you,
What?
all of them will tend to say the same thing.
That's why
Make
there's
your eyes
tons
like
of
buckram,
lags
which is a
and
big
everything.
no-no.
Like TikTok?
Buckram
Serious?
is cheap, it's accessible, and you can't see shit out of it. Which is why you don't want to use it.
We're going to Twitch or YouTube.
Buckram eyes have very, very
Platform
small
is way
holes,
more
and they're
supported.
very, very close together. So it allows some vision through, but the vision is very limited and it's very tinted. So it's not advised. Now, the only good thing about Buckram is that anyone with a home printer can print directly onto the mesh because it is there's so much fabric, because the holes are so small and they're so close together that ink will actually take to it. But for anyone who actually wants to see out of their heads, I recommend a good mesh material. Now, the two most popular ones are something called Ida cloth, which is usually made out of vinyl. This is what a lot of professional makers use. And the next one is window screen for those who can't get a hold of Ida cloth. Window screen, like literally the screen in your windows. You can buy them at Walmart, Home Depot, pretty much any hardware store for like $20. You get a shit ton of it, and it's very easy to work with. All you need to do is layer it where the grid faces one way and then the grid faces the other way, so that it creates a diamond. Which basically, helps block out people from seeing directly into you, and it gives the paint more surface area to adhere to. And then you just simply paint it the way you normally would with Buckram eyes or Ida cloth eyes. And then, of course, you can also print the eyes. Now, printing eyes is a little bit more of an advanced technique, and if you're printing on Ida cloth or similar type materials, you'll either want to get them professionally by, like some sort of local graphics design company, or get a really, really expensive printer. They're like $4,000. Or do, what was it called, supplemental inking. But that's a topic for another day. So after you've painted the actual eyes, you're going to want an encasement. That's the whites of the eye, so the sclera. Because you paint only the iris and the pupil, which is the colored parts of the eye. Now, the encasement can be made out of foamies, which is most common for first-time fursuit builders, as well as plastic or resin, or even 3D printed. And those can be done in 2D or 3D. With a 3D eye, you need to have more pieces to it. So with a 2D eye, where is my laser pointer? Here we go. So with a 2D eye, it is quite literally just a flat plane, and you will basically put the casement over, the side of it, so only the pupil and iris is showing. And the pupil and iris will tend to be off-centered to slightly one side, so that it's looking forward or looking to the left or looking to the right, whatever expression you want on your final suit. With a follow me eye, the pupil has to be directly in the middle, and there has to be a depth between the actual bottom of the eyes and the sides of the eyes, because that creates the 3D follow me effect.
They're on the side, it's
Whereas
gonna look weird as fuck.
Just a flat pane.
So they're gonna follow from like the right or the
there are
left
plenty
side.
of fursuit making tutorials on how to build eyes. So I'm not going to go a super in-depth tutorial on it, but just know that putting your pupil and iris directly in the center for a follow me eye is very important, as that helps create the follow me effect. As simply just putting a 3D encasement around a 2D eye will not really give you the effect you're after. And then afterwards you can install the eyes.
Feels like just watching a live stream.
Again, you can install the eyes before duct taping it or after duct taping it. There is no right or wrong way to do it. I typically tend to install my eyes first and then duct tape them. But in this particular example that I did, I duct taped the head first and then installed the eyes. There's no right or wrong way. It's literally just a preference thing. Yeah. So, once you have all of your pattern pieces cut out and the eyes are installed, you will add those where they need to, assemble them, and sew them together, pre-shaving any pieces that are very, very long, if desired. Test fit it, and then you'll glue it down. I typically tend to do all of the face first, gluing it down, shaving it, and then making the back of the head.
The furry convention.
Là, il écrit ça. T'as juste un bit qui vient dans mon stream, qui fait ses plats de ton crise de stream. Mathieu.
But for
Il y a des sur
anyone
Twitch écrit
who
plats de ton
is
crise de stream.
making a fursuit head, you'll typically want to
Pourquoi tu
shave at
stream ça?
least
Parce que,
this
man,
part,
je stream ça parce que tu
pre-shaving it.
gosses. C'est pour te
The
faire
rest of
chier, je
the,
sais, ça me
you
tape
know,
ses
this
nerfs,
part
c'est ça que je
upwards where it goes into the bridge or the back of the cheeks, you don't really need to pre-shave that, as you'll be able to gradually
La prof, ça fait
shave it where it looks
exactement
like a
20
more
minutes qu'elle fait des
natural,
présences.
Shit.
flow from the short to the long fur,
C'est dans le cours.
versus, you know, if you'd shave the entire thing.
Man, c'est long.
But you can also cheat it a lot by just
Elle a dit qu'elle
having
allait-
a short pile
Elle
first,
nous entend pas.
which is what
Elle a
most
dit-
makers do.
Oh
We
my God.
tend,
Dans un cours,
most
c'est pas ça.
makers like myself, we tend to buy a short pile
Yann, il a mis le rap
fur,
japonais.
like a beaver or a teddy or a bunny fur, which are tend to be around a ½ inch to 1 inch pile furs. And we'll usually cut the muzzle and the bottom jaw out of these fur pieces. So we have less shaving to do, and it looks a little bit
Demande-moi
neater,
pas,
a
man,
little
je
bit
stream
cleaner, a
ça
little bit more
parce que,
professional.
genre, t'as plein de monde qui
As
souhaite
for
être là, fait que
shaving,
si je me suis dit, je vais
you'll want to
record
use
ça,
head
puis
clippers
éventuellement, il y aura du monde qui va checker.
to
Là, sur
shave the
YouTube, il y a
head.
pas
And
mal de
you'll
monde
want
qui
to
est invité
go
tantôt.
slowly, take your time, especially if this is your first time. You don't want to try to rush it and then end up with a bald spot that's going to be another thing to repair, which is, you can repair bald spots. Wow, words. Now, I highly recommend using a guard, which are the little plastic or metal clips that go over the blade themselves. They basically stop the clipper from cutting any shorter than what the guard physically allows by physically distancing the blades from the fur that you're cutting. So I highly recommend using clipper blades while you're still learning. You know, more professional makers or more experienced makers won't use the guards at all, or very little. I will only typically use them if I'm cutting really long fur and I just want to pre-shave it, or if I need it to be all a very specific length of fur. But once you're happy with the shaving, and you're happy with gluing everything down, then you can go on to making the ears and the back of the head. If you haven't already.
There's 4 people watching me right now. Damn,
Then after
man.
that, you have to clean up the head. So this is where
What's up,
you
peeps?
clean up the shaving.
What up?
After you're satisfied with everything that's been glued down.
Come to
You
stream,
add
boys.
the eyeliner, which is the little black
6
that goes
people.
over the eyes themselves. Otherwise, it looks very strange. So right here, there is no little black eyeliner around the eyes, so it's just raw edge of the fur plus the raw edge of the plastic, which isn't very clean looking. It's not very nice looking. So you'll just want to add like a little bit of fleece or a little bit of felt around the top part of the eyes here. Around the top part of the eyes here to get that look. You don't need to go all the way around unless you want to make a very goth-looking character.
Il fait un fake raid.
But yeah.
Il spam les emotes.
Then you can add the
Sick
teeth and the
of
tongue
me.
if you haven't already.
Bruh.
Teeth can be either sculpted out of clay, they can be sculpted out of fleece or minky. You can actually pattern and create teeth out of fleece or minky just by simply drawing it and stuffing it. They're a little bit tricky to do. I don't personally like doing them. I tend to do my teeth out of 3D printed PLA or resin. In this particular case, these teeth are 3D printed. And then you'll just simply glue them, or in the case of teeth that are
On va activer
sewn,
les
you'll
sound
want
effects.
to
On va activer
sew
les sound
them to
effects.
the bottom of the jaw. And then you'll want to install the nose if you haven't done it already. I typically install my nose afterwards. So in this head, you can see that there is no nose here, which looks very silly, of
Les gars, vous
course,
comprenez, là?
at this particular
Si vous voulez
stage.
faire une petite tête
But
de
I
fursuit,
carved
là.
mine, when I have my base, where is the raw picture of the base? Here we go. So in this particular
If it
base,
doesn't update,
I
come
cut
on.
off the nose, I fur the entire
Va
head,
t'entraîner sur ces gars. C'est pas à ça,
and
c'est pas à ça
then
finalement.
I later repattern the nose, and then I sew it back onto the top like so.
Ouais, les
There's
gars,
no
finalement, le
particular
gars, il a
reason why
demandé
you
si c'était
should
correct
or
pour la semaine
shouldn't do
prochaine à
this.
6 go.
I just like to.
Oui.
The reason
Ouais.
why I like to do so is because
vrai,
for
c'était
making
censé être
pickable noses, the
Ouais.
ones
Man,
where
moi,
you
je pensais
can
que c'était
stick your
une game
finger
durant la
right
semaine
into
de
the good old
relâche.
nostrils.
Genre,
I find it's a little bit easier this way because then you can take it off, carve it the way you
Just,
want,
man, c'est
pattern
vrai,
it
j'ai
the way
fait
you
ça.
want, and then stick it on.
Mais non, ça c'est peut-être
Because otherwise, trying to
vendredi
pattern it
prochain.
while it's glued all
Mais
to
tu sais, je
bed,
travaille à
I
soir
find
pis
it a
tout,
little bit
fait
tricky because you're trying to glue.
Moi, ça
pattern
fait
Est-ce que
mon
vous pouvez
Ouais, on regarde
vous
le
this
film
muter?
big
soir,
versus
Manu.
something that's
Bruh.
this big.
Oh,
So
ouais,
it's easier to do, patterning something smaller in terms of being able to move it around.
Fuck you.
And then you can also play around the
Thanks,
placement.
Manu.
And if you don't like it, it's easier to be like, no, I
Oh,
don't like this
yeah.
nose. I'm going to repattern it, or I'm going to make a new nose,
Damn.
whatever have you. At this point, you clean up the
Alright.
shaving. You install the eyes,
there's a
nose,
bunch of
the
people
teeth,
right now watching me. What
so
the
the
fuck?
eyeliner, the nose, the teeth, the tongue,
There
all that,
is
and your head is
freaking
basically done.
around 10
Now,
people
an optional thing that you can do
on YouTube and Twitch at
is
the
you
same
can
time.
install the lining
That's
if you
pretty
haven't
great.
done
That's
so
pretty great.
already.
It's pretty alright.
Because you can install the
Pretty
lining
alright.
at any stage. I typically install it right at the beginning. So this black piece here, this is the actual lining. So I duplicate this lining out of fur, and then I sew the two pieces together, and that becomes the actual lining, so that the lining and the fur itself are perfectly matched, and there's no bunching or anything like that. You can also just buy a balaclava, and you can sew it into the head, which is a very quick and dirty way to make lining on fursuit heads, which is also why people still tend to build their heads directly on a balaclava, because the lining is already there for you, so it's it saves a step. That's not to say that you won't want to wear a balaclava underneath a fursuit head anyways, because a balaclava you can take out, throw in the washing machine, and you can keep your head clean and a little bit sweaty free. Let's see what's next. The bodysuits. So, with a bodysuit, people probably have heard this terminology before, but not everyone might know it. There is digigrade and plantigrade. A digigrade suit has foam or polyfill padding, which helps mimic the shape of the desired animal. And every animal is different, so shaping is important. Whereas plantigrade, there is no padding, so it is human anatomy, which you can see here by this photo I pulled off the internet. Regardless of whether you're doing a digigrade bodysuit or a plantigrade bodysuit, you're going to want to make a duct tape dummy. Duct tape dummies should be made on old clothes, and you'll want a friend because you can't reach every part of your body, no matter how skinny and flexible you think you are. Now, the reason why I recommend making a DT on old clothes is because a lot of makers or a lot of people say, oh, go make it on a painter suit. Is because a painter suit, they tend to be made out of either basically paper or very, very thin plastic, and they'll tend to rip or tear. Same reason why you never want to make it on paper itself or on garbage bags, because it doesn't have the strength you need. Because you have to think about it from the maker's perspective, unless you're building your own suit. You have to be able to stuff this D2D to the bursting point with foam or with polyfill. And you have to be able to pick it up and throw it around, because you're going to be picking up and moving this thing a lot. So you will want your DT to be fairly sturdy, which is why I recommend making it on clothes. So go sacrifice some clothes to the furry gods, and conduct a terrifying ritual with your friend where they duct tape your entire body as if it's some BDSM ritual. And you'll want to label your DTD, label it front, back,
Some
etc.
BDSM ritual? What the fuck?
And put a little X at above your tailbone where the tail is going to be if you're doing a plantigrade bodysuit. A digigrade, the placement will be a little bit different depending on whether you're doing a drop crotch or a regular digigrade. So, if you're just making a plantigrade bodysuit, you can actually completely carve up and destroy this DTD and pattern directly onto the DTD. So, with a DTD, with a bodysuit, the fur on your body will flow down from your shoulders to the wrists, flow down from the neck down towards the crotch, and down towards the legs. So it's very important to mark your fur direction. So you mark your fur direction, number one step, you draw your markings, you label your markings, and then for plantigrade bodysuit, you can actually cut the DTD up right away, and you can assemble it and sew it. This is a random image tutorial that I found online, but it details all the steps very simple. You make your DTD, you draw the markings you have, you cut out your pattern pieces, you sew on the zipper, you assemble it, you turn it inside out, you put it on, and you have a good time. A digigrade bodysuit is a lot more work because you actually have to carve out a shape out of foam first. And different animals have different shapes. A tiger or a lion will have a different placement of where their knees and the back of their legs are compared to, say, a lizard or a dragon or a dog. They all have different anatomy. So this is a random image that I found offline, and it can show immediately how the different ones, whereas this drop crotch anatomy would work really well for, say, like a hamster or an otter. This is your more common, feline, canine shape. Your lizards, they don't have very much padding on the legs and the knees, but they have really big feet. Fawns, their paddings are up higher. They tend to be thinner, harder angles. Each animal has a different shape. So it's important to look up pictures of the animal that you're trying to mimic or the species that you're trying to mimic before you start carving your foam pieces. And just like the head, you'll want to carve it out of foam, but in this case you can glue or tape the carved foam pieces directly to your duct tape dummy. This way they don't move around a lot while you're trying to pattern them. Once you are happy with the shape, you can then retape the duct tape dummy. So what I typically do is I go get saran wrap, and I saran wrap the entire DTD with the new foam padding on top of it, and then I duct tape that. And this way I can remove
8 hours later.
So once you are satisfied with the shape of your foam padding, you're going to saran wrap the entire thing, and then you're going to duct tape that saran wrap shape of your whole body. This way you have the ability to mount your finished bodysuit right on top of the DTD. This way you can show it off.
They're just showing the live stream in the server. They're not showing somebody like standing there watching the stream in VRChat.
Duct tape these pieces again. But instead of this time making them out of fur, you're going
There's
to
none
make
of them
them
doing
out of, say, fleece. Or
one's
like
in windowed mode having it play. Two are in full screen on the server.
There are other ways to do it, but for new makers, this is
so I'm like the only guy who's actually
now, those
like
are called
in VRChat showing it.
There are other
From
ways
what I
to
can
go
tell,
about
yes.
making the padding, but that is the simplest way for new makers. So once
other people are probably
you've got
streaming it,
everything
but they're
all
probably not
happy,
really showing
you
the screen.
basically duct tape the entire thing. You cut it out of fur, you mark, label everything, and you sew it up just as you would
Just because I try to find
the head
it, that's
and any
why.
other piece of the body.
Am I alone here?
And it's all
Yes,
easy
you are.
peasy lemon squeezy. The next part is the tail, which
Yeah, you went to
is
invite.
the easiest part of the tail, easiest part of the suit to make. You want to make a dog tail? Very easy. You take some pattern piece, you draw the shape of the canine tail exactly the way you want it, then you simply cut it out of fur. You will, of course, label, it A side and B side. You'll need to flip it. This way you have a left and a right.
Second, like, do slash
fur
Donald
direction.
You know that
the
this
fur
guy,
will always flow from the base of the tail to the tip of
like
the
I've
tail.
known him for quite a bit, and he's like
and you'll want to, label
the Donald
the
Duck
colors,
voice actor.
etc. Say you have a brown spot here, you draw the brown spot, you label it brown.
It's literally Donald Duck voice
so on
actor
and forth.
in Norway.
And it's very simple. You basically are just going to cut two of these, mirror them, one out of, side A and one out of side B, and you're going to sandwich them together, and you're going to sew it all up.
Oh wait, it's not what I wanted.
And then you're going to close it. Now, one thing that you can do is you can take a piece of 1-inch foam
Oh, I wouldn't
and
invite
you can
him.
cut out a circle and put it in between the two halves, and that creates this round shape for you. and you can put your belt loops onto that foam piece. Alternatively, you can actually just sew it directly up and then sew belt loops directly over top. Belt loops are typically just, done with elastic. Usually use like a 1-inch elastic, and you sew it directly onto the fur or onto the foam with a piece of like minky or fleece in between it, to make it a little bit nice. And you stuff it, of course, and it's very, very easy to make a tail, very quick to make a tail. You can make a tail in like 30 minutes, an hour, depending on the complexity. Longer, obviously, if it's crazy designs. But it's very simple. So if anyone wants to get into fursuit making, the first thing I recommend people is to make a tail, because it's the fastest thing to make, the cheapest thing to make, and the quickest to make. And if you make mistakes or fuck it up completely, it's not a big loss of time or money.
I made a tail before.
Next are paws. There are a couple different kinds of paws.
You
have your puppy paws, which are probably the most common and most popular.
32 people in that lobby.
Also
Let's go. Let's fucking do this. Let's fucking do this. I don't want to be alone in my world. It's kind of sad. There's gotta be so many people. Hello.
Oh, I totally forgot what they are. A dark trooper.
I'm not going to be talking about monster paws and hoof paws today, just because we're running out of time. But we will talk about puppy paws and sandwich paws, starting with sandwich paws.
Dude, I made a
sandwich
puppy
paws
paw
are
the
the
other
easiest
day.
ones to make. What you're going to do
This
is
shit
on a
takes some
piece of
time.
tracing paper, you're going to spread your hand out really nice and wide, and then you're going
a
to
lot of
trace it
internal
around,
screaming.
just as if you were in kindergarten, making sure that, you get your hand accurately. Once you have your trace, you're going to basically remove the first knuckle that you have by drawing a line over top of them like so. Because if you go all the way down to the middle, like so, it's going to be too tight, and you're not going to have the dexterity needed to be able to grasp things, especially if you're doing 5-finger. If you have 4-finger, it's a little bit different, a little bit easier, but you still don't want to go all the way down because it will be too tight. Then you're going to draw the shape you want. You're going to want to make it nice and big and toony and give yourself lots of room, because everything is so small and so tight on a hand. All of these seams are going to take up so much room on your actual pattern that you want to make it much bigger than what you think you're going to need. You're going to want to, of course, label everything, mark your fur direction, and with fur, it will always flow from the wrist to the tips of the fingers, from here to here. Then you'll want to probably pre-shave it. Now, because hands have a top and a bottom, the top of your hand and the palm of your hand, there are going to be different lengths of fur. Your fur will be shorter on the fingers and on the palm than they will be on the top of the hand, on the wrist. So you're going to want to pre-shave the fingers here. And then on the other side, you're going to shave all of the fingers and the palm. Once you've pre-shaved it, then you're going to basically applique your paw pads. Applique is quite simple, and it's the simplest way to make paw pads. It's not as cost efficient, but it is the most reliable way. Every maker on the planet does this way. Basically, you take a sheet of fleece or minky, whatever you want to make your paw pads out of. You cut a big square, basically the size of the entire hand, and you put it face up on the fur. So the fur is face up, and the minky or fleece is face up, because it has a face, a right side and a wrong side. And you put them face up on top of each other.
We're just watching the fursuit making 101 panel
here and here,
on the
and then
on VRCHAT.
Basically on the back side of your sewing machine.
You can't mute right now, so they cannot hear me. I can hear them because I'm trying to listen.
You basically go over the trace that
I make
you
fursuit,
made
and this
of
is
your
interesting.
paw pads out of on your sewing machine. So you're following the lines all the way around, and then when you flip it over, you have, your outline of your paw pads in fleece
So
or
depending
minky.
the details on the pod can be
And of course, then you have
so
a big,
hard.
ugly
Like
piece
it's
of
no joke.
material stuck to it. So what you do afterwards is you take a pair of scissors. I usually like to use like high precision, fine little needle scissors, and then you carefully cut around the edge of the paw pads, very close to the actual seam, the stitching itself. But you don't want to cut the stitching itself because the stitching is what holds, well, the paw pads on. And then once you have all cut out, all the paw pads cut out, then you basically take your other part of your paw and you sandwich the two pieces together. So you sandwich the top of the paw and the palms with the paw pads together, and you flip it inside out. At that point, you can also add claws if desired. Usually when you're doing sandwich paws, you typically use, say, resin claws or clay claws. But you can, of course, still do claws out of, say, minky or fleece. And with that, you're going to cut a little slit. Either if you're doing it out of fleecy, meat, or even in clay, you're going to basically insert the claws into the middle of the fingers right in here. And you're going to sew them shut or glue them in the case of resin or clay. Puffy paws are the most popular type of paws. Typically, people make four paws, not four-fingered, not five-fingered, with puffy paws. Most common.
Yeah, I made a four-finger.
A little bit less dexterity, but
Bro.
It tends to work well a lot for toonie suits, just because they're very anthropomorphized characters. They're very toony, so there's less human anatomy, so they don't typically have thumbs. Now, puffy paws are definitely a more complex pattern. You have a lot more moving pieces. You will have each of your fingers will be an individual piece, and there'll be two of them. One will be the bottom, where the paw pad is, and the other one will be the top, which is a finger. And the fingers will typically look like this. Now, this is not to scale, but so you'll have these will typically be your middle fingers, as they will be here. And these will typically be your thumbs or your pinkies, and they will have a curve, which will basically be this curve on the final piece. Then, of course, you have your claws, and the claws will actually go in this slit right here, which becomes the top of the hand, like so.
Yeah.
So claws can be easily sewn in. So then you end up having usually about, depending if it's four-fingered or five-fingered, you tend to have 1, 2, oh gosh, I'm clicking on things. You end up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
His camera's hiding part
10,
of the text, which is kind of
11, 12 pieces versus 2. So it's a lot more, pieces to it, but you tend to have a lot. It has more of a three-dimensional look versus a very flat look of the sandwich paws. Now, the only thing to be noted with puffy paws is that they either have to be lined or have polyfill pockets in order for the fingers to keep their three-dimensional shape. Otherwise, they will, look very silly. But the final result of a puffy paw is that they're very cute. They're very iconic. It's what most people tend to think of when they think of hand paws. Is they tend to think of puffy paws. Next are feet paws. There's a couple different kinds of feet paws. You have shoe paws, which are built on shoes. Sock paws, which are not always built on socks, but some people do build them on socks. And then, of course, you have indoor feet paws and outdoor feet paws. Now, shoe paws versus sock paws, they each have their own pros and cons. Shoe paws are built on shoes, hence the name shoe paws. They are very durable, but they're also very heavy. Especially if you're using casted foam versus carved foam. But they can be indoor or outdoor, and they're very durable. So they'll stand the test of time, especially if you're someone who's very hard on your feet.
Because if you walk a long time with like a freezer or something, that it's gonna be
shoe paws are definitely something you're going to want to do.
It feels like a
versus,
workout.
Say, a sock paw.
Like having
now the sock
weight
paw
on your
shape
feet
comes from either being built on socks
along the day that you're like in your
not
free
a lot of
suit.
people do that anymore.
Man,
It's something that was common when sock paws were kind of first coming out.
But it depends on the kind of
as
shoes.
a
Like if you take like a shoe that is like
but nowadays,
heavy, of course it's gonna be
people tend
heavier
to actually
because there
just
will be foam, there will be
build them
fake
straight
fur
out
and all
of,
that thing on it.
their fur and their lining and polyfill. So the shape itself comes from the polyfill. They can be digigrade, which is a lot easier because it's a little bit difficult to make digigrade shoe paws because the shoe is so doesn't have a lot of give to it, so it can be very difficult to put your foot in the feet paws if it's digigrade. It's difficult to put them in even when they're just regular,
Never tried digigrade,
going up
though,
to about the
so I cannot
ankle,
really give a point of
versus
view.
going up to say the knee. So a shoehorn would absolutely be required if you wanted to make a digigrade shoe paws. It can be done, but it's difficult, and typically you'll want a zipper on shoe paws that are digigrade versus polyfill. So the sock paws, they can be digigrade. They're harder to make durable because they are literally just fur and stuffing, and maybe a little bit of foam on the bottom just for comfort. So they're not suited for walking a lot. They're really only useful for being at conventions, being indoor, because they're very cute. So they're best suited for indoor as such.
Yeah.
You can make them outdoor, but they're not as durable.
Fair enough.
They're also extremely light because there's no foam to them and there's no heavy shoes in them. And it also makes storing them very easy because you can completely vacuum seal the paws, which is something that I usually do when I'm going to a convention. I just vacuum seal my suit so everything gets squished down flat and I save so much room in the car.
Being organization and all that, like when you put it
then of course
away,
you have indoor and outdoor. So an indoor shoe has paw pads and fur on the bottom. So these ones are indoor. But they don't have paw pads in this particular case because the species didn't have paw pads. But normally, indoor feet paws would have paw pads on the bottom, whereas an outdoor one, it would be a rubber or EVA foam mat on the bottom. Outdoor paws are best suited for walking around outside. And if you built your outdoor paws on shoes, then they'll last quite a while because shoes are meant for walking, quite literally. Whereas costume soft paws are not really meant for
welcome
walking,
to the
so
stream, my
they'll
guy.
welcome. If you wear them outside.
Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it.
And then of course indoor paws are great for conventions because then you can have those really cute pictures where you're laying on your rump and you have your feet outstretched and it's showing all the beans and it's quite cute.
The beans, bro.
But
the beans.
other than aesthetic purposes, indoor feet paws don't really serve much purpose compared to say outdoor, which are meant for walking. But again, it's a preference thing. There's no right or wrong answer. And
welcome
that is
on the
basically
family, man.
how
Welcome
you make
to
a
the
fursuit.
family.
I know we rushed through this quite a bit. I know there was a bit of a shit show with the random people coming to the door.
Tonight,
but
8 p.m.
I do hope you guys enjoyed this.
Come back
we will
from
be
work
doing
at
another
8
panel,
p.m.
which will be for
I
Shooting
might not be able to stream it.
And we will be going over the more advanced techniques like how to make molds, casting, 3D printing, and even hand wefting and so on and so forth. So feel free to join us then. Thank you very much, and I'll see you guys
interesting,
later.
though. Sound interesting.
Bye.
Alright, so that was that. So what's next? What's next? This is so loud. Yeah, well, that was interesting.
We do have to be careful about playing songs.
Alright, so what's next on the menu? What's next on the menu? Friday panel, there is fursuit making 101, fursuiting in the time of quarantine, with hosted by Shitani, with no convention or public gathering for the foreseeable future. Can be difficult to make the most of the fursuit, in which invested too much time, money, and personal significance. I mean, I don't own a fursuit, like I'm working on it, but alright. So I'm gonna go back in the room. And then like I just want to talk because right now it's pretty calm over here. So I'm gonna go back in the room. Gotta go take a break, maybe get something. I'm gonna place myself just so you guys can actually see how this thing goes. But it's not here. I forgot where to go. Fuck, come on. Hello.
Hello.
Do you know where to go though? Like, are you looking for the convention or?
Oh no, I know. I'm sorry. I was just AFK.
Oh, okay, my bad. I was just making sure.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I'm good.
All right.
I love your avatar. It's really cute.
Thanks.
Adorable.
Oh my gosh, you can fly. Yes, I can, baby. What is the point of having an avatar if you cannot fly? Oh, this is the game launch. Oh, alright. I lost myself again, so I'm gonna have to do this that way. Recent world. Oh, wait. I have to find it again. Come on. Main stage. It's over here. Alright. If you get lost, you go there. You just search for main stage. It's gonna be live streaming area. Can I please get in? Can I get in? Are they setting it or? Okay, no. Just wondering why I couldn't get in.
I had it on.
No, it happened.
Shut up. You
I move too fast. We can if you're on later. I don't care. We can if you're on later.
So that's really cool. You might want to check that out. Pardon me, I'm standing up against my will. The beauty of VRChat, you know how it is. Alright, okay, I'm going by.
No, I'll come back here. We're not done with you yet.
This is actually really cool.
So, dealer's den. You know, in spite of the fact that I just stood up and we're getting pretty cozy here on this couch, I feel like perhaps we should take a little walk around. And, oh, hi guys. How's it going?
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look.
Yeah, let's do it.
Cody was here.
So, right behind us here, we have Doc Wildlife's booth. Guest of honor. Be sure to check that out. Lots of cool stuff, including this. Look at this cute sign. Oh my goodness, that's so cute. Doc, that's too cute. Alrighty. I am looking at some of this other stuff here. We have Bart Coin just chilling in the ATM. That's pretty important for the panel.
Well, that's important to have the don't allude. Yeah.
Yeah, because wolves be noisy. They're like, yo, what's up? Ooh.
Yeah, I know.
Bad
It's
things
like,
happen. I can do it because I'm a fox. I'm not actually a woo. You see, that's the important thing you have to remember here. But yeah, then we have like all the cool markers and stuff, and you can be
This
like
is how you make a server crash.
Look at this.
And they complaining about the drop of FPS.
Yeah, don't do that too much. That's dangerous. You just draw. You're gonna distort reality and tear it in half. Especially since it's just virtual reality. Anyway. Standing in the beautiful red circle that I have drawn. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I like that. Let's see. Okay. Wow, there's just so much cool stuff. Pardon me, I'm distorted and confused and lost in the awesomeness.
And in a way, it's actually really nice that they made it in VRChat.
BT, can you unmute yourself in Discord, my friend? He's holding still. He looks like he's working on it. Technical difficulties, you know, everything happens, but we're working with it. We're doing great. We're doing great.
Oh,
Okay,
it's in 30
cool.
minutes, so I got time to go.
I'm a cat, you know, learning virtual reality. This is fun.
Just, you know, they get bappy with the buttons and they go smack smack and things happen. And it's okay though. He's got it. I have faith.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to appear on TV, man. I'm gonna try to appear on TV.
But even if everyone watched the video and was like, "Oh, this is possible," like no one.
36 people here.
Yeah, I heard there was a thing that we were going to be making Iggly, the small bunny, wear a sandwich board later. Is that's definitely a thing. I know I heard that. That's totally going to be a thing. There's going to be a message on it. I don't know what it's going to say, but I bet you it's going to be hilarious. And I'm going to point at it and laugh, and then hug, because Iggly worked very hard to make this happen. But then I'll go back to laughing probably. What else do we have here? Oh man, this one's really cool. This makes me feel like I'm like in one of those, you know, like an FYE store or something. Like just going straight to the mall, which is very retro rewind. I must say.
I gotta be quick. I gotta be quick.
Is it as choppy as this for you guys?
Neon signage, excellent. Yeah, it really feels like a genuine alleyway. This team put together some serious dealers down here. I am highly impressed.
I gotta find what that is.
Is it a light post? Yes, just a light post. Nothing special about it. I kind of want to lean up against it and be like, "Hey, what's up? How you doing?" But I can't really do that. There's no interactability, so I'll just, yeah. Let's carry on. Do 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 do. Look at all of this stuff. Oh, Ivachu drew me. You see up there? You see where Ivachu drew me? Ivachu drew me. Wow.
You're famous now. Oh my god.
That's so cool. I know. I'm so excited. I can't even believe it. So
I mean, when you make a store sign, you know you made it. Like that's big league.
That's the way. I'm on top of the world right now. But
That you are?
Yeah. And she's got so much cool stuff in here. It's amazing. Wow. Yeah. So there's a lot of cool stuff, as I keep saying again and again and again. I can't say it enough because it's so cool. It's that good. You gotta be here, guys. You gotta be here. And of course, you can support the artist by buying their real stuff. Don't forget that the Dealer's Den here is not the only place that you can encounter our dealers. There's also the website, which is a huge, huge deal. There's just a list of dealers there, but you can also do the I'm feeling lucky feature, and you can get paired up with a random artist. And, you know, real deal stuff. As cool as all the VR stuff is, but like you can get stuff and you can have that artist stuff shipped to your house IRL, or if you're BT and you want to go to your fake house, you can even do that sometimes. It's really cool. Hey, I have a fake house too. Sometimes you gotta decorate both. You gotta keep them both lively. But
Definitely.
yeah, if you want the real stuff, they have that. The artists are there for you, and you can be there for them by supporting them and buying lots of cool stuff from them. Let's see what else we have. Funky stuff. Ooh. Dragon Storm. Oh, I love dragons. Dragons are so cool.
Yes.
Nope, the Dealer's Den got updated and they have to restart and join this world. Unfortunate. Be patient, as VRChat is sometimes, VRChat, and that's just how it do. But if you can get in here, make sure you do. It's so awesome. Yeah.
Sadly, we have to go back to the hotel and
Yeah.
get the elevator link that will take us
Okay.
to the pool.
I'm thinking I could go for a swim. Probably not a ball pit because that might crash some things. I'm kind of scared. BT, do you know how to get there by any chance, or do we have to go back through the hotel? We can take a walk.
Sadly, we have to go back to the hotel, and there's an elevator link that will take us straight to the pool.
Yes.
If you're interested.
All right, let's do it.
Yes.
I think.
All right, let's go.
I think we'll do it.
I did it, boys.
Lead the way, sir.
I did it, boys.
Good morning.
I appeared on the green screen. A Furnal equinox, bro. Let's go.
You good?
Yep. Dude. Yes. It actually works, man. It actually works.
Wait, are you flying right now?
Yep. You know what I did?
Hold on, let me get on.
You know, there's like a stream going on, like about
I did not.
About the guy that does the thing, and I just
not.
went behind the guy, did a little jump and started flying up. Live in front of like a ton of people. It's not something bad. It's just like me just flying. It's just kind of.
Is everyone there?
I don't know if it's the owner though, but.
Like, who from the server is there?
I don't know. For now, there's June is here. So, Salt is here.
If I get on, can you send me an invite?
Yeah, sure. Let me just get on.
Kinda trying to.
Like I'm streaming right now. It's kinda there were a few people coming along. Not so bad. Social. I'm gonna invite June.
What?
Said I'm gonna invite June. If you get on, I'm gonna invite you too.
I'm opening it right now. Alright, I'm on. I'm gonna change my avatar though.
I was invited.
Yo, June.
What do you mean? I'm Shadow.
Bruh.
It's
I
really,
would like
really
that.
cool. Hey, I have a fake house too. Sometimes
I'm
you
good.
You're
Where you
actually,
at?
like,
gotta-
if you
you
look
gotta
at the
keep 'em
general,
all
you're gonna see, like, alright?
But
Definitely.
yeah, if you want the real stuff,
See what?
I have that. The artists are here for you.
Shut up. Go in
And
general
you
in
can be
Discord,
there
you're
for
gonna
them
see what I
by
did.
supporting them and buying lots of cool stuff from them.
Wait, does he have a
Don't mind
headset
my
right now?
fans, they do their own thing at times.
Funky
Yeah,
stuff.
you got the
He
answer.
does.
Ooh,
I can already tell that's June.
Dragonstorm. Oh,
Yep.
I love dragons. Dragons are so cool.
Man, I can already tell that's June.
That's just how it do. But if you can't get in here, make sure you do. It's
But yeah, no,
so
I'm on.
awesome. Yeah. Go for a swim. Probably not a ball pit because that might crash some things. I'm kind of scared. Peachy, do you know how to get there by any chance? Or do we
There's
have to go
literally
back to
just
the
me
hotel?
going
We
in
can
their
take a
back.
walk.
Apparently, we have to go back to the hotel, and there's an elevator link that will take us right to the
I
pool.
think it lagged.
If you're interested.
All right, let's do it.
How do you're not moving?
No, I know. Like, if you look in the general, like, if you go at around, like, what? I think, if you got 115 in the video that I said, you're gonna see what I'm talking about.
Or do we have to go back to the hotel? We can take a walk.
I don't have to go back to the hotel and elevator.
Alright, so follow me. June?
You just jumped there.
I just jumped and started
and
flying
you
in front of like everyone on screen, bro. I just went like woo.
Castiel?
Yeah.
Whoosh! Away you went.
Can you invite people? Like, is that possible?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, follow me, June. Follow me. I'm gonna show you where it is.
If only I was there. They would just seen Shadow walking by.
I think it's that way. Yeah.
Let me in.
Give me 2 seconds, Bacon.
Shadow walking right by.
Give me 2 seconds, Wazowski. Alright, it's not here. It's
1, 2.
Are they still doing that part, or?
I think they're still doing it. Hey, yo, what's up, Weefy? How you doing, pal? Welcome to the stream. I'm just showcasing the whole event and all. Pretty solid event.
Sounds like it.
Are you on desktop?
There you go. I'm inviting you, Bacon.
Finally.
Oh my gosh.
And what are you drinking? Why are you not talking? Gatorade.
Good.
Portal back here. Am I incorrect? I can always drop one too. That's a thing you can do in VRChat.
What's going on here? What's on this live stream? I can't see it.
Oh, you
Let's see
can.
here.
That's true. Fuck. Cause
Hmm.
you're on Quest. Yeah, Quest. Wait, what if you allow untrusted URLs?
I already have that on. It's because it's using the video player.
Okay. So we are going to head back to the lobby.
Yeah, cause it's
I'll drop a
live.
portal
And,
here.
oh my gosh, yeah.
Follow me through.
Alright,
Oh, there is.
Go back to the lobby.
Okay, let's go through that one.
Fuck, that's kind of sad. Right
Well-
now they're still doing the segment.
Oh no.
In a bit.
Are you in trouble, BT?
In a bit, they should be doing the other event, which is
Let's all go to the lobby.
for shooting in the time of
Let's all
quarantine.
go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Well,
I feel bad for Quest, like for real.
He's not on Quest. He's on PC.
Okay.
I know.
I think BT will be here
Hey, at least I
momentarily.
made it this
But I just
time.
want to let you all know that I'm going to
Yeah.
leave you. in the
Dude, I
care
missed the
and
starting
very
ceremony.
experienced
I
hands
missed
of
the
BT
starting
for
ceremony.
I know, I did too, because I had no idea what I was supposed to
And
be.
we are moving on.
Nah, I mean, I
to
was
our
just
next
plain
panel,
asleep. I was literally
which
just asleep.
is,
Oh, hey,
I went to bed
hold
at
on,
like
hang on. First shooting
so
in the time
early.
of quarantine. That's the one. Presented by Shitani.
I had no idea where I was supposed to
So
be.
check
That's
that
what,
one
that was
out.
my issue. I had no idea where I was
Wait,
supposed
when
to
I
be.
think of it, everybody just saw me
Yeah.
in his bag, just like
Hey, how's it
jumping
going?
once and like start flying.
Oh yeah, everybody.
BT?
Everybody just
BT?
saw me.
Did we lose BT?
Everybody literally just saw me.
And now you're here.
Whoosh.
I think we lost BT.
Now you're here.
I literally
Oh,
just
hey,
went like,
it's our other friend, Badgie. Hi, Badgie.
whoop.
Whoosh and
He's,
fly.
Yeah.
He's animated. That's for sure.
In front of everybody, I pulled a nice one. I was like, okay, so they're in the dealer's den, so let's find a good server. I found it
Alright,
first
everyone.
try,
Well,
and I see a guy with a camera. I'm like,
we'll
alright.
be signing off here for
It's
now and heading on over to the panel, which is first shooting in the time of quarantine.
Let's
but
walk right by
So
them.
hope you enjoy
No,
that.
it's no, they're in the lobby.
see
They're
you
in the
guys
lobby
later.
now.
Bye-bye.
It's done. Like the next panel is
target
starting.
of $6,000
So I was
for
first
this
sitting in the time of
weekend,
quarantine, so now it's
which
gonna be
you
first
beat
suit
before
meet
the
and greet, right?
convention even started.
Shit.
A panicked, bewildered
Yo.
staff trying to figure out what to do next.
For
We
real?
quickly
Like, the thing
added a
is,
stretch goal of
they-
$8,000,
thing is they had-
which
or is it gonna
you
be-
also beat before the convention started.
I feel like the first meet, unless that was the first meet and greet.
Time of recording,
Probably
that's
VRChat,
where we're
I
at,
think.
and I wouldn't be surprised if you've beaten even more by the time this goes live.
But for real,
Furnal Equinox 2019
For real, which is
raised
the thing that
$11,000.
the thing that is funny about it
they're
is
just messing
because
around here.
Not only
they
beat,
had
but
a
absolutely kicked
they
the
asked
crap
for
out
like
of that
6,000,
number. I think that we can
and
raise
before it
so
even
much that the
started, they
convention
beat it
management
at
don't know how to deal with
11,000.
it. I
They
want
were
to
like,
raise
"What the
so much
fuck?"
that if we can't break the software that tracks how much has been raised,
In 5 minutes,
we
they're
can
gonna
at
do the
least
next thing,
break
which
the
is
people who use it.
pursuing the
I
time of
want to
quarantine.
see
So yeah, there's
Stanley
nothing around
cry.
there.
Please help me do
Dude, the
this.
text
and
on
click the
your
donate button below.
gloves, bro.
So
Shit.
yeah, there's a lot of texture.
Oh.
I am not emergency food.
Why are you blue?
Every day is different mix because different people prepare the dinner, so you just sort of
Completely
look
blue.
for what's in the fridge and
What the hell?
you might think what's going bad, and you think, okay, I'll use this today. And then sometimes we add little human foods like pasta or rice.
Oh, now they're talking
Sometimes
about
we give them
food.
mashed potatoes. Sometimes we make oatmeal for them, especially in the wintertime. We make a big pot of oatmeal, and you think, why am I not eating this too? So often you see that they have really yummy food to eat. And you think, I should eat like
You
this too.
disappoint me.
We do rely all on donations for all this food, so they eat a lot of it, and
No.
we like to try and give them the best we can.
Bro, why? Why?
No, I'm Shadow.
Oh shit.
Oh no, not a
I would
Pima.
favorite this world too. So that oh no, it doesn't.
Who the hell are you, Faker?
So
Who are you?
Yeah. So I guess you'll just have to walk back through.
Oh my god, you're adorable. You're adorable.
Where did you come from?
Where did you come from?
I came from Sonic Forces.
Oh, that's sad.
I came from McDonald's.
I came from your mother from Sonic Forces.
Do you want a Travi Patty?
No.
Is it not from?
Try to sell yourself at McDonald's.
If they don't want to eat it, they don't have to.
You failed that job to go to McDonald's.
No, they get a breakfast.
Stop trying to sell yourself
I
at
think he already
McDonald's.
has at this
They have
point.
a commercially produced monkey
You
chow.
sold your.
The money goes
Dude,
straight
you
back
guys,
into
you
your
guys
bank
want to?
account.
What have you done?
Donate monkey chow, that'd be great.
Actually, those
Oh,
two
wait.
are open. I
One
wish
of
I
our
had
biggest
some.
expenses.
Just let the money go straight back into your bank account.
You guys want to see how it looks like the thing I did behind them? You guys want to see it?
How are you doing?
Let me put it up on screen. Let me
Time.
put it up on screen.
Would you like to relinquish your soul to the great demon gods?
So we're just gonna put the food in, and then they can enjoy their dinner.
Shadow's here.
He's the great video feed. Seems I failed.
Never thought I would receive a shadow VR.
So yeah, here's what happens. Just for you guys to see it.
Oh, it didn't even switch over.
You know, I'm thinking I could
Like
go
this is
for a
how it
swim.
looked.
Probably not a ball pit because that might crash some things. I'm kind of scared. Peachy, do you know how to get there by any chance, or do we have to go back through the hotel? We can take a walk.
Apparently we have to go back to the hotel, and there's an elevator link that will take us right to the pool.
Oh.
If you're interested.
Alright, let's do it. I think it's
She doesn't have time for love.
I actually managed to do it.
We don't have to be in love. We
He'd
can
rather
be
eat his
friends
own ass.
with benefits.
God damn it. I'm an idiot. We're all idiots here, buddy.
That man gotta beat it. My man gotta beat it.
Special place? No, I don't.
Yes,
you do. No. I got a Red Bull waiting up in the room. Yeah. What? No.
My man gotta
You see it's yellow. Can't get me over yellow. Yellow's good. Woo! Protect me! Protect me! Science.
Oh my god! Wow!
Thing about them is I gotta do them manually. I gotta do the sound effect manually.
How are you? I'm a fox. I know. Ooh. Hi, people.
I got pinged. Alright, so it's starting now, boys. Cause on YouTube it does not work, cause I have to set it for YouTube. And there's no bot for YouTube. Like, it's harder to bot in YouTube than Twitch. And I haven't set it probably for YouTube.
Oh my god!
No, yeah.
Wow!
This works. I mean, don't spam it too much, because otherwise I'm gonna put it off. So,
Shadows interrupting this program to bring you great news. I have fucked Eggman's wife.
what you gonna do?
I fucked Eggman's wife.
I know. Twice.
3 times.
Oh, 3 times now. Alright. This is like some part of the story they didn't.
And she keeps coming back because Eggman's this big.
Alright, fair enough.
Hello and welcome to
Oh, it's starting.
Fursuiting in the Time of Quarantine. I'm your host Chitani. Before we begin, I have wanted to attend Furnal Equinox
yeah,
for
this is kinda
such a long
scary,
time.
to be
I
honest.
was really looking forward
No,
to
it
finally
looks
being
great,
able
it's
to
just kinda
experience it in
scary.
person in 2021, though COVID unfortunately threw that out the window. It's especially uplifting to me to be able to contribute virtually to the con's programming this year and take part even from across the border thousands of miles away. I hope to finally get my chance to see all of you in person at a Furnal Equinox in the future. Let's start with a brief introduction.
Stop hiding
Hi,
my screen,
my
man.
name is Chitani,
Please.
my pronouns are she, her, and my persona is a king cheetah. I have been an active part of the furry community since 2012, though I had been following along for many years prior. I've been a fursuiter for 6 years and counting, and it's one of my most enjoyable pastimes.
Is that bacon?
Let's take a look at the situation
that's
at hand.
bacon.
As we all know, the furry community is a
was like, did you
vast
leave?
and diverse space, and there are so many different
I was
ways
looking around, I
that
couldn't
we
see.
connect with the community as well as each other. Though not at all required to take part in the furry fandom, there is a small yet vocal minority of us who enjoy fursuiting. For those of us who do have fursuits, of course, it's a great and creative way for you to have a fun pastime and express yourself. We invested a lot of time and effort into this. Either you paid someone a great deal to make a fursuit just to your specifications, or you yourself invested all of that time, learning process, materials, and everything into creating what are essentially these works of art. Our fursonas are characters that are very near and dear to us. Fursuiting is something more than just cosplay. We're not just dressing up as a character that somebody else created. We've made these characters ourselves and grown very attached to them. And having the opportunity to embody them in the flesh, so to speak, is personally significant. Fursuiting is not just a performance. In our community, it's a social activity. We've come to rely on fursuits as an aid for socializing, networking, and having fun.
Thing is,
Many
I have
furries have some
Tourette
level of
syndrome,
social
so
anxiety, and no matter which side of the
I
costume you're on,
kind of swear a lot when I'm really sorry, but this is not a family-friendly only channel.
Speak to people, and even go places they've never been. Naturally, conventions are where the bulk of these social gatherings take place, but with the current state of the world, all in-person furry cons have been put on hold for the time being. The same goes for fur meets and the like, any sort of events or gatherings. And with many places re-entering lockdown, people can't even go outside to public suit. This begs the question, what do I do with my fursuit when there are no in-person events and I can't even go outside to meet up with my friends?
You eat it.
Now, a lot of us can't go to many conventions for a multitude of reasons. Be it finances, traveling, physical limitations, getting time off of work. Perhaps there just aren't even any furry cons in your area. So I don't really go to as many cons as some of the more prolific fursuiters and personalities that you might happen to see online.
Oh, what happened?
I've gotten really good at finding ways to utilize my fursuit without having to rely on an external event. Shortly after the pandemic began last year, I had noticed that a lot of my fursuiter peers were lamenting that they didn't really know what to do with their fursuits without conventions. They were saying stuff like how they were completely at a loss, and they were just sadly looking over.
Yeah, it seemed like this reader is having trouble.
And I thought to myself, well, what's stopping you from wearing your fursuit right now? It kind of threw me for a loop, to be completely honest, and I realized that there was a niche that I could help fill. So I decided why not share these techniques and ideas with my fellow fursuiters to help make their quarantine experience a little more bearable. So, one of the simplest and most accessible things you can do with your fursuit at home is photo shoots. The word photo shoot can be daunting. People imagine something requiring a lot of technical skill or expensive equipment. That couldn't be further from the truth. While having designated photography equipment can be helpful, of course, for a hobbyist or someone looking to have fun, it is by no means required. These days, almost everyone has a smartphone right there in your pocket. With the ubiquitousness of phones, they're almost required for modern life. And so the standard smartphone can do a lot more than folks give it credit for. Unless your phone is really old, like several years old, it's likely that it has a pretty high quality camera. Definitely serviceable for taking fursuit photos. Now, every fursuit is built differently and has a different set of limitations. But there are some things that are just more difficult to do in fursuit if you don't have a handler. A handler is a second person, not wearing a fursuit, who helps out and assists a fursuiter with doing certain tasks that the costume makes more difficult. Depending on your situation, you know, whether there are people you're sheltering in place with, whether you live alone, whether your household members are willing or not to help you out with your fursuiting, you may find yourself having to manage alone. Worry not. There are tons of tools that you can use to assist with this. Personally, I am fortunate enough to live with my partner, who is also a furry, But there are times, you know, when she's busy and she can't help out, or maybe I have a really specific vision in my head for how I want a photo shoot to go, and it's not something that another person can visualize.
Is that a lion? No, it's not a lion. It's not a lion. I think it's more of a tiger or a cheetah.
I've picked up a lot
I think it's more of a cheetah than an
for
actual
managing
lion, to be
fursuit
honest.
photography entirely on one's own.
Walt
The
Disney
number one tool, which
werewolf.
for me is a lifesaver, is voice activation. You can go into the settings
Genuinely,
on your
man.
phone's
Genuinely.
camera. I have an Android phone, so on my phone it is called voice control. It might be named a different thing depending on your system.
Oh, she got an omega
But
symbol
what this
on the chest.
is a toggle where you can say a command like smile or capture,
Is that a
and the
cheetah?
phone will take a picture for you hands-free.
I'm not
I
sure.
like to say cheese because it makes my eyes crinkle up, which is very useful for the unique type of fursuit that I have.
Can I get a cheese in the chat?
Voice
bro?
control is great for hands-free photography. If your fursuit has big unwieldy paws
Yeah,
that are
it's a
hard to
cheetah.
get on and off, or like me, you have fursuit paws with attached arm sleeves, where you can't remove your paw without entirely starting to disrobe, you'll find this extremely helpful. Honestly, I think voice activation is severely underutilized. A lot of people don't even know that their phone can do this. You can even use it to
That
record
exists.
video, not just pictures, though we'll get to that
I
later
did not
on.
even know that this thing actually exists.
For getting a full body shot or something staged, like a wider shot in front of a backdrop, you're going to want to place your camera on something. I recommend investing in a tripod for this. Again, it doesn't have to
what I
be
said.
anything
It's a cheetah.
expensive if that's not financially accessible for you.
Disney
You
voice.
can do a lot with just those little three-leg tripods with the bendy legs.
Kind of Disney voice.
Selfie sticks are also a viable choice. They were super popular a few years back, so you've probably got an old one just lying around your house. Why not put that to good use? And of course, timers. You can set up the timer on your phone or use an external one. There are plenty of handheld gadgets you can buy online where you can pair to your phone using Bluetooth. If you press the button, it'll take the picture for you. If you have a smaller hand paw on your fursuit with more dexterity, you can use one of these pretty easily. Or I've also seen people put the remote inside of the fursuit paw itself so it's not visible in the shot. And if all else fails, you can always go for the hand behind the back pose. Again,
And now she's talking
you
about
do not
posing.
need to go out and buy a lot of stuff. This is all about fursuiting at home.
There was something
with
that I
what you
found like
have.
kind of sad
So
about
if you
this
don't have
thing.
a
It's because
tripod,
like
you can just stack up a
Quest
bunch
2
of
cannot
books
see
or
this.
boxes and put your phone
Quest
on
2
that.
people cannot see this.
There's no need to
'Cause
buy a
the thing is,
professional light setup
since it's a
when
live
a
stream,
well-angled desk lamp will
the
do the
problem
trick.
is
Lighting
they
honestly
can't
does a lot
they can't
for
see it
good-looking
because
photos,
it's in
and
the video
often
player. It's
your
not like an
fursuit will
actual
look different in
map
natural
integration.
and
So like it's
artificial
not
light.
a video that's
Play around with
it's in the
this.
map.
Wait until the height of the
But
day,
it's
open
a
your curtains, and
like I
set
said, it's
yourself up
a
in front
video
of an open
player,
window.
and it plays
See
alive.
which one you like
Which
best.
I feel kind of sad because like
To really make your pictures
I feel
pop,
like
a little
this
bit of editing
convention
goes a long way.
would work even more if it
Perhaps
has
your camera isn't the best quality, or you took a picture that came out
yeah.
slightly blurry.
a Quest 2
Very
section,
basic
or
editing can help
perhaps like
clear
a
that
way
up.
for Quest 2 to
You
see it.
especially see this when taking pictures with
But that's more about like VRChat and all that thing.
That
in the
is
end.
usually of a lower megapixel quality, and the photos you take may be more grainy or
It's still
less
nice though.
clear.
It's still nice. Don't get me
Your
wrong
phone
on that.
will allow you to edit your pictures right from the camera app, and of course, whatever social media apps that you may be posting on
still, I
have a
feel like it's
plethora
kinda
of
sad
filters
if
and
yours-
tools that you can use for this. Even Telegram, which you probably use if you're a furry, has photo controls that let you adjust things like the saturation, the gamma, the contrast of the pictures that you're sending to make your shots look really snazzy. Now, of course,
Snazzy.
most of us don't live in a mansion or have a whole photo studio full of props and backdrops at our disposal. That's okay, this is all just for fun. You can try rearranging your furniture, use different and basically see what you can do with what's available. There are many online tutorials that show you how
Oh, there's
to
a
do
noise
cool and
barrier.
creative photo tricks.
There's
with what
literally
you
a noise
already have in
barrier.
your house. So how about some ideas for all these photos you'll be taking, huh? Well, let's start off with something simple and easy. You've got hobbies other than fursuiting, right? I should very well hope so. Why not go ahead and show those off to the world? If your persona, like mine, is basically yourself as an animal, You can set up scenes that show what you like to do. Or if your fursuit is more of a separate developed character, you can think of activities that would fit with their personality or the world that they live in. Here we have Wad, who is not only a fursuiter, but...
Yo. How you doing?
Just let me, I have a couple of friends of mine that want to join as well, so...
Alright. Just make sure you can join, because I don't know if there's a limit.
Is always popular and also a personal favorite of mine. After all, fursuiting is just another form of cosplay. We're simply dressing up as our own characters rather than ones other people have made up. And I really like combining costumes with my fursuit to blur the lines and help bridge the gap between these hobbies in people's minds. Here is a photo that I did from a shoot as Diva from Overwatch in her carbon fiber skin.
The realistic
As you can see, instead of simply sitting in a chair, I set up some props.
I've seen people do them.
Cases.
Realistic suit art. Oh. Oh. Well, here goes
Mountain
OBS.
Dew, Doritos, simple things you might have lying around the house that will help flesh out the scene a bit more. As well, we have Fangorn, who is, of course, a Jedi Knight from Star Wars, complete with a working lightsaber and some space-related paraphernalia. Very cool and very fun.
On your right side.
Bedroom posing is a tried and true furry favorite. Also a valid option for the itty-bitty living space people. Even if you live in a dorm or you live with other people, I'm fairly certain you would at least have a bed to call your own. Things like coordinating bed sheets or stuffed animals that match your
So basically, like, the main aspect that she's trying to say is, since there's quarantine, just stay in your home and take some photos.
Even a little spicy, there's a whole
Take some
gamut of
photos.
ways
If
that
you got a
can convey
fursuit and you
these
cannot
types of
go outside,
pictures.
bro, just take some photos.
Working from home. Now, here's a new fursuiting scenario that actually came to be because of the pandemic. Thanks, COVID. If you're fortunate enough to be able to work from home, you can pop your fursuit on and snap some pictures showing what a typical workday is like for you. And even if this isn't the case, if you just think it would be fun or would fit your persona, you can totally set up a working from home set and do it anyway. It may sound silly for me to lay it out like this, but folks really do forget that you can just make things up for fun. I mean, look at me. I may not be a cheetah in real life, but I play one on the internet. Staging photos is totally an acceptable and viable option for any scenarios that your imagination can conjure. Playing with pets. Now this is a great one. Here you can see Edward getting in some valuable pooch time with his furry friend Teddy, and Blue with his own beloved dog, whose appearance actually inspired the look of his own fursuit. The juxtaposition of real and costume animal gets...
So you gotta make sure to hide the HUD for our nameplates.
Yeah, I know. That's what I've been doing. Don't worry.
Yeah, just so you know. I mean, I was also very slow about it, but... You know.
Wait, hide what, Asher?
Nameplates is just when you stream, you know, because basically VRCHAT is working very closely with Twitch. And so, you know, it's for the security's sake.
Yeah, it's for safety, yeah.
I know, yeah, I know, it's dumb.
Where do I disable that?
Well, the thing is, you go to your, basically, you go to the, UI elements. And then you go to nameplates, settings, and you just go for nameplates hidden.
Really well done.
Where would that be?
Are you on the desktop?
Yeah, I'm on desktop.
Who runs a YouTube channel called Bake Me Up Buttercup, where she bakes lots of yummy treats in her fursuit and shares the recipes with her viewers. I recommend checking her channel out if you're interested, and I will also be touching on this topic again later.
It's only when you're streaming
Slice
that's
of life.
basically the main issue.
Fursuit pictures don't need to be elaborate fancy.
You can weather add the HUD. You can weather add the HUD and the nameplates. So like you're not gonna be seeing the like you know the icon, the microphone icon down there.
for first-timers to handle.
I just feel like it's more aesthetic if you don't have it. But then again, like if you're muted, you're not gonna see it except like if you go on your menu.
Which is an absolutely hilarious and creative idea that plays off the species of his persona. Meanwhile, Ashram over here is in fursuit doing laundry.
Yeah, alright.
And what makes it even more unusual is that he is washing and hanging up another fursuit. Again, there's so much
No, I get it.
creativity here, and just the fact that a big animal is doing it can make even the most mundane tasks memorable and engaging for your audience. As a more specific offshoot of
Yeah, basically what she's saying or they're saying,
in the past couple months, I really
it's like,
relished
yo,
dressing
you cannot go
down
outside with your
with
fursuit, just take pictures inside. It's the main subject. Like, to resume the whole panel in like few words, just stay inside and take pictures.
True stuff. Really nice map. Frills, no bells and whistles, just take a nice picture of yourself.
What?
Portraits like these are great for showing off different facial expressions or moods of your fursuit, as well as a really nice outfit or maybe some new accessories that you'd like to highlight if you're a partial fursuiter. Utilize what you have in your environment for these.
Utilization.
So you're taking pictures in front of a blank wall and you want less negative space behind you.
Hello.
Use a poster or a cool art piece that you have in your house. Frame yourself in front of that and make a more interesting shot.
Hello. There we go.
One thing I would like to highlight
Just put everybody on like the skin showcasing on trusted, because otherwise you're gonna be lagging.
That we normally wouldn't be able
Yeah, it's just
to
for me. It could be VRChat too, but it's just right now. Like my goal.
About suiting out in
What is happening?
when not at a convention or another socially acceptable
Oh, the
setting.
tracking?
This pandemic has forced a lot of people
Yeah,
indoors,
you just see my hands
but on
now.
the
It's
other
like,
hand, it means that
Yeah,
are not as
we're like stuck at
popular
your face
as
for
they
quite a bit.
used to be. So, for those of you who may
Yeah,
be
it
more
could also
shy
just
or
be the
hesitant about
world
shooting
itself, though. There we
outside,
go.
this could be your
Yeah.
chance to try some new things.
You know, just doing probably because of the
Just for
intensity in the world
example
could be.
here, this
I don't know.
is a photo from
Haven't done
last
that in
year
any
of
other world
myself
set
during
around.
Pride Month, where I was able to walk across.
What do you mean, where
the
are you?
crosswalk
This is the
of
convention.
What's normally a busy intersection, but which was closed down.
This is a
due to the
convention.
pandemic.
This is
So
a
this
showcasing room for the convention. It's
previously
normal that you're lagging.
impossible for
Just
me to take
hide
advantage of,
people.
which I was able
I cannot
to
see
go
it
out with a
because your avatar is hidden.
friend of mine and get some really great pictures. I have other fursuiters who reported being able to do stuff like go hiking or climb mountains with their fursuits for some really breathtaking photos. So as long as you can do it,
Are you
make sure that you're social distancing.
Oh, you're not gonna be able to see it because it's a video player, which is kind of dumb. That's why I'm streaming it right now on Discord. I'm streaming it on Discord and YouTube and Twitch. So yeah, if you want to hear it, just hop on and you're gonna be seeing it.
No, your suit head is not an acceptable substitute for a mask. Fursuit heads are built to have the maximum possible ventilation and airflow, which is the exact
I feel bad for
opposite
Quest
of
people
what a
because like they
medical
cannot
mask
see
does.
the actual thing.
Fursuit heads don't filter anything, and they will not
So
prevent
that's-
the spread of viral particles.
What?
It's not a good idea to even joke about this because
Oh yeah, there is.
humor, it spreads the idea.
Yeah. So right now there's a movie player that's basically playing off. I think it's the actual convention that Silux is talking about, but
Yep.
it's not playing with a Quest user.
I mean, it's not just the convention. Like this place is the panels area. There's the lobby. There is the dealer's den. There is the dance place. There is the stage. There's many places. That's why like there's portal. This portal brings you back to the lobby, and in the lobby there's like the hotel section. There's like a ton of things that you can look around for. But yeah, this place is mainly for the panels, which I'm right now live streaming. Because it's not everybody that's like subscribed or anything. Because if you're subscribed, you can actually go on their website to watch it. But I don't know if the subscription are still up, so that's why I'm like right there streaming it. And also like there's a bunch of people just coming by, watching my stream, and yeah, overall just having fun. Am I right, boys?
If you have a laptop, it likely has a webcam built right in. You can use
I'm gonna
that
mute you
and
on
utilize
this.
some of the editing tips that I mentioned earlier
Alright,
to
alright.
clean up your video a little. I heard some people saying that it was difficult to find webcams.
I mean, I can mute
online
myself
due
on
to the
the Discord
pandemic,
if you want.
Since everyone is doing video
Or
calls, there's a
instead
higher
of.
demand. I personally
I mean, it's up
didn't
to you. It's up to
encounter
you.
much
What would you
trouble
prefer?
with
quick and
mine,
easy to
but
do
then
it,
again,
so
Yeah.
it was almost a year ago at this point, so things might
There
have
you go.
changed. This video is actually being recorded on a webcam. As you can see, the image quality is pretty darn good, and it was not very
Welcome to the
expensive at all.
stream.
If you don't
Make
have a
yourself some
webcam,
plays, get your
you can
popcorn,
download
your
free
snacks, your
software to
drinks.
use your own phone as a webcam. There are tutorials online that will show you how to do this. It's good to keep in mind if you want to do group chat.
Are you on Quest?
But you're on the PC, right?
If your videos
No, I meant that it's not moving at all. That screen.
It doesn't work for Quest 2, that's why. But this is the panel segment.
Yeah, but it's not a Quest 2, sir. Or are you?
No, I'm PC.
Oh.
Yeah, PC, yeah.
You haven't trusted URLs enabled?
I have the trusted
Is this for me? Because this is a video player, so I don't know, maybe shaders or stuff like that. I don't know.
And have that on a stand fairly close to your face.
I think I'm not the only one who has a problem because I heard everyone else
You
saying
can sync your audio track up to the video
everyone else is
later on.
having the same issue.
You can use free programs such as Audacity to help adjust the audio
Kinda
and
bad.
background noise or
I
muffling.
think I
That
had to
might
basically
approach you
just
to
get
the
it.
first
For me, I was just on the computer,
Another
but I'm not
option,
sure about the
which
settings.
depends
I
on
think
what
it's
kind of
more.
video you're doing,
Yeah, I don't know.
is to record the audio separately, either beforehand or
I
in
think I'm not
post.
the only one who cannot see
Edit
it
that
because I
into the
heard at
video
least
itself.
20 others
If you're
had the
going to
problem
make
cannot
a
see
video that
watching
requires
that.
a narration or a voiceover, this will probably
I mean,
be
it's kind of
what you'd like to do.
unpredictable. Like most of these things, like
Again,
some people
don't
can
focus
work
too
it,
much on
sometimes
this.
don't.
Your
I even
videos
had the
don't
same
need to
thing
look
when I
or
was
sound
joining a movie
professional
night with some
unless
other
you're
friends. Like I couldn't suddenly
singer
see it
or
on the
you're a
last
professional
computer
singer
because I
or
upgraded. I
literally
got
doing
it working.
What?
It's just something to have fun and keep active in your career during the pandemic.
Alright.
So you do
No
not
trouble.
need to worry about being the best of the best. The most important part
Alright, no,
is
I
that
get it,
you
I get it.
yourself are having fun. So what are some ideas for fursuit videos that you can make? Short videos are
I think I
very
need
easy for
to
folks to just
start
get right
again. Maybe
into.
that's work.
If you have an idea for a cute little skit,
Oh, now they're talking about
maybe
doing
your
skits and short
character's
films.
having a bad
Nice.
day, maybe they're
Yeah,
trying
because
something new and it either
VRChat
goes well
to
or
be
it
a
goes
bit like
poorly.
skits in some
You can
ways,
have
but yeah, if you just do that
pretty
and you
much
just
the
eat
sky
all
is
sweet
the
clean
limit with
white, like
ideas
get your popcorn
regarding
here.
videos.
Okay, I'll be back.
Memes are also super popular and of course very easy to make videos about while in fursuit. Every day there's
I'm
some
like
new
streaming
meme
the
going
screen
around
and it's like,
online. If you're
geez.
looking for fun and quick things to do in your fursuit and keep
Yeah,
your finger
this
on the pulse of
map in
what's
the
going
world is
on
suddenly
with the
bugging a little bit, but I guess that's VRChat in general, so.
Yeah, that's
Dance
it's kind of
videos.
sad though. It's
Fursuit
kind of sad.
dancing is
First off, not everybody can
extremely
see it because
popular
there's
and
Quest
a
2
huge
limitation,
subculture
and
within
VRChat,
furry in
since
its
there's a
own
lot
right.
of people in the same
I
arena.
myself choose not to dance in fursuit.
But the best
I've
trick
got
is
too
to
much
like
heat.
hide,
But I have
put the
special
player
admiration
models,
for those
like
who
the
do
security on
have the skill
trusted,
to dance in fursuit
if I'm
and to
correct.
share their talents and expression with the
Settings,
world. If you have
safety.
even the slightest modicum of dance talent,
So yeah,
Well,
put.
it
I
also
recommend
depends
doing
also on
dance
who
videos
you're,
in your
who's
fursuit.
the game
They're really
master
fun
and who
and
you
people
basically
love
set
them.
it on to.
Oh my god!
Especially with the PC.
You made me jump. I got so scared. I need to lower the sound of it down. It's high.
Where to post these videos you're making depends
I wasn't
on
expecting
where you're
it.
most active and what you'd like to do with them. Twitter is a
Sound
big site for
files.
furries right now. I predominantly use it myself. I know
alright.
that has a 2
Fair
minute and
enough.
20-second limit. You can get a lot of content into that time frame. But if you do happen to go over, what you can easily do is put a clip preview of the video on Twitter and link to your complete upload somewhere
Yeah,
else.
it's good to do that. I mean, I can only
Instagram
imagine. I mean,
is another
for
great
instance, I'm
social
not sure
media
about the
platform for
headstrap, but I
short
guess
form
it's still
videos.
adjustable.
This one has
But for me, I'm really glad I
1 minute
invested
on the
in
video
the
itself as a
55
post.
because I can actually
Instagram
adjust
also has
the
a feature
strapping
called
behind.
Stories, which
I think it was an error to
are
activate this.
posts
Sometimes
that
I can just
disappear
let
after
go.
a day. Those
kinda
only
do
have a
it like
15-second
tick.
limit. However, if your video is longer, you can chain several of them together. Twitter has
These
a
guys are
new
making
similar
the
feature called
voices like
Fleets,
me, so I'm probably
though
gonna see
I
if I can get in
myself
there.
don't have access to them yet on my account,
Alright.
and therefore have not been able to experience them. Depending on what type
just
of
left.
content you're making, you can use either of these platforms to your advantage.
Right now,
TikTok
basically,
is very
if you guys
popular,
didn't
though
check
it's not a
before,
platform
they're now
I'm
talking
myself
about
used,
making
so I'm not
skits,
super
making
familiar with the
small
features.
videos,
I
memes, and
believe
whatever
it
you
has a
can.
1 minute limit, but
Just
that
to
might
distract
change.
yourself.
Yeah.
TikTok also
Like basically,
allows
it's
you to use
fursuit
different
usage
photographs,
during
where you can
quarantine. It's
essentially
basically the
make a
fact that
reply video to
you know
somebody's upload
nowadays you
video.
cannot really
So
go
if you see
outside. So
someone
they're
doing
like,
a
all right,
trend and you'd
so
like to
maybe do a
participate,
photo shoot, whether
or
it's with
if you
your
want to
phone,
add
piece
something
of
onto
camera
the
or
funny
stuff like
video
that.
that someone else has
Just
made,
I don't know, do some
this
posts, be
gives you a
creative in
lot of
general,
content
and also
opportunities
like
to work with.
if there's anything,
TikTok
just do
also
some
has an
skits, some
audio
small
library
videos,
of
me
songs,
like
dialogue
whatever.
clips from movies, as well as
Post it, I don't know, on
user-created
Instagram,
audio
Twitter.
clips that can be used
Try
in
to
your
just
videos,
like
which will give
distract
you
yourself
similar
from
ideas
the
for
things
stuff
that go
you can
outside,
do.
you know.
If you
Hey,
have
what's up,
more to say that
Stefani?
can be crammed into just a
How
few
you
seconds,
doing?
longer
Hope
format
you're doing
videos
alright. Hope
expand
you're
your
doing fine.
content possibilities. I myself run a
Hope the
YouTube
family's
channel
alright,
where I do a
school, or I don't
series
know.
called Cheetah Chat with Shatani. I talk about different topics
But yeah,
pertaining
for
to
real,
the furry community
just
that I don't really see
it's
other people
basically
talking about
hands
too
down
much.
to
You can
being
check that out
creative
if you're
and
interested
whatnot.
at
Like
youtube.com/Shatani.
boredom is just the fact that you're
Discussion
doing
videos
nothing.
and
So
talking
you
head
know,
style videos are quite popular.
it's basically like
Almost
saying,
everyone
all right,
has
so you got a
knowledge or
fursuit.
opinions that they'd like
You
to
can
share
still
with
use
you.
it. Just be creative with it. Just like go, I don't
are another thing
know,
you can do.
like
I mentioned
like she
baking
said,
a
like take
buttercup
pictures,
earlier.
do some
She
skit,
runs a
or just
baking
even like
and
like for
video
nothing,
recipe
just
series,
put it on and
all of
just
which being
relaxing,
done in fursuit,
like
of
while
course.
gaming or something like
If
that.
you have any
Things with
other
video games with a
talents or
fursuit add on.
hobbies,
Like you know, just for
learning a
fun,
musical instrument, for instance,
no,
maybe
just
that's
playing
a
games,
skill that
right?
you have,
Like
and you can do that in fursuit.
it's
to
not
do
much, like,
engagement.
but just swearing,
There's
like I don't know.
crafting, building, pretty much anything that you can do in your fursuit, you can show others how to do that too.
Like,
Reaction
you
videos are
don't
a thing,
even
doing
have
vlogs, if you
100% like
yourself
to
are in a very
showcase it to
creative
other
type,
people.
this is always
I
an
know it's part of the
option
fun,
for
but
you.
like you can still do it
Though
by
your
yourself,
videos
like
don't always have
just
to be
chilling,
in these
or just I don't know,
formats.
just get in
You
a
can
Discord
make
call, just activate your
films in your
camera and talk
fursuit.
with people while having your
Perhaps
fursuit
your
on.
fursuit character is one that you've established a world and a universe
in the end, it's like
for.
pretty much up to you.
Or maybe there's a story that you'd like to be told, and you choose to do that through the
Vlogging. How do you want to vlog though? I don't know if you can do some vlog.
Film festivals that you can submit your films to,
Long
get them in
video.
front of a wider audience, and have the
No
chances
longer
to win
verified
prizes
yet,
and
true.
accolades for your work. Platforms for these include, of
Vimeo.
course, YouTube, one of the biggest and most well-known online video
Is that-
sites.
Everybody
This
kept
will
saying,
let
is
you
that a
do
lion or
largest
not?
numbers
Everybody kept
views
saying,
if
is
you
that a
choose
lion
to
or not?
use
It's
it.
not a
It has
lion though.
15-minute limit for regular
It's
users,
a
and if you're verified.
wait, it's a
YouTube's
cheetah. It's
popularity
literally a
can be
cheetah.
both a blessing and a curse, as you'll get a very wide
It's a
audience,
cheetah.
but
I'm
you
getting an
can't
invite
control
from
what
another
types
friend of
of
mine.
people will see
All
your
right.
videos. So you may have some bleed
I'm probably
over
gonna be seeing
outside
him
of the
because I
furry
know he's
community,
pretty
which
cool
can
as
lead to
well. If you guys
harassment,
want to
trolling,
join,
and other
just
less
send me an
desirable
invite.
interactions.
I'll
Alright.
try to get it in
No
there.
trouble.
Vimeo is another platform for longer
I
videos.
can't see
This
it.
one does
Damn
not
it.
have a link
MC, I'm
limit.
gonna be.
Yeah, that's a
So if you've got
cheetah.
something
That
like
is a cheetah.
a
Wait,
feature
let me put up
fursuit
a picture on
film that
screen.
you made, or you want
There you go.
to share a 6-hour-long video talking about why
Cheetah.
you do or don't like such and such movie.
Is it
in
real?
Fursuit, you can do that.
I mean,
as
it's
well.
so realistic though. It's like
Platform is
really,
much
really
restrictive
realistic.
in regards to content matching. YouTube can be pretty militant about that, and it's well
Like,
known
if
that
you
they'll
look-
hit
if you
you with
look
a copyright
closely,
strike for using something like 30 seconds
Like,
of a
it's
song.
what we
With
call a
Vimeo,
realistic
you don't
suit.
have to worry about that as much, but on the
Oh,
downside,
I did not
it
realize
does have
it's
a much
literally
smaller
her
user
real
base.
eyes.
So you
Damn.
may not get as much
That
organic
is
traffic to your
really
videos,
surprising.
and you might have to do a little bit of a
That is
hustle
really,
yourself
really
with promoting it
surprising.
elsewhere.
I did not expect that to be her real eyes.
Piggybacking
Like,
off
I
of
was
that,
watching it from
streaming
afar, like,
is another thing
just
you can
chilling,
do in
just
your fursuit
relaxing,
while
and
you're
like,
stuck at home, and you don't even need to leave your house to
yeah,
do
she's
it.
actually blinking.
Gaming
Damn.
is
All
one
right.
of the most
It's not a real.
common streaming
It's not a lion.
activities.
It's
Folks
a
love to
cheetah,
stream
but
themselves playing all sorts
it's
of
not a real
video
cheetah as
games,
well.
card games, even tabletop
All right, so
games.
we'll take it out
It
because
is a
it's
great way
kind
to
of
make
hiding a
friends
part of the
and
screen.
money has even been raised for our charities and good
But yeah,
causes
she's blinking and
through
everything.
donation streams hosted by fursuits in our community. Art can also be streamed online. We furries love to commission art of our characters, of course, as well as watch the artists bring the masterpieces to life in real time. I have another Magpie Bones fursuit compatriot
I'm
who
curious.
has done
Let me
some
check
art
something
streams
real
while in
quick.
his fursuit. And of course, being in fursuit
The next
while
panel,
you create art can draw
Friday
a lot
panel
of viewers to your
lineup.
streams. Q&As, AMAs,
So
Ask
fursuiting,
Me
time
Anythings,
quarantine.
TMI
After
Tuesdays,
that, it's
things where you
fursuiting
interact with your
meet and
online friends and
greets.
followers and have them ask you questions to answer
I don't.
and drive the conversation.
Man.
Those are very popular as well.
I don't know where they're gonna go with fursuit. Did they really cut the head off?
YouTube, Instagram,
I don't know.
Twitter, Facebook,
I don't know. I
as
don't
well
think
as
so. No,
platforms
they
that
made
are
it. They
specifically
definitely
set up
made
for
it.
hosting streams, like Discord is for gaming.
Well, question
and
is,
Picarto
if
is
she
geared
did so,
towards
how did she manage to get it?
Before we transition away from videos,
How
I'd
did
like
she
to
manage
mention
to get the
making
head?
GIFs. If you film a
Oh
longer video
no,
or a
dude!
short
I saw
format
that
video
no
like
Rick
I
rolling
mentioned
in my
earlier, you can
stream.
clip out
I
a
just
little
activated the sound request, so
cut
not
from
today,
that
bro.
and
Not
turn
today.
it
No
into
Rick
an
roll.
animation that you can use elsewhere online.
No Rick roll.
Here are some cute examples of things you can do. Aries is playing and cuddling with their pet kitty cat.
I mean,
while Mark
if you
is
look
giving
closely,
us
it's not
a
just the head.
very
It's
cute
like the whole body.
fuzzy lion wave.
Like it's
If
the
you
hand,
use
paws, and
Telegram or
everything.
social media, you'll know
So
how
I
popular
dude, they
these
hunted a
are
real
for reaction images.
cheetah, man. They
And
hunted a
instead
cheetah
of using,
and
for
literally
example,
like
a Telegram sticker, having
took
to
out the
pay
skin
for
and
those,
everything and made a
or
freaking
use
fursuit
a
with it.
generic
I'm
one of
telling
somebody
you,
else's character,
this shit is
you
realistic.
can
Oh my
use
gosh,
your
wait,
own
what?
fursuit and your own character to represent these
Dude, they're-
emotions. People react
People
great
with
to it,
realistic
and
suit
something more
are
novel
like,
than just
what
using
the
an
hell?
emoji or
It's
something
like
like that.
Zootopia IRL.
Public video projects are
I can't-
so much
can I-
fun to
can I please
participate
get on
with
it?
in fursuit as well as host.
Alright, Hardcore
If you're
Porco
unfamiliar with
boys.
the concept, in short,
Hardcore
this
Porco.
is a creative project where many people come together to bring an idea to life. Someone has an
Porco.
idea for a video, they ask their friends or put out a call on social media asking for participants. Everybody gets their instructions, they make their part, send it in, and the host puts everything together into one collaborative project. Usually you see
this
these
suit
in the
is-
form of a music video as the concept
The
lends itself
making
well
of
to
this
the
suit must
format,
have taken
but of
so
course there
long.
are unlimited things that you can do with this.
Because this is
If you yourself
made,
are a
of course it's
fursuiter
made by hand because it's a
looking for such
fursuit, but the
videos
thing
to
is, it's
participate
made
in,
it so in a
you
way
can
that
keep an eye out for submission calls
everything
on
is calculated.
websites such as Twitter, Telegram chats, Discord servers, any popular places for furries.
Yeah, I place
Look for
myself
people
on
posting
trusted,
like,
so that's
"Hey,
why
I'm
no
doing this
particles for me,
project.
boys.
I want fursuiters
But
to help me out with this, and it has to
everything
be
is
done by this
calculated
date."
because the
Things of
mask
that
is
nature.
straight up on her face
If you cannot find any videos to participate
and everything.
in,
Because
and
like
you have an
otherwise
idea
that
you
would not
like
work. The
to
eyes
bring
would
to
be
life,
looking kind of
then
weird
let
and all.
you yourself
So everything is
host your
calculated,
own
and that's
project.
like, damn.
All you
All
need
right,
is to just
so
get other
there is
people to spread
some
the word
work
about
onto
your
it.
project, and I guarantee you
Because the hunter
other
hunts, so they
fursuiters
kill
will
them
hear
and
about
take
it
all
want
the
to
things
contribute.
in the side
Let's
of their
look
body.
at some
Yeah.
examples of public fursuiter video projects that I
Or they
contributed to
probably made
myself
some like, I don't know,
and
some
might
lion
inspire you to
beef
things
or
that you
something. I
can
don't
do
know.
during the pandemic. Quarantine is
Probably made like
a
some
project
kind of lion
where
meat.
Ringer, who themselves is a composer, wrote a song about their experience of being in
Is it a
quarantine.
no, I
and for
think
the
that's
visual,
yeah.
took a bunch of submitted clips from fursuiters and put it all together. Mask Up is another video project I took part in. This was a video where fursuiters were asked to take a short clip of themselves putting on a face mask or utilizing a face covering in
Just
some way with
now
their fursuit.
basically like be part of
concepts
be part
like
of the
this are
community.
very
Just
popular,
try to
of
get like
course, and with other people
involved
submitting and contributing,
while
you've got
staying
something
home.
great that's
Like
more
just check
engaging
some
than what you
little
could just
stuff
do
that
sitting
is
at
going
home
on
by
and just
yourself.
be part of it. You know.
Restel did a really cool
Just try and
series
make, like, I don't know,
showcasing
some,
different fursuiters from all around the world. This was a monumental undertaking that spanned over 32 weeks and hundreds of fursuiters. The videos were hosted on TikTok.
Around the
You
World
did not
Series.
have to have a TikTok account to participate. All the
I mean, I'm not
preparations were
much
on
of a TikTok
Telegram,
fan.
And I haven't even counted
I got some friend who
all
does
of the
TikTok. I
different
don't mind it, so
countries
I'm
and
not that much of a
continents
TikTok
that
fan.
ended up being represented when the video project was done. It's such an amazing showcase of all the diversity that we have in the furry community. And again, this is a prime example of the type of fursuiting that you can do and support without having to go out and travel. Infinity's chain reaction video is something that was super cool if you're looking to get a little more involved or a little more technical with. Here's some great inspiration. This was a video done by the Taiwanese furry convention Infernity. They asked participants to take a video clip of themselves not in fursuit, holding up a card to the screen, and then if
Thanks.
they remove the
Damn.
card,
Like,
now they're in
no
their
need to
fursuit.
follow me, man.
And it
No need
transitioned
to follow
back
me.
and forth between all the different fursuiters. This is a, you know, it
I'm
gives
just
a
I'm just a guy with
final
like making
project,
content, you
though
know.
it is a little bit more complex.
Like
to
YouTube is
enact,
more of a
being
I'm
that everybody
trying to
has
have
to
some
have
fun and
a certain prop that they're
like, you
using,
know.
as well as coordinating the
Like I play many
different
games, I'm more of a
directions in
variety
which the
guy.
participants were
So
passing
I mean,
the
you
cards
gotta
to
see.
each
Like I
other
try
so
uploading
that
at
it
least a
all
vid a
flows
week.
together.
Stream a
So
lot.
if you've
Play a
got
lot of
anything
Sonic.
like this, I know that the transition
Well,
style
thanks.
videos
Thank
are
you a lot.
popular on TikTok.
Really appreciate
so
it.
here are just some examples.
I'm trying to grow
of
my
ideas
channel, but
for
not
things
too
that
much,
you
because you know
yourself
I'm
can
just
do.
trying to keep like a small community.
Group video calls are also a very engaging
I just like the
option.
personal
There's
aspect
no
of
reason
small
to not do this
communities.
in fursuit if
Everybody
you
know each
have
other.
other people that you're
Everybody's
comfortable shooting
close.
with on camera. There are different
Yeah,
platforms that you can
that's what I was
use
talking
if
later
you would
on. Like,
to start posting group
just
video
hop on
calls
Discord
your
or like I
own.
don't know Messenger
Zoom
or
and
whatever. And
Discord
just
are
wear
very
your fursuit
popular
or
ones
talk to your
among the furry
friends.
community.
It could be like
I actually
be as
haven't
easy as
really
that.
seen
Like,
anyone using, though it does offer video calling and thus
it could be
bears
as
mention,
easy
of
as that.
course. Omegle is a browser-based video chat site you do not need to download a separate client for. This is only one-on-one as well. Telegram recently announced that they'll begin supporting video calls.
Are you chatting with your people you're streaming to? I'm letting you.
I was like, oh shit,
These video
Blue's
calls
here.
can either
Alright.
be scheduled or impromptu. For instance, I am in a group for
In
cheaters
my
on
opinion,
Telegram,
it's
and
like
all the groups get together.
I
Every
mean, it's
couple
not an
months or
actual
so,
full
we do a group
convention, but
video
it's
call
what
where
you.
we chat, where our
It's
fursuit
the
group
least,
has
yeah,
them,
it's the best
we
you can
play
get. Like,
trivia
I mean,
or
there's a
online
bunch of
games
people
together, and
around.
it's just a really fun time.
There's a bunch of people around, but like,
I mean, the thing is, they're still having fun. Like, in the end, I think it's all about having fun, trying to distract yourself from all the shit that's going
You
on.
can start taking part in right
And it's
now.
still doing it well.
Here are examples of 2 active fursuit video call chats on Discord, which you can join.
just makes me feel like I'm in school
They have different start
with
times or
the presentations and then.
For real? No, that's true. That's true. Like, there's the big screen in front and like a bunch of people around.
You're just watching,
Another
you
event
know.
is the Fuzzy
Yeah.
Omegle Weekends, which is a group.
I mean,
that
it's
took
still
over
like
from a
some
previous
part of it
group
are
hosting
interesting.
chats of this kind last
I mean, of
year.
course, there's like
I
some
want the interactive parts, okay? I want to be able to
Instead of being a
talk
group
to
chat, this is a one-on-one
people.
thing.
Did you see the
Matched
clip?
up
Did you
with
see
a
the clip that I
different
sent?
fursuiter who is using the same
No.
event tags as you.
Go look at general and go like 115, like 1 minute, 15 seconds.
Well, give me a second, I'm eating.
My man's eating.
Let's
What you
not
eating?
forget
Yeah.
about online conventions, of course.
I'm eating
As
breakfast
you can see,
tacos
I am
at 2 in
attending
the
an
morning or
online
2
convention
p.m.
right now. I'm wearing a fursuit and I'm having a great time. There
I know.
are many
Online
other
cons,
virtual
yeah.
furry cons that are hosted
Second
in
Life.
a live
Like,
format.
I mean,
Events that you can
cons could be
participate
from
in
like
using your
Second
webcam.
Life to
These can
even
include
like I don't know,
online
a Discord
fursuit parades
channel
and
or
even
like
fursuit meet and greets.
right now in
Like
VRCHAT,
this one
Minecraft,
from
even Minecraft. I saw some
Apocalypse
people
Online
doing
that
some
I took
cons
part
in
in
Minecraft.
last autumn. Dance competitions also.
Like that's the thing. Like
There's
it's
a screenshot
kinda,
from
it's
last
kinda
year's
like, hey, okay, so
Anthrocon
people are
online
trying to get
dance
her up.
competition. They took
And
pre-recorded
that's
submissions beforehand,
it's
which is usually
kind
going
of
to be the
surprising of a
case
community
if you're
though.
doing
It's
something
like
in fursuit. Though I know that some
whatever the game,
VRChat
whatever
cons have
the
done
thing, there's always
actual
gonna be like a
live
bunch of
dance
people who's gonna be like, all right,
competitions with the
so
help of
let's
body
get her up.
tracking technology.
Let's talk about that subject.
Costume contests are also a thing. Here we see
Yep.
Temperance doing a cosplay of a Khajiit
I
from
can believe I
Elder
found you
Scrolls.
on YouTube
No,
without
that
even
is not a
searching
video
for you.
game screenshot, that is
Oh
a
damn! I
cosplay
just
of
realized. Like,
fursuit.
yeah, I go work.
And
I
they
go
entered
work
that
later
into
on,
the
so I
Cosplay
better put my
Central
clothes
costume
in the dryer.
So don't
If I want
forget
to have like
to
dry
expand your
work
horizons.
Oh,
working
well, I have to
outfit.
go to a
Other
party in
types
a
of
bit.
conventions.
Oh really?
Comic cons,
Lucky.
anime
Like I gotta go
cons,
work.
Just
And
seeing it's a
my man
party.
is just.
other nerd fandom events like that. They have all
Be right back,
started
chat.
to
Be right back,
move
chat.
programming online, so you don't have to limit yourself
Hi,
to
chat.
only furry conventions. So you've been
Blue,
starting
I
up a
heard
bunch
that.
of stuff in your fursuit. Where do you share it? Why, where the furries are, of course. And in this day and age, this means practically anywhere. Here is a whole list of
Oh man, I wish I
many,
could see
many
the
sites on which
what's it
furries
called?
are prevalent.
The chat right
Of
now. Here,
course,
let me open it up.
pretty much anywhere
Pretty sure you're
online
streaming
is a
on
great place
YouTube,
to
right?
post
Yeah.
the content that you're making to connect with the furry community. So,
Honestly, I
it can
plan
be
to
hard to
go
motivate yourself to keep fursuiting in this
next year,
pandemic.
hopefully.
We do as much as we can, but
If
in
this
the
whole
end, we're
Rona
still
thing, you know,
isolated at home. it
just
can
stops.
take a lot out of you to
Bro,
go
what
through
else
the
can we
effort
do?
of suiting up
And this is the
just to
safest way
take
to,
a couple
like, I guess,
pictures
have these
for your
sort of
social
conventions
media.
online.
A trick that helps is to try
If
to
kids
motivate
watch
yourself
all
to
your
stay
videos, will
active
we...
by sticking to a schedule.
Huh, that's a good question
Say,
for
I'm
him.
going to post every Friday, or I'm going to post once a month at least. There are hashtag
I mean,
trends
there's...
that you can
I'm pretty
follow
sure there's
on
family-friendly
social
content.
media, like
You know, he's
Post
pretty wholesome
Friday,
himself,
where
so...
people share
If
pictures
kids
of
watch all
their
my
lives on a
vids,
weekly
what would I do?
basis, and even tag tailored to
I'd be
people
really
with
surprised because I got
nature,
at least,
like Mad Bones Monday in my case.
I think I'm almost at
You can go ahead and
200s.
capitalize on that, use that as an excuse to make
First off, I'd be
yourself
surprised because I
get
got
into
200s vids and sprayed them. Come
meet
on.
on a regular basis, of course. I mentioned several earlier that
And
you
some
can
of them are like
join
3 hours
where
long,
people
if
get
it's not
into
more.
fursuit and interact in that regard.
But
So the kids won't be able to stand watching all 3
nah,
hours.
he won't be able to. But also, like, I mean, thing is,
okay to skip a day of a chat group or
I
something.
said so many stupid things back then that I'm like, yeah, if he goes back or she goes back or whatever.
But you're a wholesome guy. Here, now, and even
Wait.
better-
I said so many stupid things back then. So if you want to have like a way different point of view of me, yeah, just go back and just go back and look at them. Like I wouldn't mind, cause like I don't regret anything in life. But I said some pretty stupid shit. All I'm gonna say. So if you want to,
back then. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are like that.
so if you wanna like, well, I'm a kid and I am watching. Nice.
Cool.
I mean, if you wanna watch every single one of my vid, first off, you're gonna be wasting at least a year of your life.
Yep.
But also,
that
like some of my vid are so long. I think the longest one is like 8 hours. Throw water balloons.
I mean, you're a wholesome guy, so...
I was thinking a sippin'. Made me laugh. That went so wrong.
But you are, right? Like, you do so much wholesome things, you know, you're family friendly.
I'm family? Are you really saying that I'm family friendly? How am I family friendly? Like right now,
I'm family and you're friendly.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that's a good one.
Watch them at times 2 speed. You know what? That's some. I mean, it's faster.
What's them at times? Yeah, it's true, but I'm gonna have like a super high pitched voice. Yo,
and you're gonna waste half of the year.
The thing is, I started doing YouTube like 3 years ago maybe. And I was watching an old vid, alright? I was watching an old vid of mine. And my voice was so different. My voice was so different. It was so weird. Like, I was watching them and it feels like I was on some alien or something. Like, my voice was weird. Like, I cannot stand my old voice. Huh?
I think people are, I think that's just normal, like, you know, back then, your voice is normal.
Well, I know, but still, it's kind of unsettling.
Exactly, like a chipmunk.
Like the chipmunk, yeah. Okay, so you watch the stream right now.
Huh?
So you're watching the stream right now?
Yeah, I'm watching the stream. Just for the presentation that I'm receiving right now.
Alright.
Good view. Really good view. Wait. I'm able to join you, right?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. But the thing is, the screen is not Quest compatible because it's a player, so it's kind of bad.
Well, don't worry. I can always. I mean, look. I don't think I need to watch it because. Well, let's not. Oh, the panel's done.
So what is it, Stefani? What is it? What a face.
All right. Well, I'm gonna join you. Okay. Your status is friendable, right?
Alright, so it's done. So what's the next panel? The next panel is, for the people who are wondering, so it's fursuiting in quarantine, and the next one, it's at 4 to 5, and it's fursuit meet and greets in like 15 minutes.
For donations
That means we're gonna meet people.
Yeah, it's first meet and greet, the next panel.
I will be moving over to the Discord chat now to answer
where is
everyone's
it located?
It's here. All the panels are gonna be here. All the panels are gonna be here.
And keep on shooting.
Oh,
But if you want to
You're gonna
explore,
see the
like you
whole
can
thing?
take the portal behind, and like it's gonna bring you to the lobby and stuff like that. And at 4 p.m. Eastern time, like just come back here, and the panels are all gonna be playing here.
Wait, you're gonna be streaming the whole thing today?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh damn, that's dedication, but I like that.
So guys.
Quest, I can't see.
Oh, okay. If anything, like you can search on YouTube, you can search on Twitch. There's people streaming it right now, as I'm doing it as well. So I mean,
Yeah, I think
you can just look it up like Furnal Equinox or something like that, live stream, and you're gonna see what's happening. Or if you want, you can I mean, did you subscribe on their website?
I'm pretty sure.
Well, I got an alternative account I can go on.
It's not necessarily about another. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, PC, you're most likely gonna be able to see it. Next
Here.
panel, Zombie
I
Spray Dogs.
just
Nah,
sent
it's
you a-
not, man.
I just sent you a request though. Let me join.
Alright, wait, sorry. I just gotta do this because I'm streaming. Alright.
No worries.
There you go.
I think in like, oh, I think in like a couple minutes I'm gonna, like 10 minutes I'm gonna take a shower.
Truth or dare?
I'll come.
Alright,
Oh.
truth. For now, I'm gonna go for a truth.
Go for truth.
Oh, they're back! They're back! Alright.
Who's they?
Alright, so they're back. Alright, so where they are? I think they're still in the... They're still in the launch.
Not long ago, released. So the computer. Oh, listen. So the computer I linked to is the internet, but it's locked at 200 megabits per second due to
Hello.
the outages in the area.
I think they're in break right now. Hello! Hello. Am I too high? Am I too high?
You're perfect. I mean, like.
Yeah, no, I got a decent angle. I got a decent. Is it true that you like him? Like who?
Like who?
Like who? Blue?
Who do you like?
Blue?
Me? Hi.
Kind of.
Yeah, hold on.
Kind of.
Wait, what?
What?
No.
I mean, you're a nice person.
I mean,
you're a nice person.
yeah, we're in a family level.
Yeah. Kinda got no choice to like you. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Keyboard noises.
Oh my god. Hello. My name is Skulls.
Oh, I hear you in double. Wait, I'm gonna mute myself on Discord. Alright, now it's good. No, it's good. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. Oh, and by the way, for the people that just came here, basically, I got something to show you. I was laughing so hard later on. This thing is hilarious. So I'm just gonna like show this thing. Alright, you can see it.
That's a good thing.
So later on I was just like messing around. Like if you go on the website, like there's screen sharing everything. So if you don't want to go on VRCHat,
Okay.
you can literally go there.
You know, I'm thinking I could go for a swim. Probably not a ball pit because that might crash some things. I'm
So
scared.
just to put in perspective, this is the official Furnal Equinox live stream. Okay.
Peachy, do you know how to get there by any chance, or do we have to go back through the hotel? We can take a walk.
Sadly, we have to go back to the hotel, and there's an elevator link that will take us right to.
And that
the,
little boy is
school.
me.
If you're interested.
All right, let's do it. I think.
And that little boy is me.
Sword out for a few seconds.
I can't tell.
So I just wanted to like mess around, just to appear in their thing. And then I managed to do it, like in front of like thousands of people.
Isn't a crasher, but like, I've never seen an
You are a wicked beast.
I could take it there. I could take it there. What's your there? What's your there? What is your there? Hello. What's your there? What's your there? Mr. Stefani. What's your there?
Hold on. Hold on. Because I'm on Discord doing stuff. Well, what brings you here other than like you're a furry and you have VRChat?
I'm Mike Snoot, which is basically a dumb Lucario who holds a bag.
That's my first time.
Gets preyed by 50 skunk.
This world, I guess.
How would I manage to get 50 skunk in the first place?
Oh my god,
it's not my first time being in an online.
You dare me to kiss him.
convention.
You dare me to kiss him.
But, oh well. It's fun, it's nicely organized, there's like cool people around. Like, look.
And one of them has like a rainbow like
Wait.
slow strobe effect, and I don't want people to have
Mwah.
epilepsy.
Oh, wait, trap.
An apple a day keeps the doctor away. And then this one's just for the memes, bro. This is just for the memes. Look up.
I turned them off so I don't see them.
No, I have no particles or anything. It's just a
Alright.
tall hat that's like 40,000 polys. That's it. It's just a tall hat. The only point of this avatar is a tall hat.
40,000 polygons down.
The whole avatar itself is 40,000 polys.
Crap, I forgot your Pokemon name. No,
Yo, Blue,
no,
Blue,
no,
Blue.
not now.
Blue, they dared me to kiss you. They dared me to kiss you.
Tip position than the moon.
They dared me to kiss you. Come closer.
Wait, I think you evolved from Puplio, right?
It's because of its positional
Damn.
I can't remember. No.
That is Primarina. In Primarina.
There you go.
It's
Nice to meet you.
is way over the limit.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you too.
Oh my goodness.
You know where I'm from?
Porcupine a hug. My sister have a hedgehog. My little sister literally has a hedgehog.
Sorry.
It's hell of a boss. My name is Stolas.
Oh, that's a very nice name.
It's your avatar, no.
I mean, that's just his character.
But I'm wondering.
I'm gonna be linking soon, so
It's
I'll be
okay.
able to see it.
But you look very nice.
Thank you, you too.
And yes, I'm debuting
Thank
this
you.
avatar.
Sup? No, I'm just kidding.
Hello.
PlayStation 2, PlayStation 2 Pro Edition.
Oh shit, I dropped my phone.
Yep.
Mwah.
I don't see that, dude. That's non-quest. That's not quest friendly. I don't see anything.
I wish I do. I actually should.
We're on
I actually
quest
should. My
right
friend
now.
told me to. and I
Alright, so
probably
I'm gonna
You
try to open
can't
my
without
camera.
PC, and either way,
Perhaps
you use a lot of
showcase
resources, so it might kill
the
you.
little
should.
hedgehog of
If
my
I get a
sister.
PC, then I'll start doing
I just
Twitch
wonder if the
streams.
signal is gonna be
I'll help you get a
strong
computer
enough.
You can play VR with.
I would definitely watch
you on Twitch. I'll definitely watch that on Twitch.
I stream Forza and whatnot. I typically stream Forza, especially on my new Xbox. So.
I tried streaming on I definitely watched it too.
Alright, so what's up, boys?
Oh
I'm just wondering.
Processing things
It's the same.
I'm not gonna be able to talk because my microphone
I
is
didn't get to ask you though. What is your like favorite thing to look forward to in today's convention? I guess.
Pixels.
Try
to replace your controls for the right hand.
That's a lot.
It was not
Feel like I'm getting a wide variety of cool
but
things.
the audio was choppy. There we go. Spaced out and super delayed.
Oh no.
10 minutes.
Oh,
I've
no.
seen you do that.
Now it's on the right.
I have to get a PC because I really want to. I want to get a YouTube channel.
It's my first
I mean, I
time,
want to
okay?
make
My
one.
brother's lending me one.
I
have one. What you talking about? I have one. I have one. Hello.
Because I do
I'm
art
inside
as well.
your guts. I'm inside of your intestines.
What are you using then?
I told you she's becoming aware of it. She's slowly developing it.
Oh, you have? I didn't see it yet.
Wait, what?
I've been walking inside of you guys like this. Like the first step of
Hello.
touch is when your
Hi.
brain starts realizing it.
How you doing? CN Tower.
Yeah.
Which is a channel landmark at the hotel. You can definitely check out the tower.
That's
I think it was. I don't know where it was. I'm lost.
Nice. Look to you. Look behind you. Boing.
Here's behind me.
Boing.
There you
I don't
go.
have a good voice chat.
That's what I said.
I want chat
There
to
you do.
notice me. They want me.
Alright, so that's what I said. I got a little hedgehog. Hello.
So funny looking. I can't do. I'm trying to get used to them because there's so many of them.
Alright, so thing is, since I've work in the meantime, like between 5 to 8, I'm still gonna be streaming. I'm still gonna be streaming the thing, but I'm not gonna be there. So it's gonna be pretty much a... I'm showcasing everything, but it does not exist. Like, I'm not gonna be there, but I'm still gonna be streaming it.
I mean, I'm not gonna be here either. I'm gonna get picked up at like 7, and I'm gonna go, you know, do some stuff with friends. But you know what? In the meantime, I can entertain chat. Hello, chat.
But yeah,
the
what?
stream. Oh wait. Oh, I'm dumb. I went all the way back to the start of the stream. Oops.
No, but the thing is, I work from 5 to 8, so I'm gonna be back after. And yeah, I'm gonna continue like the whole animation thing, like the whole like trying to, you know, entertain and all that. But after work. But in the meantime, I will be doing some unboxing of like medication and stuff like that. Cause I work in a pharmacy and I'm like a little retail boy.
That's good.
There to grab his. I cannot use my hands. I cannot use my hands. I can't.
You can't use his hands.
I can't.
Poor little Stell.
I feel like this is going to turn into like a little bit more, until like it's like alright, so start dating him and stuff like that.
No.
I'm not a pharmacist, but I work in a pharmacy as a retail guy. It's like there's a pharmacy section of the pharmacy, and there's like a bunch of other things like cosmetic, also like self-cleaning and all those things. And I'm the guy we place everything on the shelves basically. So that's my job. So in the meantime, I'm still gonna be showcasing the whole event. But it's just I'm gonna be at work, and when I come back, the only thing is I'm gonna have to unlock my door, cause I can't have.
How are you gonna get kicked from being idle?
I never really got kicked for being idle though.
Oh, okay, well that's good. Well, it happens on Quest, maybe it's because like charging and like whatever. Oh well, all you have to do is just stay right there where you are.
Yeah.
It'll all be showcased nicely.
Idle time in VRCHAT.
Yeah, I'm just kind of.
I don't know. I think it's a good experience.
AFK.
Yeah, I was just going to pop over to Nora and learn this.
Knuckles. Those are the middle parts of my.
Well, still, in the meantime, we get socialized with all the cute people around here.
Private world.
At least that's what I want to do.
Okay, well.
Like look at
This game doesn't kick you. I don't think so.
You're so high up.
Yeah, this game is way better than Rec Room. This game is way better than. Oh, wait. Oh, I was gonna say, can people like see it? It's like I can literally teleport to them.
Well, thank everyone for touring with me, and looking forward to seeing you at the first hit meeting. See you soon.
Computers when you buy them come with a recovery system. Thank you for attending Pixel Perfect.
I can literally go and see them. Like that's how that's kind of nice. Like I can go to them and start messing around. I'm not gonna start messing around, but the only thing that I did, I just like stood back, just jump and start flying. Because my character can actually fly. Ooh, lag, gulag. Alright. They're still here. I'm wondering if they're still here though. Nah, they're not on this server. You're on another server. Can you spray people in this game? Whoa, thing really got quiet all of a sudden. I know, right? Like, depending on the world you're in, like, depending on the amount of people, things go super quiet. The next panel is... Oh, the next panel should be starting pretty soon.
Blenda den store gullmedaljen. Men en ting som jeg også lærte på mandag, var det at
we just want to be able to, like, you know, we were told by Cloud that when
See, exactly. That's what I said there.
Warning us and, like, interviewing us as well, so I don't know if that's changed, but that's what I was told by Cloud.
We basically, this is all off the cuff right now.
Yeah, honestly,
when
I don't have
we
any
know that we're
anything.
going to interview a specific person, we will contact them ahead of time. But this was more of just a, oh hey, somebody's there.
Like, that's what I said. You can basically see their walls set up. This is... Things are really, really... Like, things are pretty well set up. Like, the whole live stream thing, like, going to a streamer to the other. It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice.
What the hell?
Oh my god, this auger of yours is so cute.
I'm here. I'm back. I'm back here.
It looks like a light show from Oh, you can't see. You muted him.
Yeah, I didn't mute them.
Other, that's cute. Right there. Yes.
Alright, so I'm still gonna be streaming the thing.
What was I going to do?
Why is it black?
I forgot what I was.
Chat missed me. Look. Hi, chat. I'm back.
Damn. Blue's back.
Super awesome.
Hey.
Can you guys see it?
Hello.
See what?
It's just me, or is my audio like cutting out all of this sudden?
Give me 2 seconds. I'm just gonna go
Wait,
check.
can you hear me twice? Ooh, that's
No,
not
I'm muted on
I can
Discord.
hear
I'm muted
you.
on Discord.
My audio is being weird.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Ah.
Oh,
Can you hear me now?
No, never mind. Okay.
Can you
I don't
hear
know
me
what's
now?
going on. It's like
We can hear you too.
Oh.
I think it's just something on his end.
yeah, probably something with my headset.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Why can't I see it?
but I'm extremely
see what
laggy
I am?
now.
No, I cannot see it.
Another.
I think VRCHAT is
Can't see
panicking.
what?
The stream.
But I'm extremely laggy right now. So
Can
I
you
might
interact
have
with
to
that?
Restart.
Oh wait, perhaps.
For my back team. So
Okay, that's good.
today when I have my free day.
Yeah, you probably do.
Oh, okay. No, it's because somebody touched it.
Yeah.
It's because somebody touched it.
And if he doesn't understand, he's not the best in English, so just tell me what you want to tell him if it's complicated for him. If you understand.
Can you tell him that I hope he has a good day?
Det förstår du.
No, it's because people keep touching the
He
bar.
understands something, but not a long sentence.
I get you. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna.
Alright, so guys, I'm do like I said, I'm gonna go to work. And yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen. Like, I don't know the panels if there's anything bad. It's like I won't be able to check everything out, but meet and greet, anatomy, Splatoon. After that, there's the wildlife thing at 7 to 8.
Discord chat, in an official Discord server. Now, I am not sure which channel room it is, nor can I see anyone right now, but yeah. The avenue first is you're willing to
Microphone quality.
the avenue first is you wanna debut at the con if you've been this first reading and you want a chance to be able to like see another first reading.
So you know what?
Show off that first you know, this is the panel for you, so you're in VRCHAT or you're in Discord, or I don't know what you're watching. Just if you want to get in fursuit, hop over here. So this wasn't really planned out. I wasn't expecting a live stream or have an intro, so I'm pretty much just winging my intro. But if
Down here.
whenever y'all ready, if y'all want to start streaming channel room up, Discord call up on stream, we're gonna meet our first shooters.
Oh, did I do it in documents by accident?
You want to join in? It's
Yeah, I did.
channel room 1 in the Furnal Equinox Discord. Now, you don't need a fursuit to join this channel. If you want to meet other fursuiters, this is for you. So, just because, we'll have to see how it works.
You know what, Lucky?
What?
You know what? You know what?
What?
Going to be a limit to how many
I don't know what now.
You know what, Lucky?
No.
I'm gonna freaking attend to that.
But anyone else who's joining voice chat is welcome.
I'm gonna go there.
But yeah, here's the whole showdown and things like that, and yeah, basically.
Second staff, y'all are able to put the whole Discord call up,
I'm gonna be
right?
streaming in the meantime, but I'm not gonna be there.
All right, well then. I'm still seeing only myself on the stream.
Extremely laggy and I can't. The menu doesn't work for some reason.
Okay.
Okay, no, it doesn't work. I'll have to friend you the old way.
Alright. So if things is boring, it's not because it's not my fault, it's their fault. So yeah, see y'all boys.
Like I said, while you're
Should I
waiting,
close a bunch of tabs just in case?
Okay. Alright.
I'm back.
Hey, what happened there? I'm channel room 1 on the Discord.
Look, it's Max.
Yeah,
Hi,
it's
Max.
Max. So yeah, I was gonna go.
The first shooters are going to, we're just gonna take
Yeah, I'm
turns
leaving. I gotta
introducing
prepare for work.
ourselves, and then we're just gonna, I think we're just gonna go in alphabetical order. So you got the camera on the screen,
Like a little panel
and then you can, I guess, take turns sharing stories, like the most,
I don't
or
want to
they do
take
for
care of
another
chat
one,
by
just turn sharing the
myself.
most
No, you don't understand how big a responsibility it is.
How do I get there? Basically, my man, go type equinox. Like, all right. So I'm gonna show you how to do it. I'm gonna show you how to do it real quick before I go to work. So you go there. You basically go in the lobby. You type equinox. You're gonna see the chat. I just hit my toes on something. It actually hurts. So you do this. Then after that, you want to go up those stairs. Oh my gosh.
I thought you were talking to me for a second.
So you want to go up the stairs over there. Then you want to continue a little bit until you see this segment, and then there's gonna be the main stage. So you hop on this portal, which is basically gonna bring you where I was. Now I'm just gonna join my friend because this is the lobby I was in, basically. That's how you go there. Alright. And I'm back.
It means being able to stay here. You're back?
I'm not back, but like...
I kinda can't hear you.
Yeah, I can't hear you either. I can't hear you too well. It's like,
But yeah, guys, I gotta...
Yeah.
I gotta leave, boys, so I'm not gonna be able to monetize the
sounds
whole
like your
stream.
mic is in your mouth or something, or in your throat.
Zerky, you're generating a lot of static.
A lot of static.
But alright.
Leave me here alone.
I'm
I can't do that. No.
Does this sound better?
I'm sorry. But I gotta go to work. I don't want to lose my work. My job is important. I help some people.
Take care of
Alright. Is my voice not muffled? I mean, it's kind of hard with my
Alright.
person going.
It's gonna be.
That's
Like,
alright.
is it better?
Play nice, alright? I'll play nice if you
Still
play
muffled?
nice.
muffly.
Very robotic.
Sounds like you're very robotic.
Okay.
Alright, so I'm
How
going
about
now.
now?
See y'all, boys.
I can keep it.
Try to keep it PG-2, please.
Like
see
pull
y'all.
the mic away, or like pull the microphone out of your mouth, please, and maybe like pull it like a little more distance.
Hello.
Socially distanced from the mic.
Let's just watch
Is this better?
beautiful
Yeah.
presentation that we see.
A
You know,
little,
look, we
but
got-
it's like more.
We got my
Or-
boy Max on the left.
Oh my god, I don't know.
Okay, so now I found the problem. I was connected to the wrong microphone.
At least I can answer any funny questions.
What? I'm sorry, what? What's going on?
That's getting better.
Is this better?
A little.
Getting
This is the best I'm gonna get. I'm sorry. This is the best I'm gonna get.
Is that if the panel isn't
Well, sorry for
showing,
nagging you.
you can't fix it. So
I'm sorry. There's literally.
I had to hide that guy's avatar right there.
Down there?
Blocking the screen. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I can't see him because I'm on quest, so I guess it does it for me.
Oh, you're lucky.
I mean, anybody could just change him.
Yeah.
This is the clearest the sound's gonna get. There's nothing I can do about it.
Alright.
Oh, look at that fursuit. That is really amazing. I've never seen one like that before.
Y'all can't understand what I'm saying, can you?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
A little, yeah.
Well then, whoever this is on screen, you want to get started by introducing yourself?
This is gonna work.
Alright, I can introduce myself. Hi, I'm Zerdy. I'm a duck. And,
Search up.
what else should I do? Quack!
Alright, chat. I will be answering any
Very
questions.
good. Who wants to go next?
I suppose I can. I'm Hannah. I'm from Toronto. I'm a raccoon, a pink raccoon. Hi.
Oh, I can jump
I guess I
even
just
higher.
hit her.
Okay.
Whatever.
Like I said, I'm sorry this panel was off to a rough start. I didn't know my microphone sounded like garbage. So, anyone want to go next?
Okay, first of all, that is not Chica. That is just a duck, okay?
Anyone?
I have to mute some people around here.
I guess I'll take the honors. Hi.
Okay.
There we go. Hi, I am the Royal Rebellion. This character is the Royal Rebellious Beast. I made him myself. And yeah, it's a kaiju. It's its own form of a kaiju. I'm down here in San Jose, California. Right now it's raining. So, yeah, I'm an artist. I'm a dealer, fursuit maker, all the sorts. Hi.
Am I able to read this?
Hi.
Yeah,
Hi.
I'm
You said
able
it's
to read
raining?
this, Granton Cake.
Yep.
What's up?
That's a good thing in
Any questions
California,
you have,
isn't it?
I shall answer.
Well, in Southern California, it's good if it's in Southern California. I'm in Northern California, so
True that.
a little more northern. So we tend to get
Right there in that panel.
a little more
So you got it
rain than LA and all that.
I was thinking San Diego. My apologies.
Hello.
At least it's not tornadoing because the South is dealing with a lot of that.
Oh boy.
No, woo, that's a $350 penalty. Every time someone woos, I have to collect a $350 fine from you.
Legalize a woo!
A woo was
Legalize it.
legalized in 2019. I hate to tell you.
Isn't a woo legalized in Furnal Equinox?
Yes, it is.
I think
It was
Furnal
legalized.
Equinox and Furry
Didn't
Delta are the
Megaplex
only ones that
officially
legalized.
declare it illegal? It was some con that officially declared it legal or something. I know, declared it legal, I mean.
Furnal Equinox made it legal in
Hello.
2019.
Yay!
Philadelphia, I guess, legalized it when they first started because everyone that runs the con is a canine of some sort.
It's my
Oh, yeah.
first experience. The oops.
Alright, anyone want to introduce themselves next?
It was my first experience, I guess going to a convention.
Hi.
So there's a Comic-Con, right, in my city. Oh my gosh, you can't see me because, like, I'm down
Be
here.
shy, guys.
Well, you can change the angle a bit, but whatever.
Else goes. Hi.
It's called Comic-Con,
hi there.
and it's right
I'm
there. It's
Alana,
where, it's like in my
and I
city.
just moved to Arizona, and
Well,
it
this
is
was
killing me. It's hot
this
in
is
here.
2 years ago. So, the year before Rona.
I can only
in
imagine.
Louisiana.
I remember going in with just like a suit and tie, trying to. I don't know who I was
You
trying to
haven't
impersonate. I can't remember.
felt hot weather until you've
it was
lived in
something from
Louisiana.
Because I remember having
Yeah.
like some sunglasses on, right?
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
I
Louisiana
always
gets
thought
hot,
that Texas was just hot
first
hotter
experience,
than
you know, like,
everyone.
there was, like,
Either Texas or Florida,
there
one.
was the shops, there was, you know, like
Finally,
all these cool
it's
events
working.
happening. There were these people. I remember seeing like people
Until
trading
Texas
Pokemon
got
cards.
snow.
It's pretty funny.
I forgot Texas.
What
Yeah,
is
that was this year.
snow you speak of?
I guess.
We have like a
the weather
storm
channel
outside right now.
I remember taking a lot of photos of like people who were, you know, people were
Like
wearing
it's
fur
so
suits.
windy
I'm
outside
going to
right
hold my
now.
headphones in an awkward position.
I don't know. I felt really
Is that a
wholesome,
pink doggy?
but I just
Pink
wish,
dog,
you know,
everyone.
we can
Pink
go back
dog
to
in the
those
chat.
times where
Pink
Oh my
doggo.
we're
goodness.
able to,
Hi. So what we're doing is, for those of you who arrived late, we're just taking turns introducing ourselves.
Some people are not able to
And
go.
Pink
yeah,
looks like my
because
favorite
and then we're just taking turns sharing other stories. So anyone want to go next?
have the chance to go to any sort of
Hi.
convention
New Jersey here.
near your area, please take it. It's a fun experience.
Who's in New Jersey?
Big Bunny.
Big Bunny.
You're there. Like
Pop,
you belong
pop.
there. It feels like you're home.
Yay,
And there's
fun.
people like you there.
Who else here is from New Jersey?
I'm not sure when the next one would be in my area.
I don't
because of
know.
COVID, but hopefully.
Or at least
I've been in
nearby
New
New
Jersey
Jersey.
before. It would be nice to go back up north to the northeast.
Stuff we have to do nowadays.
Haven't been there in years.
Should be doing that panel again. But oh well. We got a Wolfie.
Hi, you want to introduce yourself?
So, one second, my phone's dying.
Wolf Lover, how long have you been
The character
using
has
VRChat?
his name is Juggernaut, and I'm from Newfoundland.
Yay, Newfoundland.
Over here.
Canada?
Yeah.
All right.
Alright, I had to make sure because there's two of those. There's one in Canada and one I think in the UK.
Oh yeah, and if you guys want to do
Oh, okay.
you're gonna have to go to the Twitch.
Yeah, I'm from the Newfoundland and Canada.
Sit there. Just
What
for,
part of Newfoundland?
CBS.
You wish you had a skunk
I'm
first.
sorry I missed that.
CBS, Conception Bay.
I don't.
Oh, okay.
Y'all hear me good? I'm trying something new with this.
But I mean, it all depends the colors you use. Depends on.
I'm trying to put the microphone in my mouth without having to like hold my headphones.
I mean, you're able to make it yourself, but it's a hard process.
Alright, this is about as good as I can get.
You know, I think it'd be
Alright.
way better to
Anyone
be,
else want to introduce themselves?
just for it to be made. Depending who you go to.
Hello?
I don't know about me getting a
Wait,
first.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
I mean, like,
Huh.
it'd be cool.
I can see all the people in the. I can imagine all the people in like the VR chat where they're just watching the stream, cringing at how not so smoothly this is running.
This is brand new, by the way.
Don't worry about how it is or isn't running.
I had it since May of last year.
Unless you just want to do black and white, which, I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, this panel ended up going like way different than I planned. It was just supposed to be a meet and greet. I didn't know it was going to be live streamed. And I didn't know my microphone was going to sound like garbage.
Bunny,
We have to deal with the unexpected.
Max, and
Yeah. So, anyone else want to introduce themselves?
Hi, I'm Marley. I'm the one in the
Do you mind if I ask a
97
question?
Yeah.
Do not want to sit down.
Hi, Marley.
Has anyone ever been to other cons besides Furnal Equinox?
Yep.
I have.
I've only been to TFF.
I attended Further Confusion. Got a couple. Got Further Squared. I did attend that one in New England. Attended Pack Anthro, BLFC. And Vancouver.
It's a dream of mine to go to
Cons as
Anthrocon.
well. Anthrocon
Wow, you're
multiple
so well
times.
traveled.
Anthrocon New England multiple times. FA United for Apocalypse. I was hoping to
I've actually never been
hit up Furnal Equinox in 2021, but you know the pandemic put a damper on that. I am super impressed with their online aspects, though. You know, everyone I've worked with on the con staff is doing a fantastic job. It's only making me more excited to actually be able to attend the con one day.
I'm sorry for interrupting. I was going to say, don't say you're not going to Furnal Equinox 2021. This is Furnal Equinox 2021.
Yep, absolutely. This is Furnal Equinox 2021. You're right.
I'm actually impressed with the staff that put together FE 2020. Like, after they had closed down 6 days before the con was supposed to happen, somehow some furs just was like, well, we're going virtual. And I'm just like, how's that going to work in 6 days? And then they figured it out. Like,
Oh, yeah,
that's
I was at that
impressive.
one. You did a great job with it.
Did they have a virtual last year? I was under the impression they did not, and they instead did
Actually run out of con. It was it was vendors and stuff who wanted to just give themselves like a time to shine since the con couldn't happen and create the con experience the best they could. But that was when virtual cons were still new and they literally had to throw it together in like a week.
Muffled. No, come on, man.
They literally had a week.
Yep.
Yeah.
They put it together in a week. It was pretty good too.
Might as well.
Less organized than this, of course, but it was still pretty good.
As well as it could be.
Oh,
yep.
Furnal Equinox went so out with their virtual con. Like, there's so much, like, there's like 10.
Oh, there we go.
Full body tracking and hook it up to this. Where'd she go? You can't use full body tracking with the quest, dude. Or I think, didn't Adrian have the quest?
You can use full body quest.
She's linked to a PC. No. She's linked to a PC. She has base stations and she has index controllers and the vibe trackers. That's why she's able to body track.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it on quest mode.
No,
just not in standalone quest mode. Yeah, you gotta be hooked up through a link cable to do it, but you can do it.
You can do it with virtual desktop. It's more limited, so people only really do it with the Xbox Kinects.
Yeah. I've been actually looking into this like open
only
source.
Xbox I have is like an all Xbox 360.
Chat, if you could, you can go into the Discord server if you signed up for it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And you can listen to them, I guess, having conversations. There's like a first meet and greet up, and then there's people. There's like a channel for people who are fursuiting, just to talk to each other. And I think it's pretty cool. You guys should check it out. I mean, if you can. If you can't, well, I mean, this will suffice, I guess.
Ready?
But the panel's kind of messed up, huh? That's one problem I was worried about. Crap. Oh man.
I'm depressed.
Stel, help! Click the panel. It's gone. It's gone. What should we do? Not able to. Hold on. Should quickly come to reset it. Come on.
My voice is fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that. No. Well, chat, I guess I have to entertain you. I mean... Okay, now that's a bad idea. That would be a very bad idea. Here, let's see if there's something I can do to fix it. Let's see.
Who gonna
First,
smoke
let me
with
just
me?
let me answer some messages I got on Discord.
I'm like in the middle of Omaha.
I'm about to stomp on that thing, cause that thing is a freaking pest, I tell ya. They're everywhere. What? You are a pest.
Like, oh, I want to step on it. Don't step on me.
Don't step on the tiny stop, though.
Man, this is so sad. Nah. Well, I mean, we can't do anything to fix it. Crap. Still, come back.
Like, yeah, your first time public fursuiting is probably always the best. I don't know. But, so another experience I had, so the first ever furry I had ever met, believe it or not, was at my local Relay for Life. And I never told her I was a furry before, and I was really nervous going up to meet her, but I finally got to meet her and like talk with her, and I made my first friend in the fandom. So fast forward about
No, the thing is, I'm just done with my shower. I'm just done with my shower. I was gonna go.
This was actually 2 weeks after my first fursuit got, and this was my second one out of bigger.
Now I'm going. Now I'm going for real.
While I was there, I was sitting in a circle with some friends.
I just increased your music. I just increased your sound.
I'm a furry, but I've never told anyone before. And just to follow it, he was like,
so they're gonna be hearing you pretty decently.
Right. So like that person that my friend was,
I could. Wait, can they hear me through Discord? I mean.
Oh, actually, yeah, I think that might be good.
I got to be that. Basically,
yeah, because and then you wouldn't be able to hear like the other random people here. So
all right,
let me go
there you
to
go.
Discord.
All right.
Full circle.
Me. Yeah, because I don't think chat was able to hear me smoothly. Anyways, anyone could be there. Now I'm here. Hello.
Yeah, that's working very well. That's good. What the fuck? I leave for like 5 minutes. I leave for like 5 minutes taking a shower, and there's like 8 people on my stream, and I cannot even be there to entertain. So well, see y'all.
Bye. Imagine streaming a stream. Can't relate. Can't relate. I'm pretty sure I'm like in the way. Wait. Whoa.
And like for the people who are watching the stream and the people in the VRCHAT world, I'm
what are you doing?
Because this was not planned out very well. I'm sorry we keep having a bunch of long pauses and technical difficulties.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, hey, it's an online con. You're never prepared for stuff like that.
Just to hide the stream.
Oh, okay. That'll be cool. Bye.
I should have got water before I sat here for an hour.
Oh, now we can just sit back and relax here. I'll get out of the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Does anyone remember?
We're done. There's a lot for me to do just to take care of this.
I think 18.
No.
No.
Okay. First of all.
Not really.
Were you at the first?
The music cannot be fixed.
You mean like the
sadly, cake.
Games.
Oh,
the game.
No,
you played in the VRCHAT? Cool.
Hi, Happy.
Remember when we was at the first games in 2018? How Team Orange we kind of won that one. But some of the events that we had to participate in were a little bit weird.
There is a tree in the lake. Are you serious?
I think the only normal event that we had was the ring competition, where that they had this little hula hoop and everyone had to circulate it one way and rewind it back in order to win the game. That was one of my favorite events.
That's cool. Yeah, I've never actually been in fursuit games before because I saw at TFF. I thought the fursuit games were being one of the panel rooms.
Okay,
I saw a bunch of stuff that I thought was fursuit games going on in like the hotel lobby. I didn't realize that was the fursuit game because I thought it was supposed to be in a panel room, so I missed out on my chance.
I mean,
to
I can't really. fix the music from here, so the best I can do is
attending
just
first two games. Legit.
chill here with you.
Last year we did dodgeball for
Why do you
our
have to
first
go
two
to
games. That
work? It's
further
gonna be like
confusion.
6
Oh my
7
god!
hours.
What a blast!
I would imagine that was
Long.
chaotic.
Oh well.
Well,
It's not gonna be like this
actually,
tomorrow.
Virtual
You
Vancouver
see,
actually had first two games over
this event
Zoom,
is
and that was
lasting for
actually
the whole
really
weekend,
cool. To like, that was
Friday,
the most fun I've
Saturday,
had
and
first
Sunday.
shooting at home in quarantine.
Pretty sure you're not gonna be watching
The reason why I was
empty
yelling is
screen
because I suggested
tomorrow or
dodgeball
something.
either at Anthrocon
Pretty sure
or
Marion is gonna,
Vernal
my man
Equinox,
Stella is
or
gonna
maybe it
try
was
to
Philadelphia. I don't remember what
be
con.
here
They
the
got
rest of the
turned
days,
down
which
because it was
is
too
alright.
dangerous.
But
Yeah,
pretty
just
sure
imagine if
at
you
least on
throw
Saturday
it
it's
at
gonna be
someone's face
like,
and you break the nose or the ear.
see what people think. It's gonna be like the best one, the best day for this event.
Yeah, we did
So I'm not too
dodgeball at
worried about
ours
it.
last year. Tons of fun.
You shouldn't be either.
some liability
only imagine.
for it.
Some people that may have to go. It's okay. There's always a tomorrow and a Sunday, so don't feel like you miss out on too much. Because, I mean, there's some good stuff, but
Yeah, we had suitor versus suitor, and
big
we had those little
experience.
bouncy balls.
Even if you miss like part of it, like I missed, I didn't wake up in time to like see some the intro and all
I'm
that.
just
But
close I get the fursuit yet.
hopefully,
Oh, hi, another one in VRChat.
Oh, there's another one. Hello there. Hey, Lucky.
Hello. I'm actually getting my first partial this Monday.
Oh, cool.
Wait, how are you? How is that? How are you doing that? That's
Doing
kind of
what?
cool.
we're back.
Doing what?
Getting a life.
Communicating through VR.
You mean this? Oh,
yes.
Are you using OBS? Are you using OBS, Lucky?
OBS virtual cam.
That's
Yay!
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 Yeah, I started to do that as well, but my VR headset decided to go, nope.
No.
Yeah.
I was trying to say I'm getting my first partial this Monday.
All right.
Oh, thanks.
Awesome.
Cool.
And my bodysuit and when it's closer to the summer.
Nice.
That's a bad time to have a full bodysuit.
Yes.
Wow.
I was hoping to get everything together, but she couldn't manage to get everything finished at the same time.
I remember when I got my first suit in the mail, I had it shipped to like a FedEx office, right? And the people in there looked at me like I was a nut because I was just so excited. But yeah, it was really funny. And I brought my
Wait,
friend
who has
along.
the... Change the battery on the fire alarm. Whoever has it. I heard the beep.
Happens to be the Pika PD. He hates
you
fire alarms.
I also hate them.
Boop.
They are annoying. Oh god.
Are we trying the boop wars?
Everybody got a virtual boop. Beep boop.
Crash.
Everyone be sure to drink water because I haven't and I'm about to overheat. So give me a second.
Honestly, I think my favorite part of Vernal Equinox is fursuiting like around Toronto.
Oh hell yeah! Fursuiting in public is like,
Yeah, like around the Air
Okay.
Canada Center and around the CN Tower. It's so much fun. I'm not from Ontario, so
Hello.
Neither am I.
I think I'd be okay with doing any fursuiting in public
I've
at
been
this
in the
point.
CN Tower.
same here.
It's actually not that bad.
I'd
Also,
legit
hello,
do fursuiting
everybody.
in public if I could, but you know, laws.
Okay,
I
guys,
always
I
recommend
am back,
the
and I am so sorry about that. My Wi-Fi router died.
Oh, damn.
Uh
Oh
oh.
no.
Oh.
Yeah.
At least it works now.
All right, who wants to get boofed by big bappers?
Wait, Leggy's back.
I got big bappers.
Leggy
Yeah, I know a few of you. I know Gray and Leon and Royal, Onyx.
That's me. That's me.
Didn't you compete in the first dance?
My Steam VR crashed.
What? What?
I think I recognize you. Didn't you compete in a fursuit dance competition?
Yeah, I've been in a few of them, but I'm not really known for doing well.
I'm not. They disabled my camera on the stream, so I don't know if y'all can still hear me.
Yeah, hearing just fine. Max, great to see you again, man.
Yeah. They forgot to put my camera.
They
forgot to put my
hear you
camera back
loud
on.
and clear.
What happened? So yeah, what happened was I was in the middle of it, and my Wi-Fi router died, so I'm running off a mobile hotspot on my phone right now.
It sounds like you're eating your microphone, by the way.
Yeah,
I know. It sounds like his mic is like legit in his throat.
There's nothing I can do about that. It's just a low quality microphone.
I don't know what you're talking I don't know what you have to do to your mic to make it sound like that. It really sounds like you're like strangling Daft Punk right now.
Turn it off, turn it back on.
Get a new microphone. There's literally nothing I can do about the sound quality.
Nice. Oh well.
Sounds like he's just deep throating his mic.
Oh God.
Yikes.
Oh, hairball.
Is this better?
You sure that's a hairball or is it a mic?
Too lewd.
Is this better?
Good con
Can
so
you
far.
hear me
Yeah, that's
better?
much better. Yes, that's much better.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh wow, so much better. How many of you are gonna go to my concert later?
I'm gonna have to
Absolutely.
stay out of suit the rest of.
Gotta have to see that.
I already went to
Definitely.
the concert last
I'll be
3
there.
times, but I got a commission to fill out.
But if time zones work out. Yeah, put me on in the background. I promise I won't be offended.
It's con weekend.
I
What is
have
this
my-
sleep?
Sorry, I have my hand over the camera. I had to turn my camera off. I have to stay out of suit the rest of the con. No one could hear me talking.
Max, do you recognize this one?
I was going to ask you where your microphone is. Is it in front of your desk, or are you actually wearing it inside the head?
My microphone is on a desk.
Ah, that could be why.
I really wish they would put the genres of each DJ next to the list, but they haven't really said
All right,
anything.
there we go. I had to put I can't wear my microphone with my fursuit on. It makes it too hard to hear, so I'm just gonna have to stay out of suit the rest of the panel.
Oh, I see. Okay. It happens.
Yeah, is it clearer now?
Shit happens.
Yeah, I
that's
wish
great.
they would put
Yeah,
the
now it's
genres.
clear.
I wish they'd put the genres for the DJs too,
Okay.
Onyx. Like it's like I don't
Alright,
know.
well
like
then-
it's fine to go in blind, but it's like it's
Well,
not
then
that
what I'll
much extra
do-
work to put the genre.
Yeah,
What I'll do for the rest is I'll just point my camera at my fursuit off to the side.
I noticed too because I was looking at the DJ lineup for Furnal Equinox because we just had the virtual convention for Vancouver over here in Vancouver. You know, like
Nice.
last weekend.
So
or the week
loud in
before.
here.
yeah, I was there.
And
I was
one
there
thing
too.
I noticed is because I'm a local DJ, you know, I've DJ'd for the cons locally, but since the pandemic, no local DJs have been having any luck over here. It's been all
that's
Americans,
crazy.
and I don't have a problem with that. But it's like, I mean, what happened to the
Alright,
local
does my
talent?
voice
You guys
sound
have
clear,
some
or is it muffled
Ontario
again?
people. You guys have Ontario DJs, but over here in Vancouver, there was only one out of like 10 DJs that was actually from BC, and it was like, well, that kind of lame.
Scared over the
Does my
virus.
voice
I can
sound
understand that.
clearer?
I've been talking to
Is my
you on
voice
Amigo, by the
clearer
way.
now?
Wait,
Is my voice clearer now?
The gray one up in the
Oh.
corner.
Is my voice clearer
You have to
now?
use names.
Yes, it is.
You have to use names.
Well known for doing that.
Can y'all-
What?
you can put my camera
That's
back
your
on.
name? Cassidy.
God, I regret joining my friends.
This is the last of my Mountain Dew. I have a crisis here.
Sugar is not good for you.
Try Dr. Pepper.
Wait, what?
He said he ran out of Mountain Dew. I said try Dr. Pepper.
Oh God,
There it is.
why?
I'll just take
Now,
some
how
of
about some Mountain Derp?
I can't. I have taste.
it. Huh, you can.
I quit.
Go buy yourself some voltage.
Come on. You know me by now, man.
You'll be
What am I drinking at every dinner meet? Or what was I drinking at every dinner meet before we had to cancel because of COVID?
Chocolate milk.
Everything.
I'm a Mountain Dew addict. Come on.
Toilet water.
Remember, guys, drink plenty of water.
Oh, I like that mug, Chevron.
What is water?
I
Water
got
is a foreign concept to me.
I got this made at New Jersey Gamers Con, which is where I'm from, 2 years ago. And I was really hoping to go again and show up and do cosplay.
Air hug.
Yep. You know me, Max. It's awesome. Good to see you.
Nice.
Definitely looking forward to your Splatoon and Mario Kart streams.
Aren't you looking at this? Oh.
Jesus. There we go.
Hold up.
That's really cool that you can do that in VR chat.
Like a truckload of friend requests for Mario Kart.
That's
nice.
I'm kind of sad because like
Those
it's
aren't
only gonna
mine.
have a max capacity.
Yeah.
I know more people wanted to compete and stuff,
VTuber.
but it's going to be like between 8 and 10 people max.
Is there spots for Splatoon or is that full too?
It's gonna be like a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, I would
attended, and
definitely
that
join.
sucks.
Wait.
On the plus side, I only get an hour, so.
I can head over to the main stage, so I can video the other people there, if you guys want to.
Copy Chew?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Oh, is that a kimono for
Wait.
I see?
Nice.
I have one too. I'm just not wearing it right now.
They're
I
adorable.
got mine from Korea.
Yeah, that one suit's giving off the Mikami vibes.
Oh yeah.
I like the art of
Talking
those.
fursuit makers. This bunny is from Eve Sewing Stuff. He's a local Canadian maker.
Oh, there's a bunny.
Yeah, I got it from Eve.
And mine's from Korea. I'm just not wearing her right now, but she's
Wow.
mounted on my wall.
You went international. Nice.
Yeah, I mean less far, but maybe more exotic. Is my suit came from Costa Rica.
Oh wow.
Ooh.
Hey.
That's
nice.
I've never heard of any suits going from Costa Rica.
I know of a suit maker.
I don't imagine. I don't imagine there's very many makers there. There's not even a con there.
I honestly half expected you to say Brazil.
No, Brazil's got a
heard of
huge
that.
furry scene.
Yeah, I've
Brazil's
heard
got
of
a
that.
huge furry scene.
Yeah, for example, Max
That's why when I
Rafael.
heard exotic, I'm like, oh, it's from Brazil, and then you said Costa Rica. I'm like, oh.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
considering doing
small.
like a kimono for his meetup panel at the real con or something. That'd be cool.
I've seen that before.
I know of one maker in New Zealand, but the suits there are frightfully expensive. That's like take the price of an American suit and double it.
Are you
God,
talking
that's
about?
expensive.
Yeah.
You're talking about Sparky, I bet.
Not quite, but it's a different maker. I don't wanna go ruining any names, but yeah, suits from New Zealand can be just frightfully expensive.
Well, Sparky charges 10,000 a suit.
Shipping
That's about the price. Wow.
What a bitch.
Sparky is just not a good bean.
Depends
No,
on
I was
quality.
gonna say, don't give them 10,000.
Let's
Yeah, don't pay more than
What a
like
bitch.
Just by listening to that price, I become depressed again.
Sorry.
If I can
mean,
only pay 1,000 bucks, I only
mean,
have
sometimes
1,000 bucks and
feel
I
like
bought
such a-
this.
Yeah, I feel like such a sucker because I got my suit right before the pandemic, and now everyone's on VR chat, and I'm like, I
I
got a
need
10-year-old
3
laptop.
times more for a suit.
Well, I like the panels that were just discussing how to fursuit during the pandemic. I mean, you can do it at home. There's Fursuit Friday. You've got the Discord chats here. You can still wear it.
Yeah, but your limitations are just a little bit too much.
Well, you can't reach out and hug
Like
people,
in,
but you can still promote yourself.
I mean, getting back to
Shatari's panel,
God, it's
last
laggy.
panel that was held. If you wanted to like go outside to like the mountains or to the park or something, you can still suit there.
Yeah, definitely.
All is not officially lost.
Yeah,
Well,
I've
you're
done
right.
photo shoots during the pandemic.
I know
When
people
I,
are still doing
tried to-
small
The thing
meetings.
that caught me, the
When I
thing
asked
that I
people
liked
for
that she
advice
said
to-
was that you could wear a mask under your suit. I've been doing that all year.
Indeed.
Because a lot of people was like, mask under your suit? What? I'm just like, but I've been doing that though.
Yeah, well, that's not a bad thing.
I got a quote from SkyPro for my suit, and they're American, and they wanted 10K for my suit. So I mean,
hear me?
Was it by SkyPro?
Why?
The risk of the upchat.
1,000. Well,
this reminds me of a more common, I guess.
well, if the quality is there, then maybe you can justify the cost.
Wolf's video. And he was talking about how the most expensive fursuits in the fandom. One guy owns like 3 of them.
Oh my God.
And they're all $17,000, $18,000, and $21,000.
God.
Whoa.
You're talking about spotted.
Ouch. Ouch.
I hope they're indestructible.
That
hurts my
spotted
bank account.
I can feel that in my wallet. If I'm right, the guy. If I'm right, the guy who owns those suits, is like a millionaire Silicon Valley dude. He
could buy a house with that.
He probably could, yeah.
He already has a millionaire. He already owns multiple houses.
But yeah, that's the whole house.
Like, look at this. Look at this. The guy who owns multiple suits, who's like a millionaire Silicon Valley dude, he invented this. I have it here. Most people who have a smartwatch have it. You see this green flickering light on the back of the Fitbit?
Yeah. Oh, that's what measures your
Oh, gotcha.
He invented that, and the reason it's green is because it goes through fake fur the best. So he created it to monitor fursuit heart rates first, and then he sold it to their companies on the Fitbits and stuff. So that's where he made his money. Don't even get me started.
That makes sense.
It's the best market to make. It's the best market. Let's agree on that.
Do you have a source? I'd like to read more information about that.
Oh, there's another one. There's another VRCHAT there.
I read this stuff about the Spoticus. If you Google him, there's like a WikiFur page on him. I don't know if they mention about the green light specifically, but I remember like I've met him at cons and stuff, and it's just something you pick up. I think there were some tweets about it too. I don't think there's really like a clear one source for all of his achievements, but it's something that you'll know if you like met him.
Yeah.
Somebody left.
Somebody refresh the stream. Messing with the stream.
Damn, that's crazy.
You guys hearing now?
Whoa.
But then you compare that to other people that did like $3,000, $4,000, or $5,000, and it's just like,
yep. Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's about the average price we'll pay for a good suit.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
Between 2 and 5, right?
Can you guys hear me, by the way?
Yep.
Good.
Hi.
Yeah, everybody nods all at the same time. Looking forward to actual cons, but this is nice.
Max.
Apparently, Anthropon.
Max, every time you speak, it's like, you just got coconut mauled. Send this to you.
Oh, no, not that meme. Anything but that meme.
Stick-backed.
No.
Is it okay? Can you guys hear me now, by the way?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Oh, good.
This is like Verizon. Can you hear me now? Good.
Sort of a confirmation.
Joke.
More like a confirmation.
Yes.
Oh.
Wait.
Nice blep, Nib.
Oh,
yep.
What's that, Leon?
What?
Really, Leon? I know that you're in there.
Yep.
Wait, Lucky, why are there 2 of you on the?
I don't know.
2 of me?
Question.
Where?
Yeah. Oh, that's because you're using OBS and streaming. You should.
Whoops.
Oh.
Well.
Is that better?
And now there's 2 of Onyx, apparently. Who's WFE?
Oh, that's the stream itself.
Yeah.
It's better now, though.
Discord's weird like that.
Yeah.
They're sus.
I don't think I'm ready to spend the money on a new suit yet, but if I do, I think there's a maker in Ontario is the next one I will probably hit up. I don't remember the name though.
Very nice.
Nice.
What are you going for?
I will gladly self-promote my maker if anyone's interested in a new suit.
Also,
I like her
promote
work.
my maker for my new suit as well. They're awesome.
Are we allowed to
made
do
my
that? I
suit.
assume we are.
Why the heck not? Talk up your maker. It's good business.
Yeah.
I made mine.
Stuff.
You can buy yourself the cash.
But I'm getting a new one for my actual persona.
Beautiful. Mine is Sarah Cat. She's local to the U.S. East Coast. I think she's from Connecticut, maybe.
Sarah Cat's is really good.
Yeah, I picked her because she's been making suits personally for like 10 years. So she definitely has experience.
That's how long I've been making suits. 10 years.
I'm sad that I don't know a lot of contours.
Yeah, and these were made by Icy Paws, who is a local to New Jersey.
Nice.
Yep.
Hi everyone and welcome back, BT here. I really hope you enjoyed the fursuit meet and greet panel. Great to see all the furry faces up there. Felt like a real con, didn't it? I'm here at the lounge, a great place to kind of chill, hang out with some friends and socialize, and kind of get that vapor vibe going on. Awesome sunset behind me. I love that vaporwave sunset. I don't know if we can go swimming. Can we go swimming in here? Let's check this out. Oh, yeah, we can. Nope, I guess you can't. You can pick them up, though. I thought I can kind of relax on these, but nope, you can actually pick them up and have a pool toy to play with. It's like ring toss. So coming up next, we're going to have the Introduction to Anatomy, an amazing course to learn, perspective of bone, muscle, movement. So, stick around and look forward to that. And like I said, if you're looking for a nice place to hang out in the con, need a nice little chill vibe, definitely come here to the lounge. Cool music, some awesome art posted up, some great spots to hang out, like the little fire over here. Or, pop up on the couch. Two moons away, one moon. Okay. So, if you're wondering how to get to this awesome place, there you can definitely jump in through the hotel lobby. There's a few portals there by the in the rooms and the elevators. Don't be afraid to check out the cool rooms out there. There's a couple interesting places, little gems that you can actually find while exploring the hotel. I'm just kind of by and looking at the awesome artwork that's posted. Great way to see some new artists and some neat little talent in our fandom. Hey, you can draw again. Yay. Oh, I don't have... Let me see if I can draw something here. Give me something cool. Okay, let's see. They definitely need something here, so... A little closer here. Yeah, well, this is going to be like my inspiration of a cat on a beach here in my lovely non-VR form. You know what? We can just do the stick figure guy. There we go. Awesome. Original artwork by BT. We'll see how long this sits here for. You can own this piece of lovely artwork for $500. I take Bitcoin, I take Bartcoin, Snuggles. You know, I'm open to suggestions. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, all proceeds will definitely go to charity for this beautiful piece. You know me, I love giving out to a charity, and they're well deserving of the funds that the con has definitely raised for them. And thank you everyone who has actually donated to the cause. I know they're doing pretty well. So, as far as I know, they broke the donometer, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see if we can break it again and keep going. I would love to see that. 12,233, I think we're sitting at right now. So good job, everyone. Really happy about that. Hey, if we can get 15, I'll be ecstatic. And look, it's only day one. We still got 2 days to go, so I'm sure we can definitely hit that goal. Ooh. Yeah, I think that looks good with all this awesome collection of artwork. I think I'm looking pretty good there. Maybe should have used a little bit more color, but it's okay. I think they get the point. This is why I'm not a dealer at the dealer stand. But there's some amazing pieces on this wall. It's a great little place to check out. Oh, I wonder if we can... Oh, hey, if you're looking for a great selfie opportunity, perfect right here. You got the hover car, the little DeLoreans going on, with the vaporwave sunset behind you. Look at that. You can be like definitely, you know, posing with your ride right here. Best shot I think of the con right here. Can you? Hold on. I think I can sit in it too. Oh, there we go. Ha ha ha. See, now I'm really, you know, definitely cruising in style here at the con. But if you're looking for that awesome, memorable shot, here's a good spot for one right here. And this is in the lounge, which is accessible, like I said, through the hotel lobby, through the portal. Don't be afraid to check out these cool little places. And I believe, like I said, coming up next, we should have the Introduction to Anatomy panel. Jump into the Discord, definitely join that, and learn how to draw. I think I should join that because, you know, I don't think my essence of a cat really resembles a cat too much. I'll let the viewers decide on that one. All right, well, anyways, thank you everyone for tuning in and spending some time with me. Stick around and don't forget to join into the Introduction of Anatomy. Thanks everyone, have a great night.
Welcome everyone to Furnal Equinox. Bienvenue tout le monde à Furnal Equinox. I am Higglypoo, the convention chair for this event.
And I am Cloud. I am producing the stream for this event.
And we hope that you're having as good a time as we are.
And we just want to thank you all for blowing past all of our donation goals. And let's continue. Let's break that meter.
It's also free. Bring all your friends. Let's beat all the records.
Everybody out there, tell your friends. Tell your friends.
Tell their friends.
Badgie, tell them to tell their friends.
We want to thank you all for your donations.
She don't care, we like almost there, the right vibe, ready to get live, ain't no surprise, take me so high, jumping those dives, surfing the crowd, oh, then I gotta be the man, I'm the head of my band, mic check 1, 2, shut them down and
Hi, welcome to my panel, the Anatomy Basics panel. My name is Syrian, and over the course of the next hour, we're going to go through the basics of anatomy, musculature, the mechanics of it, some things to keep in mind, some of the shapes that you'll see as an artist, just a whole bunch of things to keep in mind that I've picked up over the years. My background is that I am an medical laboratory technologist. Right now I'm just drawing. My specialty is in exaggerated figures, so bear that in mind. I'm going to be coming at this from someone who tends to do a fair bit of superhero type anatomy, so that may inform some of the things that I'm going to be relaying. So without further ado, let's get to it. So why learn anatomy? First off is, why not? As artists, we tend to be learning constantly. We're always picking things up. We're always trying to find new ways to do things, and anatomy is one of those fundamental things that I think just about every artist should know, should be familiar with. You may not need to know all the specifics, but having as much of an understanding as possible is something that you can definitely bring to your work. Everything needs structure. Will translate to your poses, will translate to your gestures. It'll inform a lot of what you do, and having a solid understanding of that structure means that you can take it and twist it and exaggerate it as needed in order to bring things across without having it be something that sticks out as being fabricated or incorrect. And that's a major thing, that the more you know, the less you need to make up. So the more solid your anatomy grounding, the less that you have to rely on your viewer to forgive. The better the anatomy, it's one less thing that the person looking at your picture will have to really think about or worry about. It's just one less thing there. That means that there's one less thing between you and the viewer. And also, what you do make up becomes solidly grounded in reality the better your anatomy knowledge. If you're starting to hybridize things, then knowing the anatomy that you're replacing, knowing the anatomy that you're going to be replacing it with, those are very important. And again, it comes across as one less thing for your viewer to have to really worry about it. It increases the believability of it. So what I'm going to be covering is just a basic overview of the skeleton. I may not be going into every bone, every muscle, but we are going to be doing a basic overview of the skeleton, a basic overview of body mechanics, basically how the body works, how the body moves. We'll be doing the major surface muscles, which are most of the shapes that you'll be accustomed to, or that you'll become accustomed to in drawing your figure, in showing off the body. I'll cover a bit on hands and feet just because they've been problem areas for me, so I guess that a lot of other artists would have these as problem areas too. So we're going to go over those lightly just to kind of give you a better idea of how they are, what they work, or how they work. And hopefully that should be good for folks, as well as hybridization. This is the furry fandom. Hybridization is kind of part and parcel of what we do. So I'll be just taking a kind of high-level overview of things so that we can just kind of get an idea of how to bring anatomy into that. What I won't be covering, I won't be doing faces. There are a lot of muscles. There's a lot to think about with the face, but I tend to think of that almost more as a gesture, pose, expression type thing. And that isn't really the nature of what I want this talk to be about. Again, with gestures, we're not going to be covering those just because that's more about how to use it than what is anatomy. And organs and internal structures, we're not going to be doing those. I mean, that for certain artists and for certain pieces, that may be helpful to know. But again, this is more of an introductory lesson, so we won't be getting into those today. Okay, so the skeleton. It is not important to know every bone here, but we are going to go over a fair number of them. So there's about 300 bones in the body, but we'll mostly cover the large ones. So you have the skull, the mandible, which is your jaw. You have the spinal column, which are made up of vertebrae. There are 3 zones that we usually consider. You have the cervical vertebrae, which are the ones that are in the neck, the thoracic vertebrae, which are the ones that are around the rib cage, and the lumbar vertebrae, which are the ones in the lower back down to the hips. Now, there's some extra bones there that are called the sacrum and the coccyx. The sacrum is a set of fused bones that make up essentially our tailbone along with the coccyx. In an animal with a tail, those vertebrae would not be fused, and they would actually make the structure of the tail itself go right down to the end. Then you have the clavicles, which are the collarbones. Scapula, which is the bone that makes up your wing bones here in the shoulder and are important to the actual shoulder socket. You have the sternum, which is the bony plate that's right in the middle of your chest that all of the costals or the ribs all attach to. So they attach to that as well as in the back to the spine. And then you have the arm. So you have the bone of the upper arm, which is the humerus. It's bent at the neck, right up at the top. It affects its range of motion. So bear that in mind. It is not a straight bone. It kind of has a bit of a hockey stick shape to it. Then you have the 2 bones in the forearm, the radius and the ulna. These are a little interesting in that they rotate over each other in order to pronate and supinate the wrist. So that informs a lot of the muscles that attach there. It makes it particularly interesting the way that they interact when they do so. Then you have the hands, which are made up of 3 sets of muscles. You have the carpals, which are the actual muscles in the wrist itself. You have the metacarpals, which are the ones in the palm of the hand. Then you have the phalanges, which are the actual fingers. And that'll be mirrored down in the foot. So then you have the legs, which are the femur, which is the major bone of the upper thigh. Much like the humerus, it is bent at the neck, and that affects its range of motion. That affects how everything attaches. Patella is the actual knee itself, not a bone of the knee. The patella is a floating bone on top of that joint. Then you have the tibia and the fibula. Those are the bones of the shin. Tibia being the major one, the fibula is a smaller, much thinner bone, and they both make up the actual bony protrusions of the ankle and are part of the hinge joint that is the foot. And then when you actually get down to the foot itself, much like the hands, you have the tarsals, which are the bones of the ankle, the metatarsals, which are the bones of the arch of the foot, and the phalanges, which are the actual toes. There's also the calcaneus, which is the heel, which is also where the Achilles tendon attaches. So that's important there too. So far as joints, there are multiple types of joints. For the most part, you're interested in ball and socket, which are the shoulder joints and the hip joints. Then you have plane joints, which are like the knee, where it's essentially 2 flat or very kind of rounded surfaces that rub off each other. Some of the costal joints, where the ribs meet the sternum, are like that as well. Then you have hinge joints like the elbow and like the ankle, which are basically a single point that bones rotate around. That's kind of your main joint types. And yeah, let's move on. So the basics of what muscle is muscle is linear actuators, if you want to use a more machinery concept. Muscles pull, so they pull from one point to another. The muscle that we're largely concerned with is what's called striated muscle, which are those linear fibers, and because they work in one direction and they're oriented in one direction, that gives it a striated appearance. There are a couple other types, but they tend to be either organs or internal. Now, muscles always act across a joint. The whole point of a muscle is that it is pulling something and making something bend. So oftentimes you'll see a bone that will either bridge 1 or 2 joints, and you always have to think of it in that manner. Muscles can't push, so they tend to act in antagonistic pairs, where you have one that will pull in one direction, one that will pull in another, and sometimes more that will pull in other directions as well. And they counterbalance each other, and they allow for movement along multiple axes. Another point that's good to know is that muscles attach via tendons, and the tendons are structures that do not have any ability to stretch or really conform. They can bend to an extent, but think of them mostly as a rigid structure. And because of that, you will have situations where muscles will overlap in such a way that it's mostly the tendons doing the overlapping, so that way they're not really getting in the way of each other when they're actually performing their duties. In some cases, there are large areas of the body that have just bands of tendon. I'll be going into one of those in the back and one of those in the legs when we get to that part of the lecture. But bear that in mind. The muscles are attached by tendons, and they tend to move across joints. So we'll start with the chest. The main muscles here are your pectorals. They are really responsible for the kind of pulling the arms forward motion. The deltoids are your standard shoulder muscles. So these have 3 heads. They have an anterior, a median, and a posterior head. And they are responsible for elevating the arm. They actually attach to a little protrusion on the outside of the upper arm and pull the arm up. Trapezius is a muscle that you can see it from the front, but it is mostly a back muscle. But that is responsible more for a kind of lifting, shrugging motion. The lats, latissimus dorsi, those are muscles that tend to form kind of the cowl structure on the side of a person. They attach about halfway down the back down to the iliac joint of the spine, and that's responsible more for pulling downward and pulling back. The abdominals are the core. Everybody is familiar with a 6 or an 8 pack. There are 3 smaller bands that start just below the pectorals and run down to about the navel area. Then there's a larger band that goes down to the groin. The obliques are stabilizing and rotational muscles that flank the abdominals, and they are responsible for turning. And a muscle set that is something that I tend to use a lot, especially considering the exaggerated anatomy I tend to use, are the sternocleidomastoids. They're the V of muscles that's formed here between the jaw and the clavicle. And that can be a nice shape to show off, especially for someone who's a little more ripped or built. That can be a nice shape to show. The anterior arm, so the front aspect of it, we have teres minor, which is a muscle in here that is responsible for pulling the arm down, a bit of stabilization as well. Serratus anterior, which is a feathered muscle that is in this area of the body. It tends to go between latissimus dorsi and the ribs, the costals. So that gives it that feathered look to it. It's got a kind of a ridge that can, in certain characters, that can be a shape to show off. Biceps brachii, just about everybody is familiar with biceps. It's called brachii because it's branched. It has one termination point that's right in the pit of the arm. And then there are 2 attachment points that are higher up in the shoulder. And it's mostly responsible for the bicep flex type of idea. It's more so for pulling the forearm up. Triceps brachii is the triceps, back of the arm. Same thing, it is a branched muscle, so it has 3 heads. We'll go into that in a little bit later, but it is a muscle that is very important. It tends to pull the elbow out. It anchors and then pulls the elbow out. Brachialis is a muscle that's underneath those. It's responsible for some stabilization and a bit of the elbow movement. Brachioradialis, this is one that starts on the outside of the arm and comes around and attaches about halfway down underneath the thumb. That one is responsible for turning the wrist over. So that is a fairly large muscle that, again, it's a very large shape that is something that you can show. It also tends to be important to know how it tends to fold, just because since it crosses a joint and the elbow joint is fairly complex with the amount of muscles around it, that can be very important to show in foreshortening. Now we're also going to start getting to some of the longer names. Extensor carpi radialis longinus, which is a muscle that runs from right about the elbow and is responsible for, it's an extensor, it's responsible for opening some of the fingers of the hand. You have the flexor pack, which is a series of 4 or 5 muscles that are on the wrist aspect. They tend to travel through the carpal tunnel. We'll cover what that is later. And they are responsible for flexing, for closing the hand. Then there's pronator teres, which you don't tend to see a whole lot, but it is important to know what it is. Because the bones of the forearm is 2 bones, that's responsible for both keeping them together and for some of the turning motion of them. All right, so now we'll move on to the posterior arm, so the back aspect of the arm. We start off with infraspinatus, which is one of the muscles on the scapula that attaches to the actual shoulder itself. Then you have teres major, which is the other half of teres minor, which we saw in the armpit. This one attaches to the scapula and comes around to the outside part of the arm. Now we can finally see the 3 heads of triceps brachii. So we have the long head, the lateral head, and the medial head. The outside of the arm has the lateral head. It's basically a single mass. It runs from underneath the deltoid down to the elbow. And then the inside of the arm is where we have the long head, which is the upper part, and the medial head, which is the part down near the elbow. It splits about halfway down, and they are all involved in that extending motion. Then we have anconeus, which is a muscle that wraps around the elbow. We have brachioradialis again, because it is basically visible from both sides. And we have the next four are all part of what I call the extensor group. So they are this kind of mass in the middle of the forearm. You don't necessarily need to know or show them all. They won't really stand out except for extreme motions or an extreme physique. But it is helpful to know because when you're drawing the forearm, you can tend to deal with it as three areas. So you have brachioradialis, the extensor group, and the flexor group. So the flexor group are the ones down here. And by drawing the interaction of those three, that's typically the easiest way to really conceptualize how the forearm is going to move. And we also have flexicarpi ulnaris, which is one of the muscles here on the back of the arm. Runs through the ulnar groove, which is this depression that you can usually feel. It feels like almost like you're just touching bone on the aspect of the hand along with the pinky. All right, moving on to the back. So major structures in the back, we have the trapezius. Just about everybody is familiar with a good large set of traps. Starts about in the middle of the back and runs up to the neck. Runs out both sides along the back of the shoulders. Tends to form a nice kind of triangle shape that you can see from the front. It's a lot of the muscles in the back are really involved in spinal motion. So they stabilize, they roll, they are made for movement. So mostly you're going to want to know their general shapes and where they attach. And then as you move the body, you'll deform them. The deltoids, as again, you normally see the posterior heads, which attach along with trapezius, and they mesh in with some of the lower muscles because we have infraspinatus and teres major here again. Those are kind of the wing muscles around the scapulas. Latissimus dorsi is back as well. Here you can see in light blue where the tendinous part of it comes right down to the rump. And then you have the actual muscular part, which is in yellow, and that's the part that wraps around and actually comes up to the inside of the arms. Depending on the physique, you may be able to see the external obliques, which are part of that oblique pack. They are the outside extremities of them, so those are rotational and stabilizing muscles. And then we have gluteus medius and gluteus maximus. Glutes, the backside. Both of those run down to the upper part of the femur, which is the uppermost bone in your thigh. And they pull on it in slightly different ways. Maximus actually rides on top of medius, and they both accomplish basically the same type of motion. They pull the leg basically out to the back and up on top of each other. Medius is a little less superficial than Maximus. And also when you're drawing the two, there is a small kind of indent along the top that kind of runs along the edge of Maximus and Medius. That can be important to show when you're doing a backside. All right, now the legs. There are a lot of muscles in the legs. For the large part, you don't need to show everything, but there are some major shapes that you really should know in the leg. Everybody will recall that the front of the legs are your quads, the back of your legs are your hamstrings. So rectus femoris and vastus medialis, they all basically attach on the crest of the iliac bone, which is your hip bone in the front. Rectus femoris runs down the center, so it's strictly in the, it pulls in the frontal direction, pulls it up. Lateralis attaches on the outsides of the knee, responsible for pulling kind of on an angle. Medialis attaches underneath a few. There are a bunch of muscles that run over it, but it is responsible for pulling the leg up and in. Tensor fascia lata is a lot like the large band on latissimus dorsi in the back. It's just a strip of fascia, of tendon, but it is a rather large piece, and it divides a couple of muscles that run down the side of the leg. So you need to know it more so because it's a void of muscle as opposed to a muscle itself. Iliopsoas is, along with pectineus, which is actually not in order, those are two of the muscles that are in the groin region. They pull the thigh kind of in. Sartorius is a muscle that is fairly pretty, actually. It crosses the leg, so it actually starts on the iliac crest with rectus femoris and vastus lateralis, but it crosses over the leg and attaches on the inside of the knee. So that one is responsible for a lot of turning in the leg, and it's a very prominent structure. You'll see that on a lot of folk at various levels of physique, that this muscle is usually, if not visible, at least feelable. Then we have adductor longus, which is down into the shin. So this one's involved in ankle movement. Gracilis, which is on the inside of the thigh, kind of runs from the inside of the groin down, attaches in almost the same place as sartorius, so it pulls the legs in and together. Tibialis anterior is one of the front muscles in the shin. The shin is largely a bony structure that you can show when you're drawing the shins, but tibialis is kind of the major muscle that you can see running across the front. It tends to run diagonally from the outside of the knee and then runs down to the middle or the inside of the ankle. Extensor digitorum longus is one of the muscles that it actually runs next to tib anterior. That one is involved in extending the toes. Usually you can just kind of show them as one structure or a small division in between them. Peroneus longus is, again, on the outside of the shin. That one is more stabilization of the ankle. Then we have the gastrocnemius and soleus muscles, which collectively are the calves. Gastroc sits on top of soleus, and they are responsible for the Achilles tendon to the heel. So they are multiple headed muscles. They attach on both sides of the knee in the back and pull on the Achilles tendon. You can get a better view of that here on the posterior leg slide. So posterior leg, so now the back part of the leg, we're talking about the hamstrings. So you have biceps femoris, which is the main hamstring pack is two muscles, and one attaches on the outside of the knee, one attaches on the inside of the knee. Biceps femoris is the one that attaches on the outside. Semitendinous is the one that attaches on the inside. They both run from basically right underneath the glutes and terminate on the backside of the knee of the lower limb. Adductor magnus is one of the muscles that's responsible for pulling the leg back and in. So that one forms kind of the inside of the thigh on the back. Gracilis is one of the muscles on the inner thigh. Again, sartorius you can see here just because of where it wraps around the leg, where it attaches. Semimembranous is one that is underneath the hamstrings. Sometimes you can see it, sometimes you can't, but it is helpful to know that semitendinous basically runs on top of it. Then you have the iliotibial tract, which is a lot like the tensor fascia lata. It's basically a void in between some muscles with fascia and tendon. Because it makes a prominent shape, it's good to know it's there, but it isn't a muscle in the true sense. We have gastrocnemius again. We have plantaris, which is a muscle in behind the knee. It's involved in rotation of the two muscles of the lower leg, the tibia and the fibula. Soleus is there. Extensor digitorum longus, again, one of the muscles that's involved in extending the toes. And peroneus is ankle stabilization again. So with the leg, there are a lot of shapes that will show on folks of various structures. So knowing these is important. Also important is that, we'll be getting into it in a couple more slides, once we start talking about digitigrade legs, adjusting some of your leg anatomy is something that is important, and you'll be playing with this a lot if you do have digitigrade characters that you draw.
I think it was Mickey.
Let's talk about the hands. When you're talking about the hands, it's more important to know tendons and bones than muscle, because most of what you see is as a response of tendon and bone. Now, there are a few muscles that are rather important to know. We'll get those in a minute. But all of the extensor pack run over the back of the wrist. So sometimes you can see those depending on flexion. Those are usually responsible for the ridges that you can see on the back of the hand most often. The flexor muscles all run through the carpal tunnel. So what the carpal tunnel is a void between some of the bones in the wrist. And the tendons of the flexor pack run through that along with some nerves. Hence carpal tunnel syndrome. If those tendons become inflamed, it can put pressure on the nerves, and that is one reason why we really do need to take care of our wrists, because that is a hard limitation for a lot of people. If solving carpal tunnel syndrome involves actually cutting one of the ligaments that holds everything in, it's a little messy. So the muscles that I think are important in the hand for drawing it, you've got opponens digiti minimi, which forms the kind of the meaty part of the hand underneath the pinky. Then you have adductor pollicus brevis, which is the lower part of the thumb, the heel of the hand underneath the palm. So that's involved in pulling it back. Flexor pollicus longinus, which is another part. It's in here, and that's for pulling it. And then adductor, which is kind of more the side-to-side motion of the thumb, and that's in kind of in the webbing of the hand. One thing with the slide I did here is that my character has only 3 fingers. So when you're dealing with a character with less or even more digits, sometimes it can be helpful to kind of consider some digits as being melded, which is how I did here. Basically the middle 2 digits I treat as 1 for drawing a 3-fingered person, and adjust that as needed. But this is where we're starting to get to some of the fabrication and knowing the way that a normal body functions, and then adjusting that in order to fit the character. Feet. So much like the hands, there's not a whole lot of muscles in the foot to really worry about, but there is a lot of fascia. There is some structures to really kind of know. When you're dealing with the foot, because it is just a bunch of plain joints, it doesn't have a whole lot of articulation as per se. So you kind of treat it as the rounded area that's the heel. You have the kind of wedge area that forms the arch of the foot, and then more of a flattened area that is the ball of the foot underneath the toes. And you kind of treat it as those three shapes and how those three shapes move instead of kind of approaching it from a multi-bone standpoint. The foot and the ankle really are restricted to mostly vertical movement. There is some slight lateral, but it is mostly vertical and some rolling. Because of the way the ankle is shaped, it's easier to roll the feet in than it is to roll the feet out. Rolling the feet out is responsible for a very painful fracture of the fibula. Rolling the feet in is more of a sprain situation. So always be mindful of that if you're drawing someone with their feet tilted or on an uneven surface, that you can tilt it in, that works okay, it can look uncomfortable, but tilting it out tends to look like something's broken. So hips. A large part of the hips is knowing kind of where the crest of the hip is, the iliac arch. And a lot of the muscles in the front of the leg attach there. A lot of the muscles in the back attach on the rear, the glutes, attach on the rear part of that crest. So the pelvic cradle is essentially a large hollow object. A lot of our organs are inside it. It's a protective mechanism. But the way that the thighs work is that it's a ball and socket joint. The femur is actually slightly bent. There's a kind of a bend in the neck of it up near the top. And because of that, moving the hips kind of has an inherent range of motion problem. Because if you just lift them straight out to the sides, at some point it will attempt to pop them out of socket. So if you're trying to get more range of motion, a lot of people will have seen this with any kind of gymnast, is that they'll tend to rotate the thigh in order to get a little more flexion out of it. So if you're really going for a splits type of pose, you're going to have to rotate the thigh in order to do that. So sometimes knowing the mechanics kind of can lead you to the adjustments that you have to make to a pose in order to make it look natural and comfortable. Okay, so let's move on to animal anatomy. I'm not going to go too deep into it. It's mostly just kind of a really quick overview. Animal anatomy tends to be largely analogous to human anatomy. There are some things that are wildly different, but for the most part, most of the structures that you're going to draw, you can tend to think of them as modified versions of human anatomy. So a lot of the same muscles and muscle groups, a lot of the same bones, and a lot of the same arrangements. The illustration on this slide is the fore and hind limb of a canine. And you can see that, for the most part, you can see the muscles that make up what would effectively be the wrist. You can see the muscles that are the bones that would make the wrist. You can see the bones that would make up the carpals, the bones in the middle of the hand. You can see the fingers. And they're just in a different way, and part of the way that they're put together, the tendons, the muscles involved, is to allow them to function basically by walking on fingertips. And knowing that can give you some things when you start to hybridize as well. And a lot of, when you start to hybridize, knowing the anatomy that you are replacing with, or knowing the anatomy that you're modifying, can really inform some of the decisions that you make in how to put things together and how to make things move. Such as digitigrade legs. You're basically going to be replacing the ankle with a different structure. Since you're replacing the ankle, you're going to be changing up the calves. You may need to actually shorten the calves because the knee is going to be basically permanently bent at a certain point. You may need to adjust the way that your thigh muscles work. So that's something to consider. When you start considering a tail, that's going to adjust the muscles of the back. It's going to adjust the muscles of the rump. That's going to tie into things. And that's something to consider. When you start thinking about wings, wings will need their own sockets. They'll need their own muscles. I mean, they are load-bearing. If you're making wings that are going to be carrying a person, they have to be able to do that. And let's talk about wings. So wings are modified arms. That's strictly what they are. They have largely the same bone structure. They have fingers once you start looking at it. Whether that's a bat, where you can very clearly see the same structures, you can clearly see the fingers. Basically, it's just webbing between them. Even if you're looking at a bird, the pinions, they all actually fit in with the structure, the bony structure. So think of them as hands, and that can give you some idea of what to do with them too. Wings don't just have to be something that hang off the character's back. They can gesture, they can hold things, they can be used. Work them in. They are limbs. So use them as you would any other limb. In my case, where I tend to deal with very muscled characters, you know, if someone wouldn't skip leg day or wouldn't skip arm day, why would they skip wing day? You know, the structures there, why would they not work those out as well? I mean, why would you have small wings on someone who, you know, 300 or 400 pounds of muscle? Like, why not? Really, something else to work on, something else to kind of give it a bit of verisimilitude. Now, let's strictly talk about hybridization for a minute. I tend to think of hybridization as falling somewhere on a spectrum that you can really kind of put into 3 stages. You have minimal changes, so things that are just superficial or require like very small changes. Think like Neko-chan ears, regular hands but with claw tips, paw pads, things of that nature that you can kind of tack on without having to adjust other things to compensate for that. Then you have more hybridized anatomy where you really had to start adapting and modifying, and in some cases extrapolating. When you start to push things together, you have to figure out either a way for them to knit or a way to trade off between them. The slide here is one of my friends, Belina, who is part wolf, part cow. So you get some interesting things there, like the hind limbs. So those are kind of wolf paws, but we went with having more ungulate hoof type digits. One of their arms is a regular human forearm, but ends in a dog paw. So having to adjust for that. Facial structures, horns, cow ears on a canine face, things of that nature, where you just kind of have to decide, okay, are we going to have things that are kind of halfway between, or are we going to mix and match? I also consider tails really to be something that are hybrid anatomy, because you're starting to really have to pull from other sources and find ways to knit things together. And digitigrade legs are definitely something that are hybrid. They require that kind of modification. Feral style muzzles, you know, when you're trying to get facial expression in, but, you know, a feral style muzzle doesn't have all the same movement that a human face does. So sometimes you have to make concessions in order to be able to get a facial expression. A lot of Disney movies and DreamWorks movies can be really good to kind of look at and to see different ways to approach that. And then you have the other end, which is fantasy. So this is where we are in extreme revisions, things that don't really have a real world example that you can pull from, where you're having to really consider, okay, let's draw a line in the sand. Let's figure out, okay, this can't happen, but how can we bring it as close to being plausible as possible? Where you're outright fabricating things now. So think of like a tour. There is really no way for you to to find a real-world example where you have basically a hip structure that intersects with a collarbone structure. So how are you going to approach that? Where are your muscles going to attach? How does it bend across that joint? Things like that you have to consider. When you have a dragon character like mine is, who has wings as well as arms, so now you have 4 arm sockets, how does that affect their musculature? So latissimus dorsi, do you have a duplicate set? Do you have a branched nature where it's one terminus on the back, but it pulls on both limbs? Here we have a slide of my mate Dern, and just showing some underarm of a wing and a shoulder. So that can be something to really consider, is how do you put these structures in and make them usable? As well as so multiple limbs, that can make some big decisions that you have to do, such as, are you just going to add another set of scapula to the back? Are you going to duplicate the entire collarbone structure and move it up? How are you going to approach that? And each way that you do that requires different concessions and requires different types of fabrication. So here it is really important to know the anatomy you're replacing and what you're replacing it with, because if it's wrong, it's just going to make everything harder. And in making it harder, it makes it harder to sell it as well. You can oftentimes see someone who just kind of slapped wings on a character, and once you get used to, really kind of trying to work it in, wings that are just there, they become a distraction. And you really would like to see someone take the time to knit it into the character. So believable hybridization really requires you to have recognizable elements and put them together in a way where it looks plausible. We oftentimes don't have real world examples for a lot of this, so some of it is rule of cool. If it looks cool and it looks good, people will forgive a lot. But for the most part, you're just trying to make it plausible. A lot of the time you can't make it correct because there is no real-world example to gauge this against. You only have the ability to make it look feasible. And last thing we're going to talk about is tails, just because I've brought that up a few times. Adding a tail to a character, now I tend to think more so in the lines of a dragon tail because that's what I work with a lot, as well as it's one of the more extreme examples of adding a tail because of the size of it and the musculature involved. So a tail, when I started looking at how to put one together, I looked at the actual structure of an alligator tail. That's the cross section, essentially, is that you have a set of muscles on the back of it that, pull the tail up, pull the tail to the sides. You have the set of muscles on the bottom that aid in side-to-side movement, aid in bending it. So those muscles, that goes all the way up. So you tend to have, a divot on the sides where the two packs come together, a divot on the back where those packs come together. All of those muscles on the back that lift the tail up, well, that has to happen across the hip joint. So where's that going to knit into the back? I'll usually have them knit into the bottom part of latissimus dorsi, and then they'll have other parts that basically knit onto the back of the iliac crest next to the glutes. How does it interact with the glutes? So the glutes are pushing up against the side of it. Now you've got another division plane, and you have to that's creating a new shape. How's that going to affect how the hips work? You have a tail that's roughly as wide as someone's hips. Well, that's going to adjust, the width of their hips. That's going to adjust their gait is going to have to accommodate it. A tail is a large amount of mass. How's that going to affect their walk cycle? It's going to have a sine motion, left to right. So that's going to pull the hips left to right. Pulling the hips left to right is going to make the upper body rock, and you end up with the entire motion of the character is changed because of the tail. So it is a natural continuation of the spine. Don't bend it like you, like a hard 90-degree bend in a tail is a broken tail. So keep that in mind. It is still a structure that you have to be careful with. You have to bend, and don't bend it too quickly or too much. But yes, keep in mind that there are oftentimes real-world examples that you can pull from. It's just having then to go and extrapolate, okay, well, how is this going to mesh with what I want to attach it to? And that's kind of where a lot of furry anatomy kind of ends up, is picking and choosing these pieces that are disparate and that don't have a thing that you can look at and go, you know, if it were possible, it'd look like that. And every time you can do that, every time you can kind of give somebody something else to think about, like I've added in, you know, muscular wings for folks that haven't really considered it before, or gestured with wings or tails, that, and you know, you can show somebody the poses and motions and shapes that their character can make strictly because they are so special, simply because you've added this, and work it into the character. You know, make it part of the character. This is their body. They've been living in it for years. They'd be comfortable with using it in different ways, and show that off. That's part of showing off a character, is show what they can do and not just who they are. So that's everything for tonight. Thank you very much for coming and spending an hour here with us, listening to my lecture. If you have any questions or feedback, please let me know. You can find me at syrian@gmail.com. That's my email. You can also find me on Twitter at Syrian. That tends to be the best way to keep in contact with me. So hopefully next year, if FE is back in physical space, I should be doing panels there again. So in the meantime, take care. Thank you for coming. Be safe. Wash your hands. And we'll see you next year. Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I'm BT, and with me today is Ronnie and Cloudgasm. We're here at the main events hall, where if you're in VR chat and you want to come down and take a look at the live streams going on, we have a big viewer. You can sit here, chat with some friends, and watch what the panels are going on. It seems to be a pretty busy place. What do you guys think?
Yeah, so far the event's been
we're on the screen.
growing a lot. I mean, BT, have you first of
Oh my
all, oh my
God.
gosh, BT, you're so cute.
We're
First
famous
off, you're so
now.
cute. Where are you?
Oh,
BT.
thank you.
I wanted to
Wait, I-
like stroke that very very luscious mane. What kind of shampoo or conditioner do you use? It's so fluffy.
It's it's a Furrally.
It's Fertiline. Oh,
yeah.
maybe it's Fertiline.
Maybe it's
Yeah,
Furrally.
we expect our sponsor chat. We expect our sponsor checks, by the way, after that. But wow, and
forgot the
yeah,
bottle.
you know, in terms of how busy it's been so far. I mean, have you seen the numbers that we're up to in terms of attendance?
Oh, I heard that the attendance numbers are pretty high, actually. Phenomenally high for this event, which is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Very
Yeah,
exciting.
it's I think the numbers right now are already like something around like 2,300 members, right? And we're just on Friday. 2,300 is a pretty high number, don't you think?
I think that's amazing, actually, and it just shows that what the Furnal Equinox team has done to provide an online event really does mean something for the community. Because look at the turnout;
Mhm.
that's amazing. You know.
Absolutely. Well, I can't wait to see what the next 2 days bring, because this is only Friday, as we've already said, right? This is the first day of the convention, and normally at Furnal Equinox, right, people are kind of just getting in, they're getting settled, and they're exploring the convention, but in this case, well, people don't have to travel, you don't have to go to an airport, you don't have to, go take a plane somewhere, you just kind of hop onto your computer and you're here, so it makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, it does, and actually turning around the con and seeing so many familiar faces and meeting so many new faces, it really does bring that convention feel back to you. Even though we're not physically in a space, it still, it still makes those feels. It's like, oh, I'm so glad that we're here, and so glad that we're able to put this on.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, don't look behind you. I'm just very casually stroking the two kitty manes that I've got beside me. I've got like my two like kitty wingmen over here, or wing kitties, I guess is what they call them. It's like I'm thinking of that whole like soft kitty, warm kitty, purr 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 song from that one TV show. I can't remember, but I got like the two kitties here, and it's amazing.
I mean, I can't complain. It's always good to have a little bit of love and attention. Especially with this awesome mane going on here.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of going on here, BT, do you know what's happening for the next event? I think you're pretty knowledgeable on that, right?
Yeah, I believe what's going on next event is Splatoon 2.
Ooh,
That's
yeah,
very exciting. Splatoon 2.
That's like a game that I used to watch people play it all the time, and I used to get really involved in backseat gaming, I guess you can say. I never played the game, but it was a huge backseat gamer for it. So that's actually going to be really cool to watch and see what's going on.
I'm excited to hear your backseat gaming commentary.
No, what are you doing? Left, duck. Oh man, you just got pink. No,
Yeah, I'm in the same boat too. I mean, all the time I would just watch people playing, all sorts of games, and I'd just be like, oh, so much pain watching you not know how to do this. Oh, don't shoot that. No, not like this. And then at that point, it's just, just give me the controller, give me, and then it ends up with the noodle just getting tangled up in someone and their controllers, and then it's like, well, I've just made it worse.
See, at least with you, at least you try to play the game. They give me the controller. I'm like, I just made it 10 times worse because I don't know what I'm doing.
Now the
What button is the fire? How do I duck?
People at home can hop into this world, and they can come listen to you scream at the TV.
Exactly. I mean, the big TV that we're on right now, I mean, I'm looking at us, and it's like, hello me, hello us.
I know. I can actually see.
Are we gonna?
myself.
Oh my gosh! I think we're about to go meta. I think we just showed the screen, which is then going to show the stream, which is then going to show the other. Yeah, we're gonna go into an infinity loop right there.
That's very exciting. Join us for infinity loops and more.
Yeah, infinity loops, time traveling. We've got that as part of our event. I think we're the only event that can say we've got that kind of special effects going on.
We are officially sanctioned time travel event.
Exactly.
We are. You know what?
All right. Well, I can't wait to see what else happens on the first day. I mean, I'm excited. I hope you both are excited as well.
I'm very excited.
I'm really excited for this, and like I said, Let's Play Splatoon 2 is going to be starting up any moment now. Jump on Discord, definitely join that panel, and thank you very much for the time spent with me. I believe, Ronnie, you're taking over hosting for the rest of the evening?
Well, until 10 p.m., that's when the dances start, but yes, I will be taking over.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for joining with me, Ronnie and Cloud.
Awesome.
Yep, and don't forget as well, if you're hanging around this weekend, remember that we're also doing this not just for you, but we're also doing this for Hobbit's Tea Wildlife Charity as well. Don't forget to visit their little exhibit that we have in the hotel world, as well as on our website. There's more details and information, and of course that donate bar, which you can help us continue smashing, because everybody apparently loves giving money to charity. Who doesn't?
Should be a bar right here somewhere.
A little bar.
Showing you.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the panel.
See you around.
Wow, Dodge. Looks like we have a lot of extra cash since we haven't been traveling much. What do you think we should do with it?
Oh yeah, Ryan, that's true. Oh, I know. Let's donate to FU's charity, Hobbit's Tea Wildlife Refuge.
Hobbit's Tea Wildlife Refuge? That sounds like a great idea. What do they do?
Well, let me tell you. Hobbit's Tea Wildlife Refuge helps rehabilitate sick, injured, and orphaned wild animals. They're currently working on something called Project Bird Feeder, which is to raise money to build bird feeders at long-term care homes. This not only will help provide birds with the food and shelter, but will also provide a source of entertainment and brighten the daily lives of the residents who can enjoy some bird watching. Long-term care facilities have been some of the hardest places impacted by the pandemic, and this could help make their day a bit better. And that's why I think we should donate.
Wow, that sounds awesome. What a great way to give back to the community and help out others in need.
And our feathered friends too. We hope that you have yourselves a great time at FU's Pixel Perfect. Mwah!
right. Well, we hope all of you had a wonderful time watching the Splatoon panel that just happened now. And, well, while we're taking a little break and, switching between this panel and the next one, we decided that we would go and visit the Dealer's Den once again. By the way, if you haven't visited the Dealer's Den yet, I don't know why you haven't, because it's a pretty cool place. But as I was saying, we decided we were going to go to the Dealer's Den and look for, a dealer that is here and that would be willing to share their creations with us. And we have found a Blue Patch the dog here, who is so kind to volunteer their time to just talk a little bit about what they're up to right now here at Virtual Furnal Equinox. So, Blue Patch, hi there.
Hello.
Hi. Blue Patch, so, of course, you're a dog, and of course, you're a dog of the Blue Patch kind, and we just want to know maybe a little bit about yourself. So, tell us about yourself.
I'm a British digital artist and model retexturer from England. I've just started doing the retexturing side of stuff, but I am opening commissions for them soon.
Very, very nice. And as we can see from Blue Patch the dog's Dealer Den booth over here, there's a lot to see in terms of all the different talents and services that Blue Patch is offering. So you mentioned that you're doing, mostly reskinnings, retextures, and whatnot. So how long have you been doing that?
I've been doing it for about a couple months now, but I've been getting the hang of it pretty quickly.
Yeah, and from what we can see here, it looks like you're definitely getting the hang of it, and you're doing a really good job too. So in terms of, the services, since we mentioned that, so is it mainly, again, reskinning, retexturing, or do you also provide other services as well with your dealer booth?
As well as the reskinning of models, I also offer adding animations to models, adding dynamic bones to your models so you can have the ears wiggle around, or the tail.
Oh, like the ears that are wiggling right now on you?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Look, just look at those ears. May I touch those ears?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. These are the most wiggly ears that I've seen. And I know wiggly because I'm a noodle. See, if you want wiggly ears, then Blue Patch the dog, I think, is a pretty great candidate to get your wiggle on, especially if you're of the long-eared variety, talking to you Fennec foxes out there. So, in terms of the convention so far, how are you liking it? Do you like the way that we've done the dealer space?
Yeah, 100%. I really love the size of the den as well. It's really big.
Mm-hmm. Have you had a chance to see, other dealers in their booths yet, or kind of just here?
Yeah, I've took a look around, said hi to some of the dealers as well.
Very, very nice. And, as you know, we have over 60 dealers here in our virtual dealers den. And for those of you that are watching on the stream, you can find information on all the dealers, detailed information, on the Furnal Equinox website, the virtual Furnal Equinox website. And you can even, again, use that feeling lucky button if you feel like being paired with a random dealer who would love to have your business. You might even get Blue Patch if you're extra lucky, and you can get all the wiggly ears that you would ever want. So, yeah, and in terms of, the other parts of the virtual event, have you checked out any other parts of it? Like the lounge or...
I've been to the lounge and the pool so far, and the pool's really fun.
Very nice. So I was going to ask you, what would your favorite spot be? And I'm guessing that would be maybe the pool?
Yes.
Very, very nice. Yep. And for those that haven't been able to access the pool, you can get there by going to the hotel world of Virtual Furnal Equinox and finding one of the elevator portals, which will take you to the pool. We've got quite a few of them, but it's marked clearly that it goes to the pool, or, just follow the sounds of splashing water and all that. So I don't want to take up too much more of your time, Blue Patch. So I guess just one more thing, that I want to ask you, which is, what are you looking forward to most, this weekend? Aside from obviously getting a lot of business with your dealer's booth, but what are you looking forward to most?
Definitely looking forward to the dance later on.
Oh, any dances in particular that you've got on your mind?
Not particularly. I just want to have fun with my friends.
Absolutely. You plan on doing a lot of oons and dancing and just, having a good party, having a good time the entire night? I feel that. Well, we can find... Oh, yeah, actually, that's actually a great thing. I just thought of it as well, because I was thinking about how we could find you. So do you have like a website or a Twitter or anything like that if people want to learn more about your work?
Yep, I have a Twitter, which is Blue Patch the Dog, and I also have a website, which is shown at the bottom of my price sheet down there.
Right there. So if you are looking at the bottom of the store right there, you can see clearly www.bluepatchthedog.weebly.com. Right there, and you can find all about Blue Patch the Dog's works and their pricing sheet and all the other good stuff, including social channels. So make sure if you are in the market for things such as reskinning, retexturing, animations, and dynamic bones for your VR model, this is the dog here for you. All right, well, we won't take up any more of your time, but it was great to speak with you. Thank you so much for volunteering your time, and we hope that you have a wonderful weekend with us.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. All right, well, we are going to head off next to Dr. Wildlife's VR meet and greet panel, which is happening from 7 p.m. to, I believe, 8 p.m. So we will be broadcasting that on the stream, and until we see each other after that, make sure you continue to enjoy yourselves and, of course, have an awesome time together. See you for now.
When registration opened, we set a donation target of $6,000 for this weekend, which you beat before the convention had even started. Cue a panicked, bewildered staff trying to figure out what to do next. We quickly added a stretch goal of $8,000, which you also beat before the convention started. A couple of days in advance of the con at the time of recording, that's where we're at, and I wouldn't be surprised if you've beaten even more by the time this goes live. Furnal Equinox 2019 raised $11,000. I think that we can not only beat, but absolutely kick the crap out of that number. I think that we can raise so much that the convention management don't know how to deal with it. I want to raise so much that if we can't break the software that tracks how much has been raised, we can at least break the people who use it. I want to see Scanny cry. Please help me do this and hit the donate button below.
Hi everybody, I'm here in VR chat for my first guest of honor meet and greet. This was meant to be in person at the Ripley's Aquarium a whole year ago. This year I decided to make it virtual with the con. So there is a link in the live stream chat in Discord. Try and join us. If it does fill up, we will be monitoring the channel for any questions questions and stuff that you may have throughout this next hour. Otherwise, it's super chill time. We're just going to hang out and chat. So if you guys have any questions, career-wise, for me, fandom-wise, I'm more than happy to answer them. Ari over here is going to be my friendly Discord reading cat. Is going to tab in and out of Discord. So if you see their body suddenly start meditating, they're reading questions. As their head just sinks down. They're reading questions for me. And for those of you that are actually in the room, you can obviously just chat with me directly. You don't have to post your question.
Hello, yes.
Hello.
What is your favorite steak and why?
Hello. What is my favorite what?
What is your favorite type of snake and why?
Favorite type of snake and why? Probably green tree python, because I grew up with the children's book Verdi, with which the little python, and I love him. I love the little green snake. I wish probably people expect more of a technical answer than that, but I just think they're really pretty, and I grew up thinking about that book, so like it stuck, right? It absolutely stuck.
Heck yeah.
Let's see.
Hello.
Howdy, everybody. I promise I do not bite. So if you have questions, I am here. Hopefully I'm not too intimidating.
What do you
Go
like
for it.
best about tigers? What do you like best about tigers?
What I like best about tigers? Oh. Well, I really like house cats, and tigers are just giant versions of them. So I think everything that I like about like my typical house cat at home, just having it translated into a bigger version is like way even better. I don't know, they just have a lot of personality. I always enjoyed working with them in zoos. I kind of miss working with big cats. The reptiles are really cool, but big cats just have so much personality. I'm partially an adrenaline junkie too, and so the idea of working with like big predators is also pretty interesting, because there's always like a certain point of this thing could kill me if I mess up. So you're always on your toes working with them. Never all day, basically. Hello, everybody. Lots of people joining.
Thank you.
Not a lot of people chatting though. It's a meet and greet. I want to hear from all of you.
Alright, here's another question. Have you ever been injured on the job? If so, what kind of animal gave you like the
Injured
worst
on the
injury?
job.
Oh, good lord.
Oh, okay. Well, I've been injured on the job, and it's rarely been an animal. I have the funniest work injury ever. I worked at the Dallas World Aquarium, and we had this rule where we had to have everything done clean and fed before we opened to the public, so everything was like nice and good. And if you've never been to this aquarium, it's a big indoor rainforest. It's more of a zoo than an aquarium. And so it was basically built like where there's like 3 different levels. And there's a behind-the-scenes access that's giant stairs that lead through all the levels. And I was trying to rush from the 3rd level down to the 1st floor to finish feeding my animals before we opened to the zoo. And when I started going down the stairs, it was all humid and wet because it's a rainforest. And I slipped, and my whole bucket of animal food went flying comically through the air. And I slid like 2 flights of stairs, and I was just trying to like stop myself, and I was like grabbing a hold of the staircase railing trying to stop myself, and my lower body stopped. Wow. Anymore.